Chapter 501 Departing. 3. The meeting between Sharon and the founding 5 members of the Hidden Dragon Group ended quickly. There wasn't much for them to speak about. For the earlier stages of the operation, these members would be acting along with the rest of the Moon Squadron to infiltrate Nivelhame. Only after preliminary preparations were finished would the assassinations begin, but due to the nature of the operation, where prolonged contact between team members wasn't allowed, the formation of the group had to be done before they left the cloud plane. When the meeting ended, Sharon left the 5 members in the room to familiarize themselves with each other. Damien looked around with a curious expression on his face. What a strange way to build synergy. Or are you saying that hierarchy is more important than synergy in this operation? His thoughts were on the words Sharon left for them. According to her, the 5 of them would have code names determined in order of strongest to weakest. As for how they decided the order, that was up to them. The Shadow Woman spoke first. Since we will be working together from now on, an introduction is necessary. I am called Lu Shang. I am an expert in darkness laws. Following her introduction, the transformation woman spoke as well. The relaxed smile on her face never once left even as she spoke. Aya, if you are being so upfront, how can I deny you? This little one is called Zhang Hualing. Well met, and your specialty? Lu Shang asked. Zhang Hualing gave her a sideways glance, smiling slyly. My. Wouldn't you like to know, you? Before the two could quarrel, the snake man stood up abruptly and opened his mouth. Hello, everyone. Why, you can just call me Hebe. He stuttered the words out, but his mouth didn't seem to want to continue after his initial introduction. He shamefully took his seat again, looking to the last 2 present for help. Damien smiled helplessly when he saw the man. He was really an unfortunate existence. Thinking so, Damien gave his own introduction to offset the awkwardness. I'm Damien Void. You can regard me as a spatial expert. Oh, but I'm still a 3rd class. His second sentence caused many eyebrows to be raised, but his last sentence caused them to go down immediately after. Even if he was a rare spatial expert, a 3rd class didn't hold much weight at all. It just went to show how highly laws were regarded. Seeing their reactions, though, Long Chen sighed and gave a similar introduction. Long Chen. I'm a sword cultivator with some experience using poison. I'm also a 3rd class. Lu Shang looked them over in contempt. She truly had to wonder what the experts were thinking, putting 2 weaklings on their elite team, but she quickly ignored them. It just meant she had less competition to worry about, from worst to best. There is Black Dragon, White Dragon, Green Dragon, Violet Dragon, and Golden Dragon. We can easily put the 2 weaklings in the bottom spots, and that coward can have the Green Dragon position. Lu Shang took 3 of the medallions Sharon left for them and tossed them to the 3 men in the group. Damien was given the Black Dragon medallion. Looking at the last 2 medallions in her hand, Lu Shang finished her words. As for me, I think I'm most fit to be the leader of our group. What say you? Her ending question was naturally directed at the only person in the room whom she acknowledged. But Zhang Hualing continued paying Lu Shang no mind. Instead, her gaze was focused on Damien. Interesting little boy, how about becoming the Golden Dragon? She suddenly asked. Damien raised his brow in surprise. And why would you want me in that position? Because you seem more fun than this sorry little girl. Zhang Hualing quirked her head and said. Damien looked at the Golden Dragon medallion in Lu Shang's hand. It'd be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Even disregarding the fact that Damien was nigh invincible in the cloud plane, he could still defeat everyone in this room. After all, the 3 4th-class existences on the team all focused on assassination. Especially against Lu Shang, who mainly specialized in stealth. Damien's spatial awareness and void physique made him practically impervious. But what's the point? Damien smiled lightly. He clutched the Black Dragon medallion in his hand and shook his head. No, I'm okay with the position I have now. If you guys want to fight amongst yourselves, you can, but I'll be leaving now. I need to tell my wives goodbye. After all, Damien's smile was real. As he flashed away from the meeting room without any prior warning, his smile remained. The Golden Dragon medallion was indeed tempting, but it wasn't what Damien wanted. What did the Golden Dragon medallion mean? It was the mark of the leader and the strongest team member. It was a position filled with responsibility, and the one who filled that position would be given the most challenging assignments. Then what about the Black Dragon? Of course, the Black Dragon position was more like a substitute for the team than a team member. Although they'd still be given missions, they weren't needed most of the time. Essentially, they had an incredible amount of freedom. Damian's grin widened. The old man is still looking out for me even at this juncture. I have to give him something in return one of these days. Damian understood the message he was given. He was never meant to be the Golden Dragon in the first place. No, even the Hidden Dragon group was merely a cover built for him. Chen was added to that group so he'd have someone trustworthy to both connect him to the main headquarters and aid him in his movements. Damian's job was assassination. There was no doubt he'd be assigned to carry out this task plenty of times, especially since Bai Sharon knew his true worth, but in the times when he wasn't needed, Tianyang was allowing him to move on his own and explore. His master was trusting his ability to aid this operation. As Damian went to visit Rose and Ruyue one last time, Tianyang smiled lightly in another area of the floating island. That's right. When we get to Nivelhame, run wild. I shall cover your rear and take care of the aftermath. Tianyang could see it. He could see the quality within Damian that not many people had. He could see what would best be termed as the universe's favor for Damian. Even though Damian always ended up a small player, he was always a part of the grand flow of the universe. Wherever the most pressing issues were, Damian was guaranteed to stumble there as well. The 3000 Beast Mountain range was a perfect example of this conjecture, and Tianyang knew. With each world-changing event that Damian experienced, he played a bigger role than the last. With him roaming free in Nivelhame and having his own adventure away from the constraints of the military, Tianyang could only suppress his excitement and wait to see what surprises his disciple would bring him this time. Chapter 502 Departing. 4. Preparations for the Nivelhame operation were done mostly in secret. The only large meeting was the first one where those participating were split into their respective squadrons. After that, at most only individual squadrons met. There was no need for further discussion as a large group since everything was being coordinated by the leaders. After one more week passed, it was time for the Moon Squadron to set off. Damien stood in front of Rose and Ruyue. The air between the three was filled with sorrow for parting. Due to the nature of their job, the Sun and Moon Squadrons would arrive in Nivelhame first. Only after the 6-month period given to the Moon Squadron to secure themselves would the Star and Celestial Squadrons arrive in the New World. It was a ploy to not attract too much attention, as well as a move for efficiency. Sadly, this meant Damian would have to spend another 6 months away from his wives. It seems like every time we get together, we're separated immediately after. Damian sighed sadly, but there was nothing he could do about it. Rose shook her head. Don't talk nonsense. Separations like these are only so that we can build a future where we will never part, right? She looked at Damian endearingly as she spoke, and he understood her hidden meaning. Returning her smile, Damian echoed her last word. Right. He turned to look at Ruyue, who immediately turned her head away. Are you angry? He asked softly. Ruyue shook her head furiously. How could I be angry? Ruyue muttered. It's just that you're so crazy when you're alone. How can I trust you to keep yourself safe? Rose nodded her head in agreement. You're right. My only worry is that he'll do something masochistic again for the sake of his goal. Ruyue's back straightened as she received Rose's support. She became bolder with her words. Besides, who knows how you'll go around chasing flowers and spring scenery when we are not with you? Even when we are together with you, you still manage to attract more women. Rose's nodding became vehement. I know, right? He's even seducing beauties without doing anything recently. It's really troublesome. Rose's words brought back memories the trio had of a certain empress in a Pyron. The way she would pester Damien in the time before they left the world. Both Rose and Ruyue were irked by the fact that she was too strong for them to handle alone. If Elena was still here, they'd stand a chance, but Rose shook her head. There was no need to be sad over Elena's departure since they'd inevitably meet again in the future. Since Elena was leaving to get stronger, Rose needed to focus as well. If there was one person she refused to lose to, it was Elena. The trio of husband and wives continued their conversation deep into the night, along with satisfying some of their physical cravings for each other. But Damien still wasn't able to take the final step with Ruyue. When he tried, she put her finger over his mouth and whispered into his ear, "Come back safe this time as well, and I'll let you do whatever you want of me." It went without saying that Damien's lust was piqued by her words. The night the three shared after that was especially exciting. But the sun and moon had to interchange at some point. The continuation of natural order wouldn't pause for the missing sentiments of three people, and when the sun rose across the horizon of the cloud plane, Damian found himself standing atop a large flight-type artifact that could house the 650 members of the Moon Squadron. This artifact is surprisingly modern. The design is similar to an aircraft carrier, except it's a spade vessel. How curious. Damian commented to himself. The atmosphere inside the ship was completely different from the cloud plane. If Damian had to explain it, he'd say that the genre changed from Eastern fantasy to sci-fi. This bodes well for the coming trip. Taking the advanced equipment those scientists on Earth had, I'm assuming this Nivelhame dabbled into mana engineering and science far more than those of the cloud plane did. Was it a difference in cultures? Were they influenced somehow? It all made Damian curious, especially when he remembered an old question he harbored. After spending so much time in the cloud plane, it had completely slipped his mind. Mana circuits of a pyron, inborn meridians of the cloud plane. Earth seems to be developing a system of mana circles and veins. Will Nivelhame show me something different as well? Worlds were so curious. Damian remembered the reason his spark of adventure shone so brightly. He utterly loved discovering all these small things. Although the mana utilization methods of each place being different didn't affect their battle prowess much, it told to how their civilization developed. The way they utilized mana would change based on their environment. In a world of heavy technological advents like Nivelhame, how did they develop? Besides curiosity, there was also desire. The Ananta matrix was built with situations like these in mind. If the Nivelhame method of mana utilization was useful and could be incorporated into the ever-changing Ananta matrix, Damian would become far more powerful without the need to face his baptism early. Consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. It sounds so lame. It sounds like an excuse to run away from my tribulation. But Damian grinned to himself. There's no way he'd be afraid of his universe baptism. He'd already gone through something similar already. The reason for his sudden change in focus to consolidating his current power was different. Actually, the cause lay in Yun. Fourth class is a power level that heavily relies on comprehension. The weight of one's legend becomes increasingly important as well. If the master wishes to firm his foundation for godhood, it is best to reach the peak of your current power before attempting to attain the universe's acknowledgement. It came suddenly one day after he received his partial baptism. At that point, he felt extreme confidence to break through immediately, but before he could ride his high and make a decision he'd regret in the future, Yun spoke up. But there was much that Damien didn't understand about Yun's words. But he understood the gist. Focus on raising comprehension instead of leveling. Damien smiled. It's not bad. It's actually quite fun to suppress myself and improve myself at the same time. The challenge is truly motivating. His current location was within the small room he was given as accommodation. His gaze was directed outside the glass-like window that decorated the side of the room. He watched as the flight artifact slowly rose from the ground, the mana around it raging and allowing it to hover in the air. On the ground below, he saw two dots of pink and white standing and watching the ship's departure. He waved them goodbye, even though he knew they couldn't see him, and his sights were set on the future. Clearing his mind of anything other than it, a new adventure was finally starting, and the war that had been looming over the horizon for so long was finally within reach. Damien's entire body tingled in excitement as he thought about it. Sector 3 was located near the observable universe's periphery. In fact, it was possible for one to enter the abyss through Sector 3, but it was still bordered on two sides by other sectors. Sector 4 of the Giants and Sector 2 of the Demons. Currently, in the center of Demon territory, a commotion was taking place. Lord, an angel has visited the palace. An alarmed voice cried out as it entered the throne room. Lucifer, the current monarch of Demon territory, indifferently gazed upon the messenger, but since he didn't speak any words, the messenger knew he was being told to continue. Lord, the high angel Parcial is requesting an audience with you. He doesn't seem to be visiting with hostile intentions. Lucifer's eyes left the attendant and switched to the throne room doors. However, it was clear that his eyes easily pierced through such a flimsy physical barrier. It didn't take long to find his target. The High Angel Parcial, the very same angel who participated in the emergency meeting only a few months ago, was pacing impatiently in the reception hall. Lucifer's placid gaze watched Parcial for a few moments before he tiredly opened his mouth. Let him in. I wish to see him as well. Chapter 503 Travel 1. A month passed quickly after the departure of the Sun and Moon squadrons, marking the completion of a third of their voyage. In this time, Damien obviously didn't stay in his small cabin. His figure could be seen atop the flight artifact's surface. basking in the feeling of outer space around him. He didn't think he'd ever get tired of this feeling. The feeling of spatial essence blanketing everything and declaring its dominion was fascinating, not to mention, his comprehension always felt a major boost whenever he went into the starry sky. Since it was the purest and most complex spatial essence in the entire universe, this was only natural. The essence is so thick and complex that most people would be shredded on contact. I used to think that any third class could traverse the starry sky, but I was dead wrong. Even a third class would need to be equipped with special artifacts to be safe in space. It was only after passing the universe baptism that one would become free of this restriction, and as if to prove his thoughts, Sharon's figure surfaced on the hull, walking towards him with casual steps. "You are training even now. If there's one thing I'll commend you for, it's your spirit," she commented while observing the surrounding space. "I didn't know sect masters could be so harsh to their precious disciples." "Don't you care about my feelings?" Damian retorted sarcastically. "Why should I? You no longer possess the power of a Star Master, so do you truly hold the same worth?" Damian raised his brow at her obvious provocation. "Do you even believe your own words? Even if I can't defeat you without my Star Master abilities, do you think I won't be able to escape?" Sharon shook her head. "It isn't about escaping, it's about battle prowess. Regardless, you no longer hold the qualifications to speak casually to me. I'd say our current environment is where my qualifications are the highest, though. I might be even more empowered here than within the cloud plane since I haven't completely grasped world force yet. If you wish to believe so, then that is up to you." Sharon shrugged. "Nevertheless, I did not come here to squabble with you." She extended her arm and flicked a jade slip through space. Damian also reached his arm out, and the jade slip appeared in his palm without problem. "This is?" he asked curiously. "Your new identity. Do you think your appearance makes it easy for you to stay concealed?" "If anything, you stand out most within a crowd." Damian frowned at her words, but couldn't really say anything back. On one hand, they could be considered a compliment, but he surely didn't take it as one. His fingers moved through the streaks of silver hair among his otherwise midnight black. If he had to be honest, he wanted to get rid of them too. As he grew older, he started liking the flashy appearance he currently had less and less. Whether it be his eyes or his hair, they no longer seemed as desirable as they were when he was 19, but he couldn't do anything about it. I understand. So I just have to become this guy, right?" He acquiesced. "Yes." Sharon confirmed. "As long as you can emulate the individual described in the jade slip, you will be set. We have a master among us who can aid with your appearance." Damian thought of Jiang Hualing, the transformation woman, and nodded. "Fine, but don't make me some kind of ugly bastard, so that your ability to pick up women won't be affected, Damian's eyes widened at her sudden words. "Your wives talk about you often." Sharon cracked a small smile as she walked away. Waving lightly, she gave her goodbyes. "Practice well until we arrive. It is unknown when you'll be able to extricate yourself from this operation, so mentally steel yourself as well." Damian rolled his eyes and nodded, switching his attention to the jade slip as Sharon returned inside the flight artifact. "This guy, let's see. His name is Damian Gray? 24 years old, male. It seems they didn't stray much from my original person." As he continued to read through, his face became black. "Head researcher of Evitech Industries? Academy certified professor? All-around genius in the mana science field? What the fuck?" Although he had to respect the fake identity that had been made for him, he doubted how much of it would actually work. Frankly, he was too stupid to play this role. It was then that he noticed something else among the contents of the jade slip. It was a small mechanical chip, no bigger than a grain of rice. This is, according to the jade slip, it was something the Cloud Plane forces acquired through trading with Asgard. Its identity was the most updated model of an artificial assistant program that had been in development for a very long time. With its help, playing the role of a genius wouldn't be difficult for Damian at all. However, this technology isn't something I'm familiar with at all. If someone within Asgard is able to control it remotely, things could get dangerous. It was a risk. An extreme one. Although it was also an immense benefit, it was like potentially handing over control of his life. But would that stop Damian? Let's see how they try to control me. Damian took the chip into his mouth and swallowed it. Unexpectedly, it melted on the top of his tongue and turned into countless nanomachines that attempted to spread through his body. Damien's eyes hardened. He immediately set up a barrier of void essence so that the nanomachines couldn't spread. He was taking a gamble. The void physique has always acted as if it has a mind of its own. It lets beneficial energies stay within my body, while anything remotely harmful is devoured and converted. The only question is whether or not it'll work in this situation. It was already known fact that the void physique only worked on anything energy-based. Physical constructs wouldn't be subjected to its scrutiny. It was for this reason why the Eclipsing Shadow Sect members were able to poison him all those months ago. The Eclipsing Shadow Sect, it was truly a strange twist of fate. Yet another occurrence that took place without Damien's presence. It was also the reason why Damien never ended up joining the Purge. As it turns out, the Eclipsing Shadow Sect sent assassins after him after news of his performance in the Empyrean Dragon realm spread. But when the assassins arrived, Damien was already on Tanglingzi's floating island, comatose after his tribulation. Tianyang took care of those assassins easily, only informing Damien about it after he returned to the cloud plane, and along with the failure of the assassins, the entire Eclipsing Shadow Sect vanished into thin air. Did they flee? To Nivelhame? Damien wondered. If they wanted to flee, it was their only safe haven. After all, forces like the Eclipsing Shadow Sect were under Nivelhame's direct control. They didn't have any contact with the Nox's main forces. If you truly fled to Nivelhame, it's good for me. I'll be able to exterminate you with my own hands. Damien clenched his fist as he thought about it. The humiliation from that day, he'd never forget it as long as he lived. It was the first time since the dungeon that he was forced to flee so miserably, and it was the first time humans were able to push him into dire straits. It wasn't that Damien looked down on humanity, but he understood how powerful beasts of the same level could be, so to be pushed back by a group of humans, especially ones in the same class as him, he abhorred the thought. As Damien's tangent came to an end, the gamble he made within his body finally bore fruit. The nanomachines were a mix of physical construction and foreign energy, so he really was unsure whether things would work out as he expected. But there were no problems. The void physique moved into action the second the nanomachines came in contact with his void essence. Almost every single one of them was broken down into energy and devoured. The only cluster that remained intact was the one headed to his brain. Strange. The control chip wasn't harmful, but the devices attached to it were. This must also be how they fooled the cloud plane forces. Damien's eyes narrowed inadvertently. Now, is this just a crude safety measure, or are we surrounded by enemies on all sides? As soon as the thought entered his mind, Damien realized he needed to take action. Things will be interesting from now on. Chapter 504 Travel 2. Initializing, the green holographic text box appeared in front of Damien's eyes. Or rather, it appeared in his mind. He could see it, but it didn't project into reality like the main system window. Core processor activated, checking diagnostics, diagnostics unavailable, sending report to mainframe, connection failed, connection failed, connection failed, halting attempts, rebooting. The voice in his head went silent for a second before reappearing. After initializing one more time, it completely changed its tone. Greetings. I am the artificial core assigned to aid you in your adventures. Please enter your name. Damien Void, Damien said curiously. Registering Damien Void, searching database, host identified. Damien Void has been recognized as the host. Due to interference with the core systems, Damien Void will be assigned as the administrator. Damien's brow finally raised. The interference messages didn't surprise him, since he was actively holding the control center within a barrier of void essence, but this new procedure did just that. This administrator setting must not show up for anyone else since the administrator is automatically set during initialization. It's a good thing that I saved myself, but I'm not sure if I should do the same for the rest. It could be dangerous. Damien's chip not appearing in the main system could be written off as a bug. But if the same thing happened multiple times, suspicion would grow and impede his plans. It was much better to have an enemy who moved as one predicted rather than one who plotted in the dark. Alright, now that the setup process is over, tell me what you can do. He thought to himself, but the chip in his head seemed to understand his intent. Artificial core processor number 1738, codenamed Eve, is ready to assist. I can improve the host's processing power, reaction speed, and much more. Please read through the instruction manual for details. The green holographic window changed to show the very instruction manual that the AI just mentioned. Damien did a quick skim over it to understand its functions. Essentially, it's a literal virtual assistant. It can handle plenty of menial tasks, and with its ability to enhance my memory and processing power, it makes it easy for me to play my role. Not to mention, with another thought, the screen disappeared from Damien's vision. What replaced it was a flood of code entering his brain, but strangely enough, this code was registered in Damien's mind as memory. He was truly being given the memories of the individual named Damian Gray. It was a real cheat. Damien was instantly turned into a mana research genius. Well, it's not right to say that since I'm not truly a scientist. Pretending to be one should be extremely easy now, though. Damien shook his head and played with the artificial intelligence for a while longer, familiarizing himself with it in the process. This can be included into the Ananta matrix. He realized at some point. With the idea rooted in his head, Damien's thoughts became wilder and wilder, but he held himself back. Although he already absolved himself of the hidden dangers, he still needed to be cautious until Asgard's intentions and schemes were revealed. Until then, he'd use the AI as it was intended, as a mere memory support and acting aid. A month passed without suspense after Sharon's visit. Damien spent this month intermittently switching between practicing and learning more about Damian Gray, who he would soon have to embody. As it turned out, Damian Gray wasn't too different from him at all. Overall, it could be said that the man was just a muted version of normal Damien, but he was far more serious than the latter. Damien would have to quell his urge to mess around all the time until this mission ended. His family died in a car accident. It seems those are prevalent no matter where you go. I have a wife and kids. The setting was done quite well. After all, having no relatives in the slightest would be more suspicious than anything. Setting him up with a family made total sense, but having to become a family man all of a sudden, no, this is good too. I could use some practice for when. Never mind. Schwer has been moody recently too. I need experience dealing with kids. Even his home life would be training. With this somewhat depressing thought in mind, Damien continued his routine, but not everyone was as relaxed as him. The atmosphere within the starship was becoming tenser with every passing second. What role do you have? A woman asked her friend, but she was met with immediate rejection. Shoo. That's confidential information. Who cares? It's not like they'll do anything to us if we share. Really? Of course. Oh, okay. I actually wanted to talk about it to someone. My role is. The woman's voice was cut off as her head detached from her body. Sharon stood behind her coldly. Her hand dripping with blood. A second head went flying soon after, giving a strong warning to those on board. This operation wasn't a joke. Military discipline would be followed to the T. If a rule was broken, punishment of the same severity would be dealt out, and the punishment for leaking or attempting to leak confidential information, death without mercy. Regardless of who the ones giving and receiving were, Chen sat to one side of the large recreational area with a troubled look on his face. To say that he was uncomfortable didn't do justice to his current feeling. And the only friend he had on board the ship was busy training in an environment he couldn't reach. Show me my information again. He muttered inwardly, affirmative. The host's chosen identity is Long Outyen, a research assistant under researcher Damian Gray, a prominent member of the mana science and engineering communities within Nivelhame. Chen scrunched his nose. Both the overly domineering name he was given and the eerie feeling he got from having to serve under someone named Damian irked him unendingly. As he wallowed in this feeling, a woman appeared at his feet. Or rather, she appeared from his shadow. What is it this time? He sighed. He couldn't count the number of times this woman had done the same thing since they boarded the ship. Spar with me. And her question was always the same. They sparred once near the beginning of their journey. Although Chen wasn't able to defeat Li Shou, he was able to push her back somewhat by relying on his sword and poison together. With Li Shou being an entry-level 4th class, even this much was considered a loss. Ever since that day, she would constantly pester Chen to spar with her again. While he accepted some and denied some, her challenges weren't the only burdensome thing about her. Chen didn't like the look in her eyes at all. What is this sticky feeling? Don't tell me she. He didn't want to accept it, but he understood that it was a possibility. As he lamented over his strange fate, Chen proceeded to ignore Li Shou and direct his gaze out into the starry sky beyond the glass. It must be nice. He couldn't help but be jealous of his closest friend. That annoying guy was able to experience the wonders of that atmosphere with his bare body, but Chen was able to quickly dispel his negativity. Damian had his path, while Chen had his. While Damian desired to control space, Chen desired to sever it so it could never be repaired. With them moving in practically opposite directions, Chen was more than just a little excited for the battles they'd have in the future. Chapter 505 Nivelhame 1. As the final month of the voyage to Nivelhame passed, a meeting between a certain demon emperor and high angel came to a conclusion as well. Parcial left the main palace with a relieved sigh. It is good that the demons are still holding strong. Lucifer has been ruling them properly. It had to be known that the demon race and angel race were diametrically opposed upon birth. When the universe wasn't experiencing extraneous circumstances, it wasn't strange to find them at each other's necks, but an inborn hatred couldn't always determine one's fate. The peak experts of the two races were actually on relatively good terms, being the leaders of the two strongest forces in the universe. The meetings that took place on and off for the past month were held on these good terms. When Parcial left, he didn't have anything negative to say about the demon race at all. The overall situation, however, was a different story. It seems a punitive force has begun working in Sector 8. Considering the passive nature of most plant race experts, they won't be able to hold on for long. Lucille, still bent on waiting for the opportune moment, he left the land of heaven, what angels termed their sector, without warning Lucille at all. The reason was exactly the angel race leader's inaction in the face of catastrophe. How many more people have to die before you decide to move? Or are these deaths what you desire? Regardless, I cannot follow your ideology. His thoughts hadn't reached the point of insubordination quite yet, but he was questioning his leader easily. Although angels had a habit of not questioning their authorities, Parcial was always different. It was the reason why he never rose to the true highest circle of class. His viewpoint just didn't align with theirs. Parcial almost felt ashamed by how well he got along with the demons instead. Even if they were brutal and cunning, they at least had their priorities straight. Despite everything I say, neither the angel nor demon races who my gut is telling me to rely on. It truly makes me curious. What kind of trump card have the humans come up with in the past 10,000 years? Why does my intuition favor them so heavily? The only way for him to find out was to head to the human domain himself. It would take another 6 months at least for his travel to come to a close, but Parcial didn't mind. To an old monster like him who had lived tens of thousands of years, what did a mere 6 months matter? With this thought in mind, he continued his trek. Although he was delayed occasionally due to various matters along the way, he always faithfully returned to the mission he assigned himself, and as that happened, a month went by. The various machinations of those throughout the human domain began to converge. Listen well. Although we, the Cloud Plane forces, are at the head of this operation, we are not the only ones participating. By Sharon's indifferent voice traveled through the starship as she gave a few final words before they arrived at their destination. Within the human domain, there were 9 worlds that stood united at the forefront of battle. Bloodland, Aisha, Asgard, Apiron, the Cloud Plane, Mirrorbloom, Reheven, Pharaoh, and Ataraxia. Of these, Reheven and Aisha fell in the last war. The remnants of Asgard have become a mere rebellion within Nivelhame, and Apiron has vanished without contact. By Sharon's indifference faded slightly as a hint of fury colored her face. We, the human domain, have always been at the forefront of any war, protecting our universe without fail. Yet, we have now been weakened so, and the other races don't pay us as much attention, nor do they offer aid in our trying times. We only have each other to rely on, so infighting between forces of the human domain is forbidden. Anyone caught breaking this law will be punished with death. As I was saying before, forces from Mirrorbloom, Pharaoh, and Ataraxia will be aiding us in this mission. Although you most likely will not encounter them, I am giving you fair warning just in case. Cooperate without conflict if they are with us, and kill without mercy if they are against. As for which side they fall into, such a thing can be left to personal judgment. Everyone here has been handpicked by our experts, so there is no need to worry about trust. It wasn't just that all the gathered forces were handpicked by experts, they were also screened by Damian using his Star Master powers, and again screened by Tanglingsi who offered him this small bit of help when he asked for it. In essence, the Cloud Plane forces were clean. Nothing like what happened with the Wang and Shui clans would happen during this expedition. We will arrive in Nivelhame within the day. When we do, we will land the ship peacefully. With our numbers, it is impossible for our presence to be hidden. But we can at least keep our intentions a secret. After all, to the rest of the universe, Asgard is simply a separate country within this world. Information on the true struggles taking place here has been largely blocked. How can we be sure that Nivelhame won't question our entry? An old man questioned. His eyes shone with a light of wisdom and curiosity unbefitting his age. But they didn't look out of place on his person at all. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Good question. Actually, Asgard's forces were once forced to take a mana oath to never reveal their situation to outsiders. Naturally, it was an oath made after all loopholes were extinguished. Then, Chen smiled for the first time. Even if it was a cold smile that reeked of killing intent, it still looked immensely beautiful on her face. The oath even covered whether or not information was leaked after death, forbidding this action. But what if information never leaked? What if the information was found by a third party without Asgard's knowledge? What if the person who found the information was a Nivelhame native since birth, but wasn't a part of Asgard? What you're saying is there is an insider that is helping us. Chen's smile became mysterious. Whether it is an insider or someone from our own ranks doesn't matter. What matters is that we are guaranteed safety at least until we have landed on the surface. After that, it is up to us to survive. Chen continued her speech, going over the ins and outs of the operation and the various ways the web of information would interconnect, but Damian had already withdrawn his awareness by this point. He was only technically a member of the operation while he was actually using it as a front to move alone. Due to this, he didn't need to know details that exceeded his station. His gaze moved to the horizon, or whatever the equivalent term was when one was floating through space, and locked onto a certain planet drifting in the distance. I believe now would be the best time to separate. He held to the plan he created over a month ago. Because of Eve, the AI chip in his head, he was able to understand the general position of where his role was supposed to be. After arriving there, things would progress naturally, and according to the main plan, he was only supposed to arrive at this place after leaving Asgard secretly, but Damien didn't want to associate too much with those inside the starship. His existence, to this day, was only known to the hidden dragon group and Chen. How could the others notice him when he was merged into the folds of outer space for the majority of the trip? Since his identity was covered well and the opportune moment was upon him, the only thing left to do was act. His figure flashed away, appearing within the cabin of a certain swordmaster. Without warning, he grabbed the latter's shoulder and flashed away again. No time to explain. This is going to be a bumpy ride, so make sure to enjoy it. Those were the last words Lu Shang heard before his vision became blurred with a flurry of colors. Chapter 506 Nivelhame 2. The rushing winds were so loud that even calling them roars didn't do them justice. As two men plummeted to the surface of an unnamed world, their bodies were almost ripped to shreds by the wind alone. But why did it seem like they enjoyed it? Two vastly different screams were lost in the wind. It wouldn't be long before the two were set aflame by their velocity. As for how they arrived in such a strange situation, it was really simple. Damien's teleportation range spanned around 10,000 kilometers at its full potential, but at that distance, he couldn't quite pinpoint where he'd land when he appeared. Not to mention, Nivelhame was still far more than just a mere 10,000 kilometers away when he grabbed Lu Shang and left the starship. With Lu Shang unable to wear the chaotic space with his body alone, Damien was forced to hastily teleport them. Before the negative effects could impact them, essentially, a hasty and not carefully planned teleportation trip ended with them falling into Nivelhame's atmosphere and dropping to the ground with its gravity. Gravity that Damien realized was a few times that of the cloud plane. Let's go. Damien's excited shout didn't make it very far. Even Lu Shang didn't hear it. But it perfectly summarized his current excitement from the new adventure in front of him and the insane circumstance that started it. When he arrived on the surface, he wouldn't be able to display these emotions, so he let them out in full while they fell. It was exhilarating. Even while knowing he could use mana to stabilize himself or teleport to safety, it was still exhilarating. It was the raw human emotion that one would feel when they fell through the sky unbarred by anything and everything. On the other hand, Lu Shang was experiencing sheer terror. It was one thing to fly in the sky, it was another to fall through it. In his shock, he even forgot that mana was a viable option to stop himself, so he continued his descent with Damien. As they fell, Damien checked over his body with his awareness. His hair was pitch black without a single stain, and his eyes had reverted to their original amethyst color. Compared to his usual appearance, he looked exceedingly normal if one ignored his attractiveness. Now that it's gone, I kind of miss it. Then again, it's nice looking like a normal human again. With complicated feelings in mind, he grabbed Lu Shang and roused his mana, teleporting them closer to the ground while avoiding the hassle of becoming living meteors. However, right. Teleportation carries momentum. Instead of saving them, he actually accelerated their fall. Tons of flame were starting to appear on their clothing, but even this wasn't a concern. Damian enjoyed the adrenaline rush from his first time skydiving for a while longer at their new speed, that all while ignoring Long Chen, who became quite the comedic sight when he could no longer hold back any food he'd ingested prior to this experience. When the two finally reached the ground, though, Damian used vector control to absolve their momentum, leading to an anticlimactic end to their exciting escapade. And along with their feet touching the ground, a sword bursting with sword aura swung at Damian's head, accompanied by the roars of a dragon. The Empyrean dragon's sword was itching for blood, but Mirage appeared in its path at the worst possible moment, clashing with it and causing sparks to fly. "Hey! How could you attack your teammate?" Damian shouted in mock indignation. "You! How dare you call yourself a teammate?" Long Chen yelled back. He could still feel the terror that ran through his bones. It was hard for him to even swing his sword with how shaky his legs currently were. Damian smiled wryly and shook his head. Perhaps he had gone a bit too far this time, but how was he supposed to know that Long Chen had an irrational fear of heights? It's not a fear of heights, it's a fear of being dropped to death from the chaotic space above. How are you going to call that irrational? Long Chen lamented. Don't sweat the small stuff, Damian responded causally. His gaze changed immediately after. We are in enemy territory now. We must act with prudence. Long Chen's face went through the same motion, hardening when he realized the situation. The Empyrean dragon's sword vanished into his body, a pair of glasses surfaced on his face, and he became stoic. "Yes. I am Long Outyen, assistant of researcher Damian Gray." "And you?" King Chen asked seriously. Damian almost couldn't stop the smirk forming on his face. Those old fogies at the top were really accommodating this time around. A pair of glasses appeared on Damian's face as well, framing his shining purple eyes quite nicely. Strangely enough, his original eye color looked far more mystical than his unique one. Damian changed his clothes at the same time as he put his glasses on. Wearing a lab coat over a black turtleneck and equally dark pants, he looked like the typical picture of a young researcher with a bit of style. "I am Professor Damian Gray. It is a pleasure to meet you, my assistant." He finally replied to Long Chen. Long Chen's face was a sight to behold. He looked like an orc/ogre hybrid with how his face scrunched and frowned. "Hello, sir," he finally squeezed out. "I look forward to working with you." Damian smiled in return. "Ha, what are you talking about? Xiao Outyen, haven't we been comrades for years?" "There's no need for this flattery talk between us." Damian looked around to identify their current surroundings. It wasn't by luck that they landed in such a barren and desolate place far away from civilization. This is strange. The mysterious fire fruit was stated to be in this area, but I can't find any traces of it. Could we have been mistaken? He muttered to himself. "No, sir. This is the location we were given. Perhaps it is underground?" Long Chen responded. Outyen, you are experienced in matters related to the subterranean world. Aid me in exploring for a moment. We can return to Evatech tomorrow if need be." Long Chen nodded and obediently followed his command. Their switch into the characters they were playing happened rapidly and flawlessly. If one didn't see them appear out of thin air moments prior, one would have no idea that they were different people, and such was the case for the eyes watching the duo as they dug through the ground. It is as the information stated. A lone voice spoke through a communication device on their hip. "Professor Damian Gray and his assistant Long Outyen are within the Outer Wilds as I speak. From the disarray of their clothing and the tracks left behind, I can confirm that they have been in the area for many days already." The tracks the voice was referring to were naturally prepared for when Damian and Long Chen arrived at this location a few days later, but due to Damian's decision, they'd arrived far earlier than they were supposed to, and perhaps this decision was the one that saved their lives. Affirmative. Professor Damian Gray and Long Outyen will be registered as verified persons. Notify the rest of the force that they are no longer suspicious. The voice gave a sound of acknowledgement to the one who replied to their report. Even though they'd personally verified what they needed, they couldn't help but feel suspicious about the whole thing. The timing at which the two appeared in front of their vision was simply too convenient. But then again, it wasn't their job to worry about the small things. Now that the report was submitted, there was no need for them to stay within this desolate wasteland. It is about time. That ship should be landing in Asgard territory within a few days. I must regroup with the Phantom Squad and head there to observe. With this last thought, the individual vanished from the outer wilds, using a teleportation device to return to the nearest city, and at the same time, Damian and Long Chen's gazes met, with them heaving a collective sigh of relief. Their time in Nivelhame had begun with an extremely close encounter. Chapter 507 Nivelhame 3. What was that? Long Chen immediately began questioning Damian after they felt the earlier gaze disappear. Naturally, he was careful enough to do so through mental transmission. It looks like my guess had at least a little bit of merit. To think there'd be people waiting for us here. Damian muttered to himself. Looking at the confused Long Chen, he began roughly explaining the situation. So essentially, there might be people within Asgard working against us? Long Chen asked with furrowed brows. Whether or not it's that, we can't say without evidence. All I know is that there's something going on behind the scenes of this operation. Even if our enemies don't have completely accurate information, they at least have clues of our identities. The two continued speaking about the problem. But they couldn't come to any solid conclusions. They simply had too little information. Instead, they reviewed information on Nivelhame and their current surroundings. Currently, we're in the Outer Wilds, a wasteland that surrounds the hub city of Escalation. This Outer Wilds is a place wrought with Nox corruption, so life can't persist within. However, some rare flora and minerals thrive in these conditions, not to mention, signs of the previous war still persist in the Outer Wilds. This is a land wrought with the treasures and legacies of the fallen, so many scavengers venture them to try their luck. Long Chen nodded. My information is the same. The mysterious fire fruit our aliases were searching for is especially important in our current research. Damian acknowledged. It's a little insane. This guy was researching duplication of matter, specifically treasures. If he succeeded, elixirs and the likes could be mass-produced with little to no material cost. While I don't quite understand what it all means, I at least know it's groundbreaking research. Long Chen finished off. Their alternate identities were oddly well built. It was almost as if Damien shook his head. Regardless of whether Damian Gray truly lived or not, it didn't change the fact that Damien was now in his place. His fate was an inconsequential matter compared to the safety of Sector 3. Damien's home, Escalation, is a hub city, one of 16 hubs present within the Outer Wilds that span the entirety of the rest of the world. Asgard's territory is around the size of 3 of these hubs at most. Damian moved on to the next topic. After all, Escalation was going to be their home for the foreseeable future. Not to mention, it held immense strategic importance. Evitech, the leading conglomerate in the fields of research and science, it was a place where dreams were made reality, where the impossible was turned possible, but in reality, it was precisely the Nox's most important asset in Nivelhame. The research done by Evitech was most likely the main reason a demigod was sent to oversee the world. Sector 3 was already down on its luck. Without something so important, the Nox would have no need to send a crucial part of their battle prowess. A demigod. Although there was no way for Damian to know how those outside the sector viewed it, he at least had an inkling that there had to be something important within Evitech. Otherwise, why would the Nox bother with it at all? But before we can pry into that, we have to find the mysterious firefruit. Damian and Long Chen spent far longer in the Outer Wilds than they originally expected. The mysterious firefruit held the word mysterious in its name for a reason. In the end, they found it 60 feet underground, submerged by a pool of bubbling lava. It was only after this small task was finished did the two finally relax. Should we return? Long Chen asked tentatively. Even though they'd thoroughly rehearsed their new roles, it didn't stop his nerves. He was never a man built to do these kinds of covert jobs. Damian cracked his neck and resounded with a smile. Yeah, let's go have some fun. He, unlike Long Chen, had no reservations. Judging from the previous Damian Gray's memories that Eve kept feeding him, Escalation was actually quite the place. A circular emblem appeared in Damian's hand when he willed for it. The same happened with Long Chen. The two poured their mana into the devices without hesitation, aiming for a certain marking within the device's systems, and when their mana mingled with that marking, their bodies disappeared from the Outer Wilds without leaving a trace. Considering how there were only 16 hub cities in total, each one held a frightening population of people. Escalation, among them, was the most crowded, being the home of Evitech and many other prominent businesses. Its population was well into the hundreds of millions, its size being just as massive to house all these people. But despite how crowded the massive number made it seem, Escalation was fairly orderly. The streets and alleys of the city formed an interconnected web that made it so one could reach anywhere in the city from anywhere else if one wished to. Interactive holographic technology allowed for the denizens of this world to carry personal devices that far exceeded the technological capabilities of mana, allowing them to maneuver these complicated routes with ease. And when mana was added into the equation, the simplicity of living became truly wondrous. In one vein, one could say that Nivelhame was an Elysium for people. But on the other hand, it could be considered a fancy cage. People leaned towards both opinions, and there were some people who thought completely differently, but regardless of their thoughts, they lived day to day within the impenetrable barriers of Evilion. Within a certain research center, located underground near the center of the city, two individuals materialized on a platform designated specifically for their arrival. This is interesting. It's more similar to my warp skill than a teleportation formation. But the method they used to create it is completely different. While Damian admired their mastery of teleportation, an attendant arrived in the area and walked up to him. "Greetings, Professor Damian. Please pardon me while I take care of the usual procedures." A cylindrical device appeared in her hand, and after she pressed a button on its side, it projected a strange light that scanned Damian and Long Chen from head to toe. The duo stood silent and let the device probe them. They'd been ready for this since the beginning, but even then, they couldn't calm their nervous hearts. Their disguises might have seemed weak, but Jiang Hualing's reputation would definitely suggest otherwise. Still, the duo hadn't been acquainted with her long enough to hold such blind trust in her abilities. It was a thorough scan. Fingerprints, irises, even genetic matching. It was more than thorough, it was extreme, to the level where Damien didn't know whether a technique from the cloud plane could counter it, but he was underestimating the denizens of the cloud plane too much. Although their aesthetic made it feel as if they were living in the past, their skills certainly matched up to the current era. They hadn't spent all those years idling. Damien marveled inwardly as the skin came to a close. He didn't know how mana was used to fool the device, but it was truly a show of insane technical skill. Great. The data matches perfectly as always. Thank you for your time, Professor. With the attendant's words, Damian and Long Chen were immediately cleared of any suspicion on them for a considerable time period. Damian gave a sound of acknowledgement and walked through the doors of the reception room, entering the main building. Good, he thought, inwardly smiling. The first step has been taken care of. Now, all that's left is to run wild. Chapter 508 Nivelhame 4. The headquarters of Evitech Industries wasn't actually a single building. It was more similar to a complex of buildings interconnected through translucent bridges, but this configuration wasn't strange at all. Evitech wasn't home to just a few hundred or few thousand researchers and scientists. It was a massive conglomerate that controlled the technical advancement of all 16 hub cities. Evitech's shadow could be seen looming over every positive change that has taken place in Nivelhame over the years. Of course, there was an equal amount of poison in that shadow, but even those who knew of this poison didn't move to stop its spread. After all, who would dare go against Evitech? The reception room wasn't connected to any of the surrounding structures in the massive complex that made up Evitech headquarters. It was instead located in the direct center, blocked off from the world through the use of various technologies and skills. Only after one completed the verification process would the rest of the world open up to them. A series of portals would appear in front of the verified researcher. And due to the system that interconnected everything within Evitech, the artificial intelligence systems were able to accurately open portals that strictly relate to the researcher in question. It was yet another display of arrogance by Evitech, and a declaration that they were indomitable. Currently, Damien was facing this very array of portals. There were many of them, considering his status within the company, but there were 5 in particular that he kept in mind. First was the lab where matter duplication research was taking place. After that came the general area where the researchers would stay if they needed second opinions on their work or simply to take a break, and third was the home of Damian Gray, which was also within Evitech. As for the 4th and 5th portals, they were labs used for other research, more personal use than the main lab. These would naturally be useful later on, but for now, Damian didn't need them. "Outyan, have you had dinner?" he asked lightly. Long Chen, who was dutifully standing behind him like a servant, shook his head. "No, sir. I have been with you this entire time." "Ha. You're right. Then, how about coming over to my place?" Long Chen scratched his head. However, I may have some business to attend to at home." Damian looked meaningfully at Long Chen. Clearly, this brat was leaving him to deal with his new wife and kid on his own. Long Chen's role, Long Outyan, was actually an orphan. Damian's brow twitched. but he couldn't do anything about it. He was no longer Damien Void. Instead, he was forced to give Long Chen a pat on the shoulder and send him off. I understand. If things get difficult, you can always let me know. Long Chen forced a smile and left Damien behind, walking into his own set of portals, which were limited in number to just 2, and leaving, Damien grinned to himself. From Long Kerb's smile, he knew his move was successful. "Ha, you brat. You're a million years too early to mess with this big brother, it was just a harmless prank. He just used a little bit of dragon pressure on his dear friend. Although it wouldn't be enough to harm him at all, it would make him feel incredibly uncomfortable for a good few hours." Trying as hard as he could to suppress his grin, Damien vanished through the portal to his new home. The Evotech headquarters wasn't just made of research labs and meeting rooms, it had a variety of different areas with contrasting purposes: a cafeteria that served world-class food, a recreational area for exercise or simple relaxation, and even a residential area. But perhaps the first 2 of the aforementioned amenities only existed due to the last one. Ecotech was heavily insistent on secrecy. Even mana oaths weren't enough to guarantee their trust. Therefore, they built the various facilities in the south wing of the building to accommodate the families of their researchers. Even institutes had been built within the complex so children of these researchers wouldn't be inhibited by their situations, but many people viewed this place as a prison of slaves. Once one entered, they couldn't leave. The only ones who were allowed leave were researchers who submitted requests and gained approval from the executive board. Essentially, only someone on Damian Gray's level was allowed this bit of vanity, within one of the houses in the residential area. A beautiful woman in her mid-20s stood in a kitchen, happily cooking away. Her hair was jet black in color, and her eyes a common brown. Still, her more common features didn't diminish her beauty. When Damien stepped through the portal, this woman was the first thing he saw. And his first impression: she's strange. Her body was average, and her face was average as well, but something about her screamed that she was a beauty. It was like a passive charm that infected everything around it. But since the void physique and all-seeing eyes didn't react, he knew it wasn't charm at all. All-seeing eyes have been activated. Status: Aisha Gray, Valkyrie, female, age 10,023. Level 298, Heavenly Maiden. Titles: Final Valkyrie, Daughter of Heaven, Lightbearer. Affinities: Light, Spirit. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Under the guise of a dutiful wife in the kitchen was a battle angel that he had no chance of defeating without world force. "Honey, you're finally home." When she saw him standing in the doorway, she left the kitchen immediately, jumping into his arms and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Damien was stunned. He was sure he was just kissed, but why did it feel so cold? It felt like if he lingered on that feeling, someone would. "Yes, I'm home, honey." Thanks as always for the delectable greeting. In natural Damien fashion, he ignored the warning bells and decided to tease her anyway. They were husband and wife, right? This much should be allowed. Aisha forced a smile coy onto her face, but it was clear it was her first time trying to do so. Frankly, the way her features were scrunched was not appealing at all. Hee. "How can I disappoint my amazing husband?" she replied shyly. To an outside observer, there was nothing wrong with their conversation. But with Aisha's acute senses as a mid-level 4th class being in Damien's all-seeing eyes, they could clearly see each other's micro-movements, the very source of their current awkwardness. "Fuck, she probably knows I peeked on her. Shit, how did he discover my identity?" The duo's thinking followed the same path. But they didn't express it out loud. They continued their husband and wife act as they entered further into the house, sitting down on the living room sofa and relaxing in each other's arms. "Honey, didn't you say you had to go out? When did you arrive?" Aisha asked curiously, traces of seriousness lacing her words. Damien smiled. "Ah, you know how it is. Due to some unexpected circumstances, I was able to come home early." Without Yin's help, getting the mysterious fire fruit was a piece of cake. Aisha narrowed her eyes. If you got the mysterious fire fruit, then what went wrong? Naturally, it was the scavengers. Just before we found the mysterious fire fruit, we ran into a strange one and had to scurry away. Aisha's eyes hardened. Although she hates talking in riddles, these riddles were the reason why she understood Damien's sudden entrance. It had to be known that his arrival was supposed to still be a few days away, but now that he was here, nothing else could be done. The normal husband and wife conversation that hid an exchange of information continued on for a long while, stopping only when the sun rose over the horizon. Chapter 509 Assassinate 1. As it turned out, Aisha was truly the last surviving member of the Valkyrie race, an original member of Asgard. She was born shortly before the Great War began, and she didn't have nearly enough time to grow her strength before the flames of war encapsulated the universe. As the youngest, she was hidden and protected by the entire race, ensuring her survival over the corpses of her brethren. Aisha never left this unnamed world since then. She grew her strength by battling against the Nox on the surface and became a true powerhouse who could hold a say in the most important matters. The decision to have her play his wife was actually her own. In truth, she was a close friend of Sharon, who filled her in on Damian's role. It wasn't just curiosity that drove her to his side, it was her duty and her hatred. She was here because this was the job she'd been wanting to do for a very long time, but with Asgard's conservative movements, it was always impossible, and Damian didn't mind her presence. Although her elemental affinities weren't specialized in stealth, her power alone was enough to make her useful. The spirit element would be a great help as well. Damian had slight familiarity with this field due to Schwer's matter, so he was sure he could put this woman to good use. His thoughts concluded as he stepped through a portal that appeared before him. Leaving behind Aisha and his child that he didn't even meet yet, he arrived at the main lab used for treasure duplication research. Evoteka's headquarters actually didn't have many spaces where large groups worked together. Every location where something like that was necessary was situated off-site in one of the other 16 hub cities. As for Evotek headquarters, only researchers working on extremely important and confidential projects were granted personal laboratories. The rest of the labs were used mainly for production and storage, while occasionally large groups of researchers would cooperate on especially large breakthroughs. Regardless, the lab belonging to Damian Gray was his personal property. There were only 3 people who had ever stepped foot in this lab. The first was him, the second was Long Outyen, and the third, stepping out of the same portal as him, was the very same Aisha Gray that was playing his wife. In reality, she was a researcher who worked side by side with her husband. The couple was fairly well known for their incredible synergy while working. As the two stepped into the lab, Longchen did the same through his own portal. When he looked over and saw Damian, he put on a smile full of flattery and walked over. "Sir, you came in early today. I wasn't even able to tidy up the lab yet," he said jokingly as he passed over a cup of coffee. Damian accepted it gratefully. You know how it is. The wife was hit with some inspiration last night, so she wanted to come in early." Longchen flashed an oily grin. Hee, I understand, sir, I totally understand. I'm sure you were given plenty of inspiration as well. Damian rolled his eyes and smacked the back of Longchen's head. "Outyen, we need to get you married soon." "Alright, enough of that for now. Let's head inside." Damian finished his coffee and put it to the side, walking through the heavy mechanical doors that stood between him and the lab. Naturally, the portal didn't teleport directly inside the lab. The sanitation issues from such a move were too plentiful. Instead, it sent them to a reception area connected to the lab where they could prepare themselves before entering. With the lab door opening, Damian's trio walked through individually, being scanned and wiped clean of any impurity before they could enter. And once they completed the procedure, the small yet grand scene of the lab greeted them. "I don't understand why we came here. Is the treasure duplication research that important?" Longchen asked through sound transmission. Damian shook his head. "It isn't that. We just arrived, and although we've cleared most of the suspicions on us, we still have to be careful. For at least the next week, we'll go business as usual and completely immerse ourselves in these roles." Longchen nodded hesitantly. In the end, he also realized that he was sent here to support Damian. Even without his role, just the fact that Damian took him along meant he already knew this fact, and if so, Longchen would simply follow. He always heard of this bastard's exploits, but never got to experience his greatness himself. This curiosity was the only thing allowing Longchen to ignore the sinking feeling he got whenever he thought about following Damian's orders. A week quickly passed. Just as Damian said, the trio acted in their roles without the slightest deviation. From the lab to the house and back and forth, Damian's routine was steady. During this time, he was also able to meet his daughter, Riva. She was a small girl around 8 or 9 years old with a cheerful personality. Aisha refused to tell him her origins, so Damian could only remain curious. But the girl's status window was truly bizarre. Status: Riva, female, age 10, level 152, titles: Child of the Abyss, affinities. It was strange. It had to be known, Damian's eyes didn't create a new status window from the information it discovered. It gained the ability to see through someone and peer into the personal status window that only they could see. In essence, Reva's status window was naturally like that, filled with question marks even to her own eyes. Damien was aware of the possibility, since he still had a few question marks in his status window even after unlocking his time affinity. But the sheer number of them was preposterous. Obviously this child's background wasn't simple. And if her title said anything, Damien realized he'd have to talk to this child about it at some point. But now wasn't even close to the right time. After all, now that a week passed, those of the Sun and Moon squadrons had already arrived on the planet, and of course, by Sharon, with her monstrous perception, already knew Damien left the starship. As if punishing him for moving without informing her, she sent an assassination mission over the second they touched ground. Damien clicked his tongue as he looked at the information being projected into his head by Eve. Apparently, the AI cores also had this kind of ability. It was no wonder they were aiming to create an information network. With this kind of connection, traces of an assembly line would never be found. Regardless, Damien continued to look over the information he was given. His target was a woman named Audrey Price. She was a researcher in charge of chimera experiments. These chimeras were similar creatures to the abominations Damien met in the trial world. As expected, those under the Nox were always the same kind. Abominations were a great part of the Nox's strength. Along with devil worshippers, they were the meat shields sent out to wear down the sector's forces so that the true Nox didn't have to do any work. In fact, Damien even suspected that the Nox were quite low in numbers. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to rely on such strategies. But that was beside the point. Aubrey Price worked in the North Wing, her main laboratory being Lab 1622. His job was a clean and simple assassination. Naturally, he had to leave no evidence. Damien clicked his tongue once again. As he got ready to swipe away the information, Eve left him with yet another surprise. There's more. Chapter 510 Assassinate, 2, in total, by Sharon gave him 5 assassination targets, along with Aubrey Price. They were named Eli Rogers, Joe Bernard, Elizabeth Oscar, and Lynn Carter. Each of them headed a separate branch of research, and none of them were easy targets. Wasn't this a bit too much? Why was by Sharon punishing him like a jealous wife? Damien lamented about the workload he gained when he just finally guaranteed his safety. It won't even be close to easy. These people don't have high strength since they focused on research, but they are constantly surrounded by guards and eyes. It'll be impossible to just kill them whenever. Actually, even Damian Gray had an entourage of guards that would usually stick around him, but his laboratory and home were strictly off limits. The guards could only stay outside, but the lab was practically impenetrable through force, and the perimeter of guards around his home guaranteed its safety. But that was just how Damian Gray did things. He didn't know the personal preferences of those other researchers. If they clung to their lives dearly, perhaps their guards would maintain close proximity for 24 hours a day. H.M. Lynn Carter. Damien's attention was suddenly focused on the last name on the list. The name sounded oddly familiar, which didn't fit with the fact that it was his first time in this world. Where could he possibly have? It didn't take long for him to recall the memory. His spiritual world was far more enhanced than someone at his level should have been. Indelible memory was a perk of that. Well, calling it indelible was a stretch, but Damien knew he'd get there eventually. The memory he recalled this time, however, was actually from Earth, a group of researchers in an underground laboratory, all headed towards the same place. A voice rang out from among them filled with complex emotions. Commence trial 127 for project title, Core Extraction. Damien's eyes immediately hardened. Right, the woman named Lynn Carter was there on Earth. She and the scientists under her were in charge of a project with an exceedingly ferocious name, Core Extraction. To rob a world of its core, what did this mean? It wasn't just the destruction of the world, it was the destruction of all life existing on the planet, and aside from that, if the process wasn't completed properly, the vacuum created by the world core's absence could lead to the formation of a dead zone, and in dead zones, even time became inconsequential. It was a true hell of blackness. Is this it? Have I stumbled upon something great so easily? Damien questioned himself. Naturally, the information he had on Lynn Carter didn't mention the core extraction project at all. It instead listed her as a key figure in chimera research along with Audrey Price. Did it mean that even those who gathered information on her didn't learn about the project, or did it mean they were intentionally hiding it? Damien didn't know, and he had no intention of informing Aisha about it. While on the surface, she was a hero of justice and a woman filled with vengeance. Damien's trust in Asgard was waning, not that he had trust in the organization in the first place, but their actions only continued to build suspicion in his heart. He needed to find a moment to sneak out. He could tell Aisha about the other assassinations, but he would keep Lynn Carter a secret. In that way, he would have a convenient alibi. Should I inform Long Chen? He shook the thought off immediately. Long Chen's involvement would most likely lead to Aisha's suspicion. As they said, to fool one's enemy, one must first fool one's friends. Damien locked this plan in his mind. To think I would find something big so quick. Core extraction. Not only should I destroy this research, but I should also learn from it. It will be very useful in the future. The duty of a celestial was to rule over celestial bodies. To rule meant to bring prosperity. And for prosperity, any bad seeds needed to be pulled out before they could contaminate the rest. If he had to destroy a world for such reasons, he'd do it without hesitation. Currently, Nivelhame was in question. He hadn't seen the world core yet, and he hadn't even explored the world. Still, he had the vague feeling that he was surrounded by enemies, and he didn't want to let this feeling persist. First, let's complete by Sharon's task. I've always thought an assassin with spatial powers would be overpowered, an assassin who had no limits but their own imagination. An individual who could appear anywhere as long as the ever-present folds of space accepted his entry, even if spatial locks existed, and spatial fluctuations left traces. Damien had the means to deal with both of them. And he also possessed the ultimate weapon for killing silently. Wisps of pitch-black essence snaked around his fingertips so covertly that not a single soul noticed its presence. A ruthless grin threatened to spread across his face. Once again, it was time to go hunting. In the dark of night, somewhere in the south wing, a woman lay silent in bed, getting ample rest during the night so she could return to her research when day came. Her breathing was even, her chest rising and falling steadily. Unfortunately, she was alone in the bed, but to her, this was quite fortunate indeed. Research mattered far more than any mere human relationship. As for the woman's identity? Naturally, she was Aubrey Price. As she slept, guards moved around the perimeter of her house. There was even a burly man blocking the entrance to her room, and another in front of the window. When it came to security, although Aubrey wasn't the most uptight, she also wasn't lax. But tonight, she'd learned that it wouldn't have mattered either way. A shadow appeared on a roof roughly a kilometer away. Its cold eyes easily gazing the distance and set its target. Vector control moved into action. Any momentum his spatial fluctuations left being muted to the extreme. At this level, it could only be considered a regular movement of the spatial layers. Flash, the shadow disappeared. When its figure became visible again, it was hovering over the sleeping figure of Aubrey Price. Pitch-black essence covered the shadow's hand. In his mind, he said a small prayer. May you be tortured for eternity in the depths of hell, your soul never being allowed into the cycle of reincarnation. His hand covered her face. In that instant, the ever-present yet non-existent essence on his hand snaked into her body, rapidly spreading. The shadow didn't even wait to see if his work was finished. Without a sound or even a single trace, he vanished from the area, reappearing on the same rooftop as before. As he watched from safety, Aubrey's body slowly turned pitch black, scattering into a fog that merged with the void essence in the room and dispersed into the atmosphere. And with the qualities of void essence, there would never be a single trace of it left. Even if those who investigated found traces, they'd only find spatial mana. In this case, they'd assume she was kidnapped rather than killed. Damien smiled at his handiwork. Assassination was far easier than expected. Twirling the access card in his hand, he flashed away, none being the wiser about what went down that night. As for Damien's destination, it was the location the card in his hand granted access to. It was a privilege belonging to the lab's owner alone, a way to bypass the troublesome procedures that scanned even one's genetic makeup. It's time to raid her lab. If I don't like what I see, I don't mind letting it go up in flames. Chapter 511 Sent 1. Damien's figure appeared on a rooftop far away from Aubrey Price's lab. Despite the fact that he had the key, he still had to be cautious. Surveillance was strictly forbidden within the labs for various reasons, but any areas attached to the lab would be heavily surveilled. It was almost impossible to sneak inside without being noticed, and although Damien didn't have to worry about this problem as much due to his skill set, it didn't mean he was completely free from it. His spatial abilities, at least in terms of travel, depended heavily on awareness. His awareness was a medium by which the spatial layers could connect to him. His body became part of a circuit through which he could move with the utmost ease. Naturally, as his awareness spread further and his perception weakened, his accuracy in moving would also decrease. This synergy with the spatial layers was the reason why Damian's awareness could span such a vast range when his strength and mental power hadn't yet reached that level, but this method was also somewhat flawed. Because of the heavy security in the walls surrounding the lab, his awareness couldn't directly penetrate inside. There was a reason why Evotech was so assured of its security. It's still possible, but I'll have to get in close to do so. Damian furrowed his brows and surveyed the area carefully, taking note of the positioning of every nearby camera. His goal was to find blind spots, but of course, a massive corporation like Evotech wouldn't leave such an easy way out. Damian clicked his tongue when he realized it. Looks like I'll have to do this the hard way. His figure flashed away, his body swimming through the spatial layers with ease. All of a sudden, his finger moved, flickering with black lightning. Under his fine control, the lightning split into 4 strands that each moved in separate directions, still submerged in the spatial layers. Until, bzzz, Damian removed his control, letting the lightning enter the real plane once more. The second it did, the 4 strands flew into 4 nearby cameras, sending a shock through them and temporarily stalling their circuits. It's convenient. They use a combination of electricity and mana, essentially being a far more evolved variant of Earth. Because of this, old tricks still come in handy. As Damian thought, he exited the spatial layers directly outside the lab's wall. His body was only in view of 4 security cameras that had already been stalled. Knowing this, Damian put his hand up to the wall and concentrated. What he was trying to do wasn't as related to spatial movement as his usual skills, but it was still somewhat related. The main player in this case, however, was vector control. Damian connected himself to a new circuit. He sensed around him for the vectors relating to the wall. His senses went inward and located his personal vectors as well. His goal? Vibration. Through precision control of the surrounding vectors, Damian heavily vibrated the molecules in the wall, doing the same for his body as well. When their frequencies finally aligned, he plunged straight into the wall, rapidly swimming through it and coming out the other side. Fwa! Damian let out the breath he'd been holding. The stunt he just attempted was far too terrifying even for him, though, once he was around halfway through the wall, his awareness was able to penetrate the rest, so he was guaranteed safety regardless. After taking a few moments to steady his breathing and heart rate, Damian finally looked around the lab. As expected, there's nothing on the surface. Damian already expected it. That was half the reason he grabbed the access card after killing Aubrey Price. As for the other half, a red light coated the lab. An artificial voice began speaking nonsense about procedures. Before things could escalate, Damian swiped the access card through a nearby scanner, completely halting the ongoing emergency procedures. Even if he hid his traces, he couldn't yet hide his presence completely. As long as he was physically present, a specialized system like this could notice him, but that didn't matter anymore. As Damian scanned the access card, the floor of the lab opened horizontally, giving way to a descending staircase that looked ominous at just a single glance. Without hesitation, Damian descended it. Regardless of the eerie atmosphere, this was exactly what he came to see. As expected, it's disgusting. When Damian finally reached his intended destination, those were the first words out of his mouth. It had to be known. After descending the staircase, he had to maneuver himself through what seemed to be an array of sewer tunnels before he could arrive at the large underground space that constituted the hidden lab. If it wasn't for his all-seeing eyes' ability to see through all illusions, he'd have gotten lost in that sewer maze for eternity. But now that he was here, frankly, he was underwhelmed. Because what he saw was exactly what he expected: countless rows and columns of 10-foot-tall tubes filled with viscous liquid. Within that liquid were specimens of the experiment. Some still retained some humanoid form, and some lost it entirely, becoming monsters. As for others, they were still comatose, yet to be used as experimental subjects. Please stop! A distant scream of terror and pain rang out. Damian's gaze followed it, locking onto a sturdy metal door at the end of the hallway. Most likely, past there was where the actual experimentation was done. Damian pondered on it. The only concealment skill he knew was the one he borrowed from Zara. But this place was filled with bright light despite its dreary appearance. To traverse shadows to enter that room was impossible, but it wasn't like he didn't have any other means. It was just that he didn't want to deploy these means at all, or even consider them means in the first place. Yet, in the current moment, he had no choice. He needed to understand what was happening in that room. Damian sighed and connected his consciousness to the sanctuary, forcefully teleporting out a few specific beings. Q. A small group of flickering green lights appeared in front of Damian. Naturally, these were some of the wind elemental spirits that formed along with the sanctuary. They looked at Damian as a collective, curiously circling around him, but even as they did, Damian was sweating. These elemental spirits were incredibly obedient. They viewed him as their creator, and would even directly kill themselves if he desired. However, that didn't mean anything. There was a hidden danger in utilizing the elemental spirits in dangerous situations. Even now, perfectly prepared to give them the order, Damian couldn't help but hesitate. Could he face the consequences if one of them died? It was his neck on the line if they were injured in any way. The problem was quite simple, yet infinitely complicated at the same time. After all, these elemental spirits were little Schwer's children. If one of them was so much as slightly injured, he'd surely meet his doom to her wrath, because Schwer's wrath. Was truly terrifying. Chapter 5:12 Cent. 2. In the end, Damian still decided to use the elemental spirits. They were too important to his current goal. The spirits created a network through which they could project the scene from within the room directly to Damian. This was the specific reason Damian chose the wind spirits, but these particular spirits were better termed air spirits. Their capabilities far surpassed the wind carried sound, and the air was a medium through which all else traveled. The only medium greater than it was space. Therefore, these spirits could utilize their control to project both sight and hearing to Damian. Experiment number 3758, failure. These were the first words Damian heard. Accompanying them was a small screen in front of his eyes depicting an aged man and a young girl standing around a contraption meant to chain down test subjects during experimentation. On that device was a naked man. Half his skin was gone, the other half turning inky black in color. His face was morphed into an eternal expression of terror that held even after he fainted, but he didn't die yet. The little girl inadvertently finished Damian's thought. It's true that he didn't die, but this rate of infection isn't nearly enough. Besides, look at his body. We cannot call this even a portion of the perfect soldier we are trying to create. The little girl looked at the man's body and harumphed. Even if it looks deplorable, don't insult my creations like that. If it wasn't for the last step, would things have gone so wrong? We created artificial superhumans, we just can't conform them to the Lord's species properly. The old man clicked his tongue and nodded. In reality, although this man's body was perfectly shaped like a human, he was a combination of various different beasts, the arms of an ape, the legs of a cheetah, each section of his body was portioned off as such. But still, even with all the power they stuffed into him, he couldn't last the transfusion of Nox's bloodline, while the two researchers were lamenting. Damian was reeling in shock. He wasn't surprised by the experiments, nor by the cruel scene of torture within the room. He wasn't surprised by the substance that was similar to the death seed Zara ate, nor was he surprised by the Nox's perfect being plan. What surprised him was, aren't they trying to create me, evolving by incorporating the strengths of beasts into his body? This was one of the core functions of his void physique. Being able to assimilate Nox's bloodline without any injury was the same. Oddly enough, Damian found that their so-called perfect being resembled not him, but the void physique. They are trying to imitate the effects of the void physique. The second he realized it, his mind felt like bursting. Until now, there wasn't a single person who knew about his physique. It was an utter mystery, and no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find answers. The only answers he had were the ones given to him by the physique itself, this odd being that was like his other half, this physique that was his bane at the beginning, but his greatest helper from then on. To think the first ones who held a clue about it were actually his fated enemies. Damian almost wanted to curse his luck, but he knew his luck was far too good for him to resort to that. What do I do with this information? For one, I need to work even harder to hide the void physique. I can't become the Nox's #1 target before I grow into my strength. And after I finally have the strength I need, I can charge straight into their main world and ask them myself. At that time, who could possibly stop me? Damian recalled the wind spirits soon after. He had no need for their help anymore. The old man and little girl's conversation didn't take any interesting turns after that, and so, Damian took his leave. Before the sun rose, he had 4 more assassinations to complete. He had no interest in delaying them and ruining his chances. Evotech wasn't stupid. If all 4 vanished at once, they would investigate fiercely under the assumption that they were kidnapped. However, if they vanished over a period of time, Evatech would be given the opportunity to retaliate. Each assassination would become harder than the last, and Damien might not be able to hide the fact that the researchers were being killed by someone on the inside. Therefore, tonight was the night to strike. Afterward, he would focus on his own plan. After Damien left the underground laboratory, the old man looked down at the little girl, and then back to the door that separates them from the containment area. Is he finally gone? The old man asked. His tone was actually far more servile than it had been moments prior. The little girl responded coldly. Though I still don't understand why we have to do this, the old man smiled wryly. You should already know, young miss. Although he hasn't made any large mistakes yet, he is slowly losing cautiousness. Would you rather he experience tragedy before learning his lesson? The little girl harumphed and turned her head to the side. Still, why me? Second brother or sixth sister would have been better for this job. Don't I look too out of place? Pfft. The old man let out a chuckle. His young miss was still a child, after all. Only these small antics of hers would remind someone of this fact, considering her usually cold and uncaring personality. Did you forget? Currently, you are the only one able to reach this place. If the second young master could replace you, he would never have allowed you to come out alone. But you're here too, Grandpa. A3, am I truly here? Even I wonder about it sometimes. The old man chuckled mysteriously, causing the little girl to mock gag. After this small stunt, the little girl returned to venting. At the same time, she walked up to the experiment subject and placed her small hand on his chest. Greenish-white light sprung up from their point of contact. The heart-wrenching pain the test subject was feeling calmed quite a bit. Once she was finished with some light healing, she immediately plunged her hand into his chest, piercing his heart. But in the end, this was her way of showing goodwill. The test subject couldn't move the muscles on his face. But the emotion in his eyes clearly revealed how relieved he felt to be dying. While this took place, the old man gazed into the steel door. His gaze seemed to pierce reality itself as it searched for its target. The old man sighed to himself. Such is the flow of all things. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Until then, grow steadily and do not disappoint me. With this thought, the old man vanished, leaving the little girl alone. Although she pouted, she seemed to have already known this would happen, so she didn't look too surprised. As the little girl went back to casually playing on her personal device and Damien continued moving through his assassination missions. There seemed to be a small fact that they had forgotten. In a quiet house that was empty despite being infested by guards, there was a bed where an individual once slept. However, in their place, there only remained a small trace in the air, a trace that only few could feel, and even fewer could pinpoint. It was the infinitely small, yet still present, scent of the void. Chapter 513 Nodes 1. In the deepest depths of the unnamed world on which Nivelhame was built, the world that was once known as Asgard, a fierce wind blew. It was a truly terrifying wind, a wind that could shred a peak fourth-class existence to pieces the instant it touched them. This powerful wind was blowing and creating large cave formations near the heart of the world, but the movements were truly odd. For many breaths, it would flow in one direction. And once that reached its peak, the wind would suddenly reverse, rushing just as fiercely in the opposite direction. This cycle continued on, and if one observed it for long enough, they'd notice that it somewhat resembled breathing. The being whose mere breaths could kill peak experts awoke from its endless slumber. Even though its breath was traveling, no visage of a nose or mouth could be seen anywhere, nor could the being's eyes be spotted. Regardless, it stood true that this being finally awoke. Its thoughts slowly adjusted to its new condition, its monstrous awareness spreading soon after, but not a single being sensed its gaze. Has the seed that you planted finally blossomed? The being's gaze traveled to a certain bedroom. While those in Evatech would never notice anything wrong with this room, this being was naturally different. It hasn't quite blossomed, but it is in partial bloom. No matter. This king has been slumbering for untold millennia. Waiting a mere few months or years means nothing. The being couldn't help but smile. Somewhere on the world's surface, a mountain range imploded and turned into a valley. I have been awaiting you for so long, my little seedling. Kiki, bloom to your full potential and spread your wings. Only then will you be ripe for my enjoyment. The labored breaths of that being slowly became restrained, the fierce winds calming down. The being returned to its rest, eagerly waiting for its precious seedling to blossom. Within Evatech headquarters, the north and east wings were meant for research-related buildings. Whether that be labs, Workshops, forges, or anything else the researchers needed, it could all be found in these two wings. As for the south wing, naturally, it was the residential area. The final wing was the west wing, which was solely used for business and management related jobs. However, it was also the main office of Evotech's CEO and his closest aides. Whenever something came up that needed his attention, he could arrive in an instant. Currently, such a situation was taking place. It was the immediate next day after Damian's advent, and all 4 scientists had been found missing. Following this, Evotech headquarters went on complete lockdown. Massive barriers covered the entire headquarters. And it had to be known, the headquarters was a massive complex. It housed hundreds of thousands of people at least. For this, the size needed to be at least that of a small city, but this entire area, including the sky above it, was secluded from the outside world by a massive metallic dome. Naturally, this wasn't merely a mechanical device. Mana coated every inch of the metal, both bolstering its defense and giving it the properties of lightning so any who attempted escape would be directly incinerated. A fierce investigation was going to be performed from this moment on. There wasn't a single member safe from this. And for this occasion, the president himself was called in. A man slowly appeared within the penthouse office of the main building. His hair was slicked back and jet black, his eyes a frightening shade of red. "What's the situation?" he asked indifferently, not bothering with anything around him. The secretary who was awaiting his arrival quickly gave him the rundown, to which he nodded without care. "Very well. Carry on as you please. If you truly require my assistance, I shall aid you." The president turned away from the secretary and sat at his desk. His eyes closed as if he was deep in thought. Seeing him in this state, the secretary quietly sighed and left. When the president got like this, he would only return to reality when he desired to. Instead of relying on his help, the secretary began putting together an investigation unit. Every member of the security force was immediately cued into the situation as well. While Evotech entered lockdown due to his actions, the man himself was pretending as if nothing happened. After all, it was impossible to trace it back to him. Damian Gray didn't have a spatial affinity, and Damian himself had an alibi for what he was doing that night. As for what the alibi was, that was a story for another time. Currently, Damian was sitting on the master bed with Aisha, his hands gently running across her wrists and fingers. Despite the seemingly intimate actions, neither party looked aroused in the slightest. In fact, while Aisha was trying to suppress her surprise, Damian's expression was that of utmost focus. Small wisps of mana flickered from his fingertips and submerged into Aisha's skin. As Damian's hand moved across hers, he felt a strange sort of reverberation. "What is this?" When he asked Aisha if he could probe her mana utilization method, she had been more than just a little confused. But Damian didn't quite know how to explain it without revealing everything about himself, but he did tell her about the Cloud Plane's meridian system. After all, this much was common knowledge, and Aisha naturally didn't have meridians. She also confirmed that her method of mana utilization was indeed a more advanced version of what everyone in this world practiced, including those in Nivelhame. Even if the structure was more complex, the base concept was the same. Since the concept of meridians interested her, Aisha started to understand what Damian wanted to see from her. So in exchange for Damian allowing Aisha to probe his own mana circuit, he was given the opportunity to probe hers, and to Damian, this was the best deal possible. He hid his grin as he pushed more mana into Aisha's body. "The Ananta matrix is far more sophisticated than it was when I first met Master. Not only that, but the power difference between me and Aisha isn't nearly as great. If it's her, it shouldn't be a problem." Damian smiled slyly. He couldn't wait for her to probe him so he could try it out. But until then, he focused on what his senses were showing him. Strange. Damian couldn't help but comment. Meridians of the cloud plane, mana circuits of Apiron, mana circles and veins of earth, and finally, nodes of Nivelhame. Aisha's circuit was best described as nodal. In actuality, there were no more than 12 places in Aisha's body where mana was concentrated, starting from her 2 ankles, next was both her knees. Her arms followed the same configuration, with a node on each wrist and elbow joint. Lastly, 3 nodes represented the 3 sections of her spine, and a final one sat at her nape. "Could you move your mana for me?" Damian asked, far more politely than he had ever spoken before. What he was doing was practically prying into her secrets, and while Aisha herself didn't seem to know, Damian would have a guilty conscience if he didn't at least show some courtesy. Not understanding his complex emotion, Aisha simply followed what he said, mobilizing mana into her wrist. bzzzt, blue flickering sparks of mana popped out of her wrists like firecrackers, but Damien didn't pay attention to their spectacle. He was too fascinated by what he'd just seen. Chapter 514 Nodes 2. It's so unnatural, Damien didn't know how to explain it clearly. More than anything, the process looked incomplete, Damien had to admit. The speed at which mana flowed into Aisha's wrist node was mind-boggling. Her mana was like streaking lightning the second it was mobilized, rushing through her body, but she didn't actually have defined circuits to connect her body. Her nodes were strung together flimsily by small currents of mana. Then, how did they achieve such an effect? It took more time examining the node itself for Damien to understand the answer. This is a massive hub purely for amplification and casting speed. It's like a smaller, less refined version of my mana heart that's been granted offensive capability. The idea was simple. Though the currents through which mana ran from one node to another were small, they were incredibly sturdy. The mana that traveled through it would be forcefully compressed by its size. After that, the compressed mana would enter the node, and within an instant, it would be amplified and materialized, making that small current of mana into a large blast. However, it didn't seem like Aisha had the capability to maintain this blast. Damien very much wanted to ask her to attack him, but when he remembered the current situation, he realized that wasn't possible. For now, I'm just waiting for my turn. I should be in for at least a few rounds of torture, so it'll be best to mentally prepare myself. Even if Damien had a reasonable alibi, that didn't matter if his interrogators weren't reasonable in the first place, judging by the kind of research Evitech was doing. Damien didn't think they'd use any civil means for interrogation, and frankly, even with his alibi, Damien was suspicious. He just returned from the outside world, so if anyone had contact with a kidnapper or an assassin, it'd be him. It was likely Chen would be tortured as well. Naturally, Damien already warned his friend about this, but Chen was just as resolute as him. It might have seemed needless, but this interrogation and torture session meant a lot for their plans. It was no small amount of information Aisha gave, and she was also a genuinely smart person. With Damien's judgment and hers combined, drafting up a rough plan in a few hours wasn't too hard. I need to gain their trust with this. If I can act as if I've been hiding my strength, Aisha had only the first goal in mind, but Damien was aiming for something else entirely. After all, his main goal was still known only to him. The time passed quickly, and when house lights finally began turning off for the night, Damien's guards sent 3 thundering knocks through his front door. "Professor Damien Gray, please come with us," the one at the front said. He was a large dark-skinned man with a permanent scowl on his face. There was a large scar that ran from the top of his forehead down past his eyes and mouth, only stopping near his chin. Damien awoke from his sleep with a confused expression on his face. David? Can I help you?" he muttered with half-lidded eyes. The man named David repeated himself. "Please come with us, Professor. There are many people who wish to speak with you. So late? What time is it?" "The time isn't important, sir. These are very important individuals and they cannot be delayed." After a bit more prodding, Damien finally seemed convinced. He quietly left the bed, so as to not wake Aisha, and equipped his clothing through his personal device. Tidying up his hair and putting on his glasses, he followed the men out of the house, all the while hiding the traces of derision and mockery in his eyes. It was only after a great deal of walking that they finally arrived at what looked like another lab. But after they entered, they descended down a staircase similar to the one in Aubrey Price's laboratory. The underground space was connected to the same sewer system as before. It seemed to run below the entire headquarters. The room they arrived at after traversing the labyrinth, however, wasn't the same as the Chimera research lab. It was a small room that could at most fit 10 people, but the inside was lined with torture tools of all kinds. In the middle of the room was an upright table on which the suspect would be chained. What is all this?" Damien questioned hesitantly. He didn't like what he was seeing at all. These didn't look like the tools of an important executive. David shook his head. "This is where we part, Professor. I wish you good luck in your meeting." Wait, Damien tried to stop David, but he and the other guards had already stepped out of the room. When the door closed behind them, it was immediately sealed and airlocked. My, you are quite the handsome one." An eerie voice came from behind him. When he turned around, his eyes landed on an old woman around 50 or 60 years in appearance. Her wrinkled and saggy face was curled into a smile as she looked at him. "What a shame, what a shame. To rip you apart would be a shame. Don't worry, dearest. When Big Sister is done with you, I'll put you back together and give you a sumptuous meal." The old woman moved her body in what seemed to be a sensual manner, but the only thing of Damien's that rose was all the food he ate in the past rising up his throat, but he was forced to hold down his vomit. It wasn't a good idea to anger the woman who'd be torturing him. What am I doing here? Damien asked timidly. The woman exclaimed as if she just remembered his presence. To think I'd make such a simple mistake. Don't worry about a thing, dearest. Big sister will make sure you sleep nicely, and when you wake up, you'll be in Wonderland. The woman twirled in place, her body emitting a strange pink fog that dulled the senses. And as a natural reaction to foreign invasion, Damien's void physique moved into action, but he instantly suppressed it. At least while he was in Nivelhame, he needed to suppress the void physique as much as possible. He didn't think he was slick enough to conceal himself from a demigod. With his void physique suppressed, Damien began succumbing to the numbing gas around him. His vision became hazy, his body became sluggish, and he collapsed onto the floor, the last thing he saw being the old woman's lustful smile. Flash, in the main building of the West Wing, a pair of striking red eyes flashed open. The man's head whipped to the side, peering through all physical things to see his target. Unfortunately, the object he was seeking hid itself too fast. He wasn't able to completely pinpoint its location, but at least he knew it was here. It's no fluke. The seed has finally arrived. However, will I become food for its growth, or will I be able to conquer it and make it mine? What an interesting game. The man's red eyes gleamed with the color of blood. Just the slightest bit of his bloodthirst was released, but that alone was enough to crumble the structures in his office. Let us see. How will this seed grow, and how will I be pulled into it? Finally, I see a match worth gambling on. The man's eyes closed once more. For now, the seed could maintain its peace. It wasn't quite time for him to make his move yet. Chapter 515 which, 1, by now, a little over 10 days had passed since Damien landed in Nivelhame. At the same time, it had been roughly 8 days since the rest of the Sun and Moon squadrons touched down. During these 8 days, they had been thoroughly integrating themselves into Asgard. The Sun Squadron directly went to meet with Asgard's executives, taking their operations to the main headquarters of the organization. As for the Moon Squadron, they had no interest in being so open. They settled down in a covert warehouse near the edge of Asgard territory. Naturally, it would take more than a mere 8 days to completely set up operations, but with convenience artifacts like spatial rings, the task became much easier. Within a certain office within the Moon Squadron headquarters, Sharon sat alone, pondering hard on something. Sharon wasn't going to lie to herself. When she landed, the first thing she did was assign Damian an absurd mission. Frankly, she was being a little petty. Even she recognized this, which was why she never specified a time limit for the mission. By her expectation, Damian should have waited and patiently taken care of the targets over a period of time, engaging with utmost caution, but this just went to show how little Sharon actually knew about Damian. Her only impression of him was that he was extremely talented and cheeky. This kind of character who sought to be free and unrestrained at all times was sure to go far in their path to strength, and this caused Sharon to possess a somewhat good impression of Damian. Yet, there was one thing she'd forgotten. The reason why she hated associating with these geniuses was precisely because they always had strange temperaments, not a single one of them being the same as the last. Essentially, they were uncontrollable. It wasn't even long after she gave the mission, a week at most, when everything fell into chaos. Evatech headquarters suddenly entered high alert, completely isolating itself from the outside world. According to the frantic reports of spies that were sent through before communication was cut off, a number of important researchers had vanished overnight. Naturally, even these spies had no idea what this news was about. Within the Sun and Moon squadrons, only Sharon was aware. That brat. Just what kind of trouble could he be causing? Sharon wondered inwardly. When Tian Yang suggested she let Damien run wild in Nivelhame, she accepted easily. She thought it would be nothing more than giving Damian a greater degree of investigative freedom. How was she supposed to guess that Tian Yang was speaking literally? Sharon felt a massive headache coming on. It had only been a week since they arrived in this world. They were barely through setting up base in Asgard. How could they have had time to send their spies out to infiltrate? Now, Evatech was completely blocked off. The older spies that remained in the company didn't have access to the new AI technology, so contact with them was cut off. The only allies they had on the inside were Damian, Chen, and some woman from Asgard that the executives brushed over. But in the end, Damian was merely a third-class practitioner. No matter what kind of heaven-defying stunts he could pull, that didn't mean he had the ability to complete such a large task alone. Sharon was truly stumped, but her only option was to sit back and wait for Evotech headquarters to open back up, hoping that Damien and Long Chen would maintain contact during that time. Damien let out a light breath as his consciousness returned to him. Immediately, a putrid stench assaulted his nostrils. How troublesome! Damien commented inwardly. As he attempted to spread his awareness, he could clearly sense the shackles placed on him. To an ordinary third class, this level of constriction would completely limit their awareness. However, with Damien's mutated awareness, he could still see a relatively large area, and indeed, he wasn't in the same torture room he was in when he passed out. Considering the old witch's twisted personality, it was probably only there to induce fear, but Damien knew. The current almost empty torture room was far more terrifying. Kikik. You're finally awake, dearest? The scratchy voice of the old witch entered his ears. Obviously, she'd been eagerly awaiting his awakening. Damien rubbed his eyes, confused. When he noticed his almost naked body chained to a strange vertical table, his eyes widened in shock and fear. Where am I? The old witch laughed. Her face scrunched up in arousal. Keep doing that, Damien hesitantly said. The old witch's expression immediately became cold. Little boy, didn't your big sister say that she would play with you? Why must you make it so difficult? The old witch flicked her finger, causing a small green beam to shoot into Damien's chest. Immediately, Damien felt the strange sticky substance submerging into his body, but both the void physique and transcendent regeneration acted at once to rid the harmful substance from his body. No! Damien instantly suppressed them. He couldn't show off this quickly, or things wouldn't go the way he wished them to. The green substance continued to sink into Damien's body as he lowered his defenses. A terrible burning sensation spread the second it entered his system. Damien screamed incredibly loud. To a researcher like Damien Gray, even this small level of pain was insanity-inducing. The only reason he and those like him were able to reach third class was because Evotech forcefully raised them to that level. Please stop. Damien continued to scream, bringing the old witch incredible pleasure. Her finger went to her lips as she tried her hardest to hold herself back. But in the end, she wasn't able to do so. Her body jumped forward and arrived in front of Damien, her finger touching his refined abs and running down his body. Along with her touch, the burning sensation became far worse. Damien's skin began to turn a strange shade of blackish purple in the line her finger drew. Damien's breath became stuck in his throat, turning his screams into something akin to pained gurgles. The old witch shivered uncontrollably. Ah, little boy, you are just how this big sister likes. The old witch had done her research. She was hired to do genuine work, after all. This Damien Gray, even while being a researcher, was genuine about keeping his body in shape. Even though his muscles didn't pack the unbridled power a true third class should possess, they were still refined and beautiful after so many stacked hours of practice. The old witch continued to run her wrinkly hands along his body, spreading poison and other strange substances through his system. Although Damien couldn't identify them all, he could definitely sense the scent of an aphrodisiac in the mixture. This old bitch couldn't be thinking of. Damien almost vomited at that moment. If it weren't for the fact that he was squealing like a pig to keep up his facade, he truly would have done so. But even if he held back his vomit this time, the old witch surely wasn't planning on letting him continue. Her fun had only just begun. Chapter 516, which, too, the old witch's fun continued for many tens of minutes. By the end of it, Damien has already vomited multiple times, but unexpectedly, the psychological torture that the old witch's lust inflicted on Damien felt far worse than the physical torture, considering how many unknown substances were rampaging in Damien's body at the moment, burning and melting his skin and muscles. The fact that he stood by his statement was a testament to how terrified Damien was of being raped by the old witch. If the situation fell upon him, he'd no longer be able to keep up his facade. He'd immediately kill her before anything happened, but luckily, it seemed the old witch was still somewhat aware of her priorities. After a particularly violent round of shivering pleasure, she let out a long sigh. Ah, what a shame, dearest. I have to do my damn job, and I'm not allowed to break you. Be nice and answer my questions, will you? With a naturally twisted smile on her face, she injected another substance into his body. Dearest, this is a small truth serum I've invented. Can you tell me your name so I can see if it works? Damien Vigray. Damien panicked for a second. By the time he comprehended her words, the old witch had already asked a question. If he hadn't immediately expelled the truth serum using his void physique, he would have slipped up, but he acted quick enough. Although the first letter of his true last name began to leak, with how fast he switched, it sounded like a natural slip caused by how puffed up his face was at the moment. After all, he was still being affected by tens of non-lethal poisons. As expected, the old witch didn't notice his fumble at all. Can you tell me what you were doing last night? I was having personal time with my wife. Tell me in detail what you did. First, I held her hand. I looked into her eyes and told her I loved her. After kissing her deeply, my hands moved up her waist to grab her. Stop. 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 How dare you mention that slut in front of your big sister? The old witch directly cut him off by plunging her arm into his stomach, causing Damien to cough out a mouthful of blood. Ah. How careless of me. Forgive your big sister, okay? I was just a little jealous. The old witch fed him a circular pill that quickly healed his stomach. Noticing how quickly she went about something, Damien realized something. No matter how cruel she is, she's terrified of the one giving her orders. That's why she's being so strict about not breaking me and using truth serum instead of torture. Although it irked Damien that all the torture he endured was merely for the old witch's pleasure, it also relieved him that this interrogation would be finished off without a hitch. From that point on, the old witch acted relatively professionally, asking him many more questions before concluding the interrogation. From beginning to end, Damien answered flawlessly. His alibi and every other piece of information he could possibly need was being provided directly to his mind by Eve. His responses were just imperfect enough to seem normal. Damien expected the same to be happening for Long Chen and possibly even Aisha. The only thing he was worried about was that truth serum would force their plans to go awry. Until he met the two again, he could only wait. And in the meantime, Damien released a portion of the shackles he placed on transcendent regeneration. Even then, his healing factor was substantial. The odd discoloration of his skin began to fade, his swelling lessening. Through the many pores lining his body, thick and gunky liquid was excreted. This was the mixture of poisons injected into his body prior. When the old witch noticed the ongoing process, she was stunned. Yet, when she looked at Damien, she found him unconscious from shock. This boy has some hidden potential. The old witch immediately changed her attitude. With an incomparably serious impression, she sent a message to her direct superior, the head of all military forces in Evatech. Sir, we have a situation. I might have found a useful seedling. At the same time, in another chamber, Long Chen was strapped to a vertical table not so different from Damien. However, contrasting Damien, his body was covered in scars and gruesome wounds. His skin was flayed in places, his fingernails were entirely missing, and even a whole finger had been removed from his body. His state was anything but healthy, but his eyes were resolute. With indignation coloring his tone, he squealed like a dying pig. Sir! Sir! You must release me. I have not a clue what you want from me. I'm innocent. Tell me where you were and what you were doing last night. The interrogator said coldly. He was a burly man, the perfect image of a medieval executioner. I already told you. Sir! I was within my Evogenesis 360. I have no idea what you want, the executioner man frowned. By the information collected on Long Outyen, he did indeed have two Evogenesis 360 gaming systems in his home. These were the latest iteration of Evatech's virtual reality gaming console. Within the console, one would become entirely immersed in the game world. Of course, harsher settings like pain and hunger could be toggled on and off, but if one wished, one could achieve a totally immersive virtual reality experience. According to the information, this was exactly what Long Outyen was doing. Even the variety of surveillance around his home verified the same, yet, he still had to be questioned. He was related to Damien Gray and had accompanied him outside the facility. Until they confirmed the two hadn't contacted anyone untoward while they were outside, they couldn't let them go. Damien had already flawlessly answered this question, and now it was Long Chen's turn. Unfortunately, Long Chen was being mutilated regardless of what answer he gave, but he only gritted his teeth and continued his act, even if he didn't have Damien's pain tolerance or regeneration. Long Chen was a formidable man in his own right, even though his status was that of the first. Young master of the Long clan, he was by no means a sheltered young master. Long Chen always actively sought danger that would help him grow in strength. He had already offended a large number of families, clans, and sects while on his escapades, but not a single person made a move against him. Why? Was it because of his family background? Sure, that was part of the reason, but it was also his own strength. Long Chen was a formidable sword cultivator. Even before obtaining the Empyrean dragon sword and awakening a portion of his dragon bloodline, he wasn't a character that could be easily touched. The second he single-handedly stopped the Long clan's internal conflict and rose to the position of young lord, all hostile gazes vanished from his body, and as if karma was backing his righteous character, a large amount of the people he offended were killed in the Cloud Plains purge. Regardless of the past, the truth was that Long Chen wasn't the kind of person to bend to torture or force. Even if he was left a cripple without his 4 limbs, he could still heal himself with the pills provided by Sharon before they left the Cloud Plain. Therefore, Long Chen continued to endure brutal torture, his body becoming a mangled mess in the process. It was only many hours left when he was finally bandaged up and sent back to his home. In total, he lost 6 fingers, 17 teeth, large patches of skin, and much more. Yet, his gaze remained as steadfast and powerful as before. His part in this plan. He'd completed it without fail. Chapter 517 Summons 1. When Damien woke up after passing out from shock, he found himself in his own bed, Aisha's body plastered to his side as if she was truly a worried wife. Judging from the route they took to get me here, I was in the West Wing? He thought inwardly, although the location of the torture chamber itself wasn't important, a location like that one would be in a place where many secrets were kept, so he kept a mental note of it. Damien's awareness left his body and scanned over Aisha. She doesn't look harmed at all. Even if she was taken in for questioning, I doubt it was as severe as mine. In the first place, Aisha was mostly free from doubt. The only reason she needed to be questioned at all was because she was Damien's wife. But since she didn't accompany him to the outside world, her direct involvement wasn't suspected at all. Instead, they must have hoped that Damien told his wife some secrets, yet, the researcher Damien Gray was clean. Even under truth serum, his story didn't seem out of place at all. If they combined this with Aisha and Long Chen's testimonies, Damien's group would be completely freed of suspicion. Granted, as long as Aisha and Long Chen didn't encounter any problems, if the ideal situation took place, he'd instead gain the interest of someone higher up in the social ladder. Damien was quite excited to see who this person would be. Finally, I'll get a chance to glimpse Nivelhame's strength. I doubt anyone irreplaceable to Evatech wouldn't be part of their main circle. As Damien lost himself in thought, Aisha's body began to squirm, rubbing against Damien's. To this, he could only smile wryly. Even if it didn't look like much had changed, the couple was under constant surveillance in recent days. Because of this circumstance, they could no longer pretend during the day and relax at night. The bed that Aisha used alone while Damien meditated on the floor was now being shared by the two as if they were truly lovers. But since there were no feelings behind her embrace, Damien didn't feel too bothered by it. After dealing with Aaliyah for months, he had become immune to this kind of accidental seduction. I need to go check on Long Chen. If the truth serum was used on him, I'm afraid things will go awry. Regardless, it was deep into the nighttime by this point. Anything Damien wanted to do had to wait until the next day, so Damien remained within his thoughts. Sleep was something only done for pleasure at his level of strength, so he would only do so after sorting out all his thoughts. Most likely, Aisha wasn't asleep either. It was impossible for her to entrust Damien with her body when she was unconscious. They simply didn't have that kind of bond. Why did she feel so different from Aisha? Damien was naturally referring to mana. Compared to the witch, Aisha's mana flow felt incomplete. If she was able to reach 4th class and survive this hellish environment, it means she knows what she's doing. Otherwise, the universe would never acknowledge her during baptism. If so, there was only one valid reason remaining. Aisha was truly incomplete. Regardless of the mana utilization method, the circuits within one's body would always function like a machine. If a cog in that machine was removed, the efficiency of its workflow would be reduced. But what was the metaphorical cog in Aisha's machine? What was different between her and the witch? To answer these questions, Damien could only wait to either see Aisha in combat or witness other denizens of this world doing the same. Until then, he needed to be patient. Patience. This was the main thing he needed during this mission. Even if he ran wild, his plans wouldn't be able to unfold immediately. It was the caveat of a demigod's shadow. Nevertheless, Damian could easily practice patience. He closed his eyes and entered a deep slumber, resting his mind and body that became weary after enduring so much torture. As he drifted into unconsciousness, Aisha's eyes fluttered open. She looked at him with a complicated expression. How can you sleep so soundly? She wondered inwardly. Not only was she a stranger, but she was also a stranger far more powerful than him. If he let down his guard, it wouldn't be hard at all for her to kill him. Yet, he dared to sleep. Aisha was confused in her heart. These past few days spending time with him, she came to realize that she couldn't understand Damian at all. She was a person who did things step by step. She would carefully calculate her every movement so that there would be no mistakes. This way, her plans would always have high success rates, but contrasting that was the man she met last week. A man who brazenly did whatever he wanted, but still firmly moved to reach the proper conclusion. But how was he able to have confidence in himself to do so when he introduced so many variables into his plans? How did he maintain control in such chaos, while Aisha's original goal in joining Damian's side was to enter Nivelhame and at least somewhat hinder their operations? She found herself rapidly changing her mind. She wanted to see the end of Damian's path in this world. She wanted to see how he managed to reach the conclusion he desired while moving so recklessly, and most of all, she had a feeling. She realized that Damian didn't even think to set a small goal like hindering Nivelhame through Evatech. He didn't care about the small things. Those were all eventualities that would happen regardless of how he moved. If he was going to mess with them regardless, why plan for it? Instead, his plan was far grander. Judging by the grand entrance he made within mere days of beginning his mission, Aisha began to see a shadow, the shadow of a man who could truly destroy this corrupt organization. When her thoughts reached this point, Aisha found herself violently shaking her head. What am I thinking? How can I place such hopes in a small third-class brat? But even as she tried to convince herself, she couldn't. Looking at the sleeping face of the handsome man next to her, she sighed. Just who are you, and why are you able to affect me so much? It was another question Aisha asked herself many times. But it was also another question she couldn't answer. She found that curiosity was truly a poison to the mind, but in the end, she was able to shake off all her stray thoughts. Regardless of her personal desires and beliefs, her mission came first, and if her heart felt like trusting this man would allow her to complete it, she didn't mind offering him anything. If her life was enough to guarantee the destruction of Nivelhame, she'd personally put her head on a stake and offer it. Aisha closed her eyes and followed Damian's example. Instead of thinking about things that hurt her brain, she'd rather just sleep and follow the flow. It was completely different from the path she usually took. She felt like she was just being lazy in carrying out her duty. But at the same time, it was a strangely nice feeling that she didn't hate at all. Chapter 5:18 Summons 2. When morning dawned, the first thing Damian did was go directly to Long Chen's residence to check up on him. Research operations were temporarily ceased during investigation. So Damian didn't have any work to do anyway, but this ceasing was most likely just on the surface. It only applied to ordinary researchers like Damian who didn't know about Evatech's dark side. As for projects like the Chimera research or core extraction, they were likely still in development. Regardless, when Damian stepped through the portal, he found himself in a relatively large studio apartment. Damian was currently in the large living room. Connected to this room was the kitchen, with the front door of the apartment also being accessible. Directly in front of him, there was a hallway where Long Chen's bedroom, bathrooms, and guest bedroom were located, and on the left was an entire wall made of windows that overlooked the skyline of Evatech headquarters. If it wasn't for the other buildings polluting the view, it would have been truly beautiful. As for the reason why Long Chen lived in an apartment building, it was simple. He was single, had no family, and worked as an assistant. There were many like him even among the researchers, people who didn't have lovers or family to bring with them. For these people, did Evatech need to waste precious land providing individual housing? They didn't need that kind of space. Instead, they built large apartment buildings for these people to live in, creating a city-like aesthetic that didn't match the suburban aesthetic of the location where Damian lived at all. Then again, Aubrey Price also lived in a house. But she was single with no family. Perhaps her status granted her special privileges. As Damian thought random thoughts, his feet led him through the apartment naturally as if he'd walked through the place dozens of times already. Reaching the bedroom at the end of the hall, Damian loudly banged on the door. "Wake up, Out Yen. What's taking you so long?" Even while acting in a seemingly rude manner, Damian still spoke politely. This was merely his respect for his friend shining through. At least between Damian Gray and Long Outyen, there was no need for pretenses, but unlike what he expected, he didn't hear any response to his antics. Even when Damian hit the door hard enough to alert the neighbors. Long Chen didn't open it. With furrowed brows, Damian kicked open the door, breaking it off its hinges. And when he did, those little fuckers actually, he felt a smoldering rage building in his chest. In front of his eyes laid a broken Long Chen, his body wrapped in bandages and missing many parts. They didn't even bother to heal him the same way they healed Damian. It was clear how little Evotech valued the lives of research assistants, but Damian didn't care about any of that. When he saw Long Chen's state, he could hardly stop himself from destroying everything immediately. Outyen! He exclaimed in shock, rushing to the bedside. His hands gripped Long Chen's shoulders as he attempted to wake him. Outyen, wake up! Answer me, Damian kept yelling for many minutes before Long Chen finally groggily opened his eyes. It turned out that he was nearly knocked out by anesthetics. Outyen! What happened to you? Damian asked worriedly after Long Chen adjusted to his current circumstance. At the same time, he sent a mental transmission with a completely different tone. Who did this to you? The question was still the same, but Damian's voice was incomparably cold. No matter how much Damian dogged on Long Chen and bullied him, no matter how much pleasure he derived from annoying him, that didn't change the fact that Long Chen was his sworn brother. Damian was just terrible at expressing his emotions properly. And at the same time, with their battle-hardened friendship, he didn't have to worry about Long Chen misunderstanding his intent. This kind of brotherhood was far purer and less complicated than a romantic relationship. Long Chen was one of the few people Damian viewed as a companion. Even though they hadn't actually fought side by side many times, Damian knew he'd have no problem leaving his back to Long Chen, because that was the kind of person Long Chen was: trustworthy, stalwart, and loyal. No matter how much Damian seemed to annoy him on the surface, Long Chen would always stand by his side even in the most trying times. This much could be seen even from the current circumstances alone. Hearing the chill in Damian's voice, though, actually warmed Long Chen's heart. Feeling the barely suppressed killing intent emanating from Damian's body made him feel validated. Indeed, brothers will fight and quarrel, but at the end of the day, they are still brothers. This bond is a promise of lifetime friendship and loyalty. Knowing this, Long Chen sighed and came clean about what happened during his interrogation. He didn't plan to hide it from Damian anyway, and hearing how Long Chen was mercilessly tortured only furthered Damian's fury. With his hands still gripping Long Chen's shoulders, Damian covertly poured green-colored essence into his friend's body. Heal, the trait activated. But with nowhere near the same strength it had when Damian first used it. For the sake of secrecy, he could only be slow and steady in the process. Rest up. With the life essence I've left in your body, healing to peak condition won't be a problem. However, it will take some time. I can't heal you immediately lest they get suspicious. Long Chen nodded in agreement. He also knew the plan they thought up. At the moment, Damian Gray was a man who didn't know his own talents. His healing factor was something that'd only blossom later. Along with it, Long Chen's battle talent would also be revealed. This way, Long Chen would infiltrate the military while Damian would get further engrossed in the research side. Perhaps even becoming a test subject for some important experiments himself, and with this, their range of motion would broaden considerably. However, all of this would come later. Now came a time of rest and recuperation while Evotech continued to interrogate its employees. Thinking about how many people would endure inhumanity during this juncture made Damian shiver. It was his fault after all. But at the same time, he could only accept this. He was essentially sacrificing the less for the many. As long as the less didn't include people he cared about, Damian had no reservations about doing this. As if waiting for Damian's thoughts to reach this point, a portal appeared in Long Chen's living room. From it arrived a man with an incredibly imposing demeanor. His skin was dark, his hair trimmed into a buzz cut. He stood at a whopping 8 feet in height, vastly outclassing both Damian and Long Chen. The man scanned the apartment building before locating the two. When he did, he opened his mouth. Without bothering to actually come face to face with the two, he roared with vigor. Professor Damian Gray and Long Outyen, by the decree of General Stromanweiss, you have been summoned to the armament hall. Chapter 519 Summons. 3. Damian's eyes widened in curiosity. Although he was expecting a summons, he didn't expect it to be to the armament hall. The armament hall was a facility located in the north wing of Evotech headquarters. In fact, most military facilities were located in this wing even though it was mainly used for research buildings. Of these military facilities, the armament hall's purpose was the simplest. It was the storage for Eviteka's weaponry and the place where soldiers went to get equipped. Still, even with its simple function, it wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Even for the exemplary soldiers of Evitek, the armament hall was a dreamland. The weapons they usually used were stock weapons that were mass-produced, but the weapons in the armament hall were unique and leagues more powerful than anything they could hope to get, but the only way to enter it was to stack up military achievements. However, Damien and Long Chen were currently being summoned to this illustrious hall without doing anything to prove their worth, and the only reason one went to the armament hall was for weapons. Strange. Even if they became aware of our potential during the interrogations, they shouldn't let us into the armament hall. We haven't built any trust yet, but even while thinking like this, Damien couldn't justify the reasoning behind the summons. Instead, he picked up Long Chen and put him in a nearby wheelchair, rolling him out to the living room to meet the man enacting the summons. "Sir, as you can see, my assistant is severely injured. As for me, I am a mere researcher. How could I dare enter the armament hall?" These were the first words Damien said. It had to be known, Damian Gray had quite the contrasting personality. He was strong-headed yet weak-willed. If his research was involved, he'd fight to the last man, but otherwise, he was the greatest coward. Showing hesitation like this was the best course of action. This way, they'd keep him in research and not abuse his regeneration on the battlefield. After all, just as Damien's regeneration would make him a good test subject, it'd also make him a great meat shield. Damien smiled wryly at his own thoughts. This plan is quite masochistic. How annoying. The big man finally spoke up, ignoring Damien's previous question entirely. "Humph. You do not have the qualifications to question the general's summons. Follow me or accept punishment." "Why, yes." Damien replied timidly, quickly rolling Long Chen and following the big man through the portal. Just like that, they arrived in front of the armament hall. It wasn't a large building by any means. It was a simple one-story building with an all-white aesthetic, a pair of sliding doors serving as its entrance, but to enter, one needed a level of authority that very few within Evitek possessed. Ding, as if sensing their arrival, the doors opened without a hitch, letting Damien's group inside. At the same time, the big man turned around and left. Damien hesitantly walked into the armament hall, but all he found was an empty room. The only thing present was a single man. "Are you Professor Damian Gray?" he asked coldly. His gait wasn't nearly as large as the big man from before, but his imposing momentum was far greater. Whether it be his face, arms, or any other exposed part of his skin, it was all covered in gruesome scars that highlighted the many battles he'd gone through. "Why, yes, General. This one is called Damian Gray, and the one in front of me is my assistant Longoutyen." The general nodded noncommittally. Follow me." He turned around and began walking without another word, forcing Damien to follow him. Like this, the trio walked aimlessly for many minutes through a winding hallway that didn't seem to fit the size of the building at all. Finally, after many minutes, they arrived in a small connected room. As the general began fiddling with a nearby keyboard, he finally spoke to Damien. "Professor Gray, I will be honest with you. You don't possess even a hint of the qualifications necessary to come here. The only reason you've been allowed to do so is because of a certain individual's suggestion." Damien's brow raised curiously. Someone recommended him? If he looked at it from the most obvious standpoint, there was an Asgardian spy among Eviteka's executive board, but would things be so simple? If this was Asgard's work, they were being far too blatant. Giving him access to the armament hall was practically proclaiming him a spy. But if it wasn't Asgard, who else would want Damien to be equipped with weaponry? And what was their goal in armoring him? Damien's brows furrowed. His goal was the rapid destruction of Nivelhame, but the relationships between forces, and even the forces themselves, of this world were far too twisted. Damien knew that if he did things normally, not just a mere 6 months or year, it'd take many years to unravel the situation. "I don't have that kind of time. Should I be reckless?" Being reckless and direct was Damien's strong point. Even though he'd begun to plan his movements more carefully, he couldn't change the core of his personality. But before he could decide, the general finished inputting what he needed and turned around. "The reason for your entrance into the armament hall is simple. From now on, you will need methods of self-protection in case anything untoward happens. However, usage of your chosen weapon will be strictly monitored by Evitek, so don't even think about trying anything funny." As the general spoke, the floor below them began to sink, taking them down with it. Its pace was slow, acting as a sort of elevator. the trio descended for many minutes before finally, the floor stopped sinking. The four walls that surrounded them during the entire descent sunk into the floor, revealing the scenery that was once hidden. Damian's eyes widened in shock. In front of him was an array of weapons more massive than anything he'd seen before. And not only that, the types of weapons were also completely new. Even ordinary swords and spears were equipped with technology, having blades that shimmered with blue holographic light. But even with this enhancement, these weapons were far too commonplace to shock Damian. What shocked him were the guns, rifles, pistols, snipers, machine guns, whatever it may be, it was present. The weapon that was present in the greatest quantity was the gun. How does one use a gun when mana allows one to destroy cities and planets with a single thought? What is the benefit? Damian was itching with curiosity. Seeing this kind of familiar modern weapon after so long filled him with a strange sense of nostalgia. You may pick any single weapon from the storage. Once you have decided, return back to me to be assigned your tasks. The man named Stroman was one of few words. After saying his piece, he moved off to the side and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the Damian and Long Chen duo. As for the duo, naturally, they were excited. While Damian wanted to test out how the guns worked, Long Chen, this avid sword fanatic, wanted to dive into the sword racks and kiss every masterpiece he saw. Unfortunately, he was currently wheelchair-bound. He could only restrain himself and wait for Damian to take him to the swords, but since when was Damian such a kind person, without giving a single thought to Long Chen? He rushed over to the gun racks. Chapter 520 Summons 4. Damian's eyes panned over the large assortment of armaments in front of him. He couldn't help but marvel at the aesthetic choices of these weapons makers. Each firearm was domineering in its own right. The sniper rifles and other larger weapons looked as if they could easily take chunks out of the earth. They were extremely tempting. Especially considering the fact that Damian was using Earth standards to judge them, he couldn't even imagine how powerful they truly were. Unfortunately, these weapons didn't suit him. He was a close and mid-ranged combatant, so long-range weapons like snipers wouldn't work for him. At the same time, he was a person who focused more on destructive power than speed. Because he could easily teleport, speed was never his concern, and because he would constantly teleport, a weapon that specializes in rapid-fire capabilities wouldn't suit him either. But that didn't mean rapid-firing capabilities weren't useful to him. If he could, he'd prefer a weapon that could do both rapid-fire and burst attacks. His requirements must have been far too steep, however, since he couldn't find anything that suited him. Luckily, he didn't take too much time since each weapon came with a holographic window that roughly outlined its pros and cons. Damian walked to the end of the shelf. At this point, the weapons in front of him were mainly pistols and other smaller guns. Pistols are small and sleek enough to fit my requirements, but can they match up to what I'm envisioning? Truthfully, he thought they could. But he didn't have any knowledge on this type of weapon. His thoughts were all hypotheticals made with his informationless mind. Still, it didn't look like General Strom was going to help him. And on top of that, he couldn't keep Long Chen away from the sword rack for too long. He could clearly see the other party practically salivating in his wheelchair. I'll have to pick the one that matches closest to what I'm thinking of. But will he let me? Damian's eyes moved to a location free of any other firearms. It was a glass case with two pistols inside. One was a sleek metallic black while the other was a contrasting silver. Underneath the case, there was a plaque stating the weapons' names, Twin Moons, named after the twin moons that hung in the world's sky. The black pistol was Hel and the silver was Freya. Asgardian mythos has a significant impact on this world. I originally thought Nivelhame simply copied Asgard, but I might be wrong. Although the names he had heard so far didn't have any connection with the actual myths, their influence was still strong. After all, his wife was a Valkyrie. He had to wonder where these legends came from, to be able to spread across many planets like this. He also had to wonder about Earth's origins once again. How could a mere beginner world be so influenced by the wider universe? Damian shook his head. The mystery of Earth was something he realized long ago, but as he traversed the universe, he came to understand that the answers he sought weren't there, at least, not in Sector 3. Instead of thinking about questions he'd answer far in the future, Damian removed the glass casing and took the twin pistols into his hands. What a nice feeling. He couldn't help but inwardly comment. It felt like the grips were adjusting to his hands perfectly. Only when Damian picked up the twin moons did General Strom open his eyes again. But after only glancing for a few moments, he returned to his original posture. Seeing this, Damian sighed in relief and put the twin moons away in his spatial ring. After that, he accompanied Long Chen to the sword racks, While Long Chen experienced the orgasmic bliss of otherworldly swords, General Strom was submerged in inner thoughts that completely betrayed his outward appearance, the twin moons. They actually allowed a mere professor to wield them. His thoughts were truly chaotic. It had to be known, weapons of the twin moons' level of quality had almost all been claimed already. If an exemplary soldier appeared who was deserving of such high-class weaponry, it would be forged directly for him, but the twin moons were different. General Strom vividly recalled the old folktale that had been passed on through generations of soldiers. Originally a pair of manaless weapons that existed before the mana advent, the pistols were abandoned by their master and left in an unknown corner of the world. Years passed. The dual weapons sat unnoticed for ages. By all means, these ordinary weapons should have rusted and deteriorated hundreds of years ago, but the esoteric concept of miracles exists for a reason. No matter how much time passed, the pistols remained in pristine condition, and at some point, they began absorbing mana. The pistol's color changed, turning from a more camel-like color to an iridescent blue that mirrored the mana it absorbed. But when this change wasn't allowed to last for long. One fateful day, tens of thousands of years ago, the single moon in the sky split into two halves, a dark moon that was almost completely black, melding into the night sky. If it wasn't for the stars behind it that cast a shadow of its silhouette onto the world, even the denizens wouldn't have known of its existence. As for the other, it was a glistening silver. It shone with light rivaling the sun using its own power, granting the night sky a strong power of Een. Perhaps, the moon splitting told of a new era. The world was bathed in two contrasting auras for 3 days and 3 nights after the event, and during that baptism, the pair of dual pistols absorbed the energy of the two moons, mirroring their images and gaining sentience. The twin moons had only been found by Evatech with pure luck. But after finding such a good weapon, how could they not try to take advantage of it? Truthfully, many masters had attempted to control the twin moons, but the weapons simply wouldn't listen. They were already at the pinnacle of chaos rank weapons, so when they resisted, it was impossible for anyone to conquer them by force. Therefore, they had been placed in the armament hall for chosen soldiers to try their luck. It became a sort of ritual to attempt to conquer the twin moons before choosing a true weapon. But now, in front of the general's eyes, a small researcher with a timid personality easily picked up the twin moons without even a shred of resistance. Judging from the man's expression, he didn't even know the significance of what he just did. General Strom's curiosity was piqued. If he was picked as the twin moon's master, he wouldn't be a simple character at all. Perhaps, General Strom shook his head. Even if he had some kind of amazing talent, there was no way he was a hidden powerhouse. Infiltrating Evatech's system wasn't easy at all, but still, General Strom was forced to make a mental note about the future achievements of this currently nameless researcher. He was both a little excited and a little fearful. All he knew for certain was that times were changing, and the raging storm on the horizon was infinitely close to enveloping them all. Chapter 521 Twin Moons 1. After Damian picked up the twin moons, he and Long Chen didn't stay in the armament hall for long. After Long Chen received his sword as well, the two quickly left, but before they left, they received their new assignments from the general. And it was just as they expected. Long Outyan's unbending self that was hidden behind a cowardly exterior, and Damian Gray's special body, they had both been properly recognized by the executive board. Once again, the duo would be separated. Long Chen would be sent to train with the military, and as for Damian, it's exactly what I wanted, but who knew it'd come so soon? Damian grinned to himself. Looking at the holographic briefing sheet, he was overjoyed. Damian Gray Transfer, Division, Biochemical Engineering, Guarantor Lynn Carter. There was far more information on the sheet, but just this much was enough. But when Damian thought about it, this was a natural course of events. Damian had shown off his regeneration specifically. If there was a department that could make full use of his regeneration abilities, wouldn't it be the one that made chimeras? However, Aubrey Price was now dead, leaving only Lynn Carter at the head of the chimera research, while also being an important member of the core extraction research as well. I don't know why she went to Earth, but I'm assuming it was to test their theories on a more insignificant world before using it on their target. Regardless, he didn't know how many worlds had been destroyed through their actions, and he had no desire to find out. Currently, there was only one thing Damian wanted to know about: BZZT. The twin moons in his hands vibrated fiercely as his mana entered their bodies. With Hell on the left and Freya on the right, Damian stood stationary and continued the process. He stood in an isolated area of the sanctuary as he did so. Although slipping away was far harder with the current circumstances, it wasn't entirely impossible for Damien. It just took an excessive amount of work, but for the sake of Damien's curiosity, this level of work was nothing. Vroom, as the twin moons absorbed more and more mana, they began to shine with iridescent light. The rays of light spread, bouncing off any nearby surface as if it was a mirror and forming a sort of prism. At the same time, two clear gems separated from the pistol's bodies, gently floating over Damien's wrist, and then, they plunged downward and submerged into his skin, searing themselves into his body and becoming a part of him. Despite the process, it didn't actually cause Damien any pain. The two clear gems were slim ovals only 2 or 3 inches long, shaped somewhat similarly to eyes. They were submerged with half their bodies burrowed in Damien's wrists. The 2 points of the oval were facing Damien's wrist and elbow, aligning the ovals parallel to Damien's arms. But after burrowing there, they began emitting sparks of electricity. When Damien felt the mana entering the twin moons, he noticed that there was a large delay in between the time of him feeding the mana and the twin moons digesting it. It was almost as if something is blocking the flow. Damien realized it immediately. Since he'd been pondering on the question for many days, the answer came naturally to him. Damien's awareness entered his body and traveled to his wrists. There, he saw 2 marble-sized meridians that were built into Damien's Ananta matrix. And partially fused to these meridians were the very same gems that just burrowed themselves into Damien's body. He understood now. He understood why Aisha felt incomplete while the witch was different. He understood why the entire concept of nodes didn't match his expectations, because nodes were truly incomplete. The nodal mana system wasn't created to use mana the way everyone else used it. No, it was meant to be used with an external medium. Damien curiously played with the 2 meridians in his wrist, as well as the ones present in other nodal points. With a single thought, he drew all his mana into these 12 points, completely changing the structures of his meridians and integrating the concept of nodes into his Ananta matrix. The process took many hours to complete, but it was less time than Damien expected. Compared to the past, he was now far more adept at precision mana control. This kind of task wasn't nearly as tiring as it used to be. Naturally, that was only because of the Ananta matrix. If not for its unique property to evolve, making even minor adjustments to the mana circuit's path would be a task fraught with danger. Nevertheless, Damien was able to complete the modification successfully, and when the oval gems met with his newly improved nodes, they went wild. The mana from his body was wildly sucked into the gems, while at the same time, ambient mana rushed into his body to make up the difference. Still, Damien didn't panic. He understood what this process was. Nodal linking was exactly the process in which denizens of this world completed their mana systems. The color of those clear gems slowly turned to that of ink, and then an even darker blackness. This blackness was dark to the point of clarity, causing the gems to take on a clear black glass look. Damien frowned. According to what Eve told him, the gems would change color according to his mana. This black was either representing space or his void essence, but regardless it was no good. After all, if either was revealed it'd be dangerous for him, but now that the gems had changed color, there was nothing he could do. The nodal link had been completed, the twin moons being bound to him for eternity. For denizens of this world, their weapon was quite literally a part of their body. Some even valued their weapons more than their own wives and children, but weapons and people had compatibility. Even when a weapon had no sentience, its compatibility with its wielder was still important. This was one of the drawbacks of the nodal linking system. If one linked with the incorrect weapon, one would be hard-pressed to become a true powerhouse. Although unlinking was also an available option, it was far too expensive for the common person. Because of this, most of Nivelhame and Asgard's armies were made up of weak soldiers who couldn't reach a desired synchronization rate. As for someone like Damien, of whom his weapon chose him, so how could the synchronization rate be low? As Damien felt his mana smoothly circulate between his body and the twin pistols, he felt incomparably calm. This kind of perfectly melded feeling was blissful and addicting, but an even more addicting feeling was what followed. Damien had no idea how to use the guns in his hand, but he simply went for it. Aiming it at some nondescript corner of the room, he pulled the trigger. Shoo! There was a sound of something whizzing through the air, and in the next instant, a plot of land roughly 10 meters across entirely disappeared from the world. On the other hand, Damien looked shocked. Although the damage he did wasn't much, that was because he barely put any mana into his shot. What shocked him was, Chapter 522 Twin Moons, 2, it was almost like teleportation. When Damien pulled the trigger, it all happened in an instant, far too fast for such an intensive process. The trigger being pulled was a catalyst. The black gems in Damien's wrists lit up, sucking in Damien's mana like a vortex. This mana was then circulated through the gem itself, being compressed and concentrated multiple times over. Only when this process ended would the mana enter the gun. As for the process, even Damien couldn't quite understand how the mana went from the gems to the guns. The only thing he could sense was that there was some sort of connection between the four objects similar to Damien's celestial mana threads. Regardless, the bullet was transported into the gun's chamber and propelled forth using mana conceptually mirroring a ray gun. Essentially, the bullet itself was heavily compressed spatial mana that would cause both splash damage and direct damage. It was a marvelous wonder of science and magic combined into one. Damien pondered over it for a bit, and then decided to send off a few more shots. He wanted to test if there was something special about the twin moons that left it separated from the main weapon racks. Unfortunately, he couldn't seem to find the difference. Either that, or the weapon itself didn't want him to find it. Whatever the reason, Damien's search was futile. However, as weapons, the twin moons were spectacular. The immediate compression and amplification of mana through the nodal gems were phenomenal. Much faster than if the process was attempted by human hands, not to mention, the nodes themselves were integral in allowing the firearms to show their true power. The simple and inelegant shape and positioning of the nodes allowed an extremely rapid system to be created. Mana would bounce between his wrist nodes and the central node on his nape, hastening with each revolution until its momentum was enough to tear everything to shreds, though, using the twin moons only created a feedback loop through 3 nodes. Damien understood that there were many more ways the denizens of this world utilized their strange mana system than simply firing weapons. Nevertheless, Damien soon left the sanctuary and covertly re-entered his home. Nodding in greeting to Aisha entering his study, he sat down on his fanciful chair and fell into thought, continuing what he couldn't finish at the armament hall. The question was simple: should I be reckless? Damien didn't know. He was having a hard time deciding on it. His hesitation came from one main thing: the fact that everyone else who came on this mission with him would be endangered. If he couldn't finish within 6 months, even Rose and Ruyua would be caught up in the aftershocks, but if he could finish within 6 months, Damien peered through the wall at his wife, his eyes indifferent. This woman wants Nivelhame to be brought down. Although her desire is just, it isn't enough. I'm afraid Asgard has been corrupted since long ago. The longer he stayed in this world, the easier it was to realize. Especially as he heard about the world's past through Aisha, it was easy to see. It was also easy to see how Aisha herself had been indoctrinated. Asgard was not an ally. Damien had no proof of this, but he was sure of it. But he also knew that if he never discovered the harmful nanomachines that entered his body along with the AI core processor, he never would have realized the small details he could now see with ease. Destroying Nivelhame isn't enough. If it comes down to it, I'll have to destroy the entire world. Thinking about all the innocent lives that had been lost irked him. But he couldn't do anything about it. He simply didn't have the power to save them. With this in mind, Damien returned to his mundane daily routine. That day, he came to a decision that would heavily impact his future. As for what that decision was, that was a story for another time. 3 days passed quickly, and soon enough, it was time for Damien to return to work. With his reassignment, he was no longer allowed to casually rest. Although Damien wanted to know about what was going to happen to the treasure duplication research, he realized that the big men who always led him around would never answer his questions when he needed them to. Instead, he found himself in a different lab. It had an overall neat appearance, with not nearly as many random objects and machines strewn around as Damien's lab. In a quiet corner, a blonde woman clacked away on the holographic keyboard in front of her, seemingly inputting the results of some test. As for Damien, he was forced to stand in another corner of the room and watch this happen. He had already been present for half an hour, yet Lynn Carter hadn't acknowledged his existence. Frankly, Damien was getting a bit annoyed. Although he didn't have a problem waiting, that only applied to things he cared about. For someone as trivial as Lynn Carter, Damien had no patience. "Kohum, excuse me," Damien spoke. The only response he got was silence. Even the clacking of a keyboard didn't break this awkward silence because the keyboard itself was holographic. It was the first time Damien cursed technological advancement. "Excuse me," this time, he wasn't so kind. He sent a trace of mana into his voice, his volume causing nearby beakers to rattle. "What do you want?" Lynn Carter finally turned to him and coldly asked, Frankly, she had no interest in the researcher that had been brought in as her assistant. No, not even an assistant, he was put in a similar position to Aubrey Price, but it was merely a puppet position. Someone like Damian Gray, who didn't even know about Evoteka's shadow, would never be given such an important role. Even his position on the treasure duplication project was only provided to him because his wife was overlooking it. As for his wife, wasn't she one of the most important members of the executive board? Last time Lynn Carter saw the woman named Aisha, she didn't even have close to enough status to interact with her. She could only watch from afar, but that Aisha woman was incredibly arrogant and domineering, suppressing those who didn't follow her will exactly. Perhaps this was the reason why Lynn developed a grudge against Damian, despite his innocence in the matter. Naturally, Damian didn't know any of this backstory. He was forced to endure the undeserved grudge in silence. Aren't I here to assist you in your research? I don't think having me stand here pointlessly will help with that at all. Lynn looked back at him with derision. What help could you possibly provide? The only reason you got this far was because of your wife. Damian's temper flared. His research and his wife, these were the two things Damian Gray didn't accept any bullshit on. But not only did Lynn insult his research, but she'd also insulted his wife's honor. Damian was truly riled up. Without thinking about the consequences, he let off a slew of curses, sternly lecturing Lynn Carter. Do you understand? Even if you've been valued by Evotec, you are merely one of many. Do not look down on other people's efforts like pathetic scum. Damian's rant ended quickly, and only then did he realize what he'd done. He began sweating profusely as he watched Lynn Carter's frosty expression, but unexpectedly, she broke into a slight smile. Right, we're all just one of many here. There is no significance in anything we do regardless of how great it is. I apologize for my rudeness, Professor. Damian numbly accepted Lynn's handshake, not knowing what to do next. This wasn't the reaction he expected from her. The Evotec employees he'd met so far were prideful. Even when they attempted to hide it, it was far too easy to feel their ingrained pride as employees of Evotec, of the company that ruled the world, yet, Damian didn't see any of that in Lynn. If anything, her spirit seemed deflated and unwilling. A wild thought appeared in Damian's mind when he saw her current appearance. Although it was their first meeting, he had a sudden good feeling. This woman. Would it be possible to convince her to rebel? Chapter 523 Garden 1. Life became especially bland for 2 months. After Damian's first encounter with Lynn Carter, their relationship didn't improve at all. Instead, they remained fire and ice. No matter how much Damian tried to melt the ice cube, it wouldn't budge. Due to this, any cooperation the pair could have done was taken off the table. Damian's job was demoted to assistant, at least between the two of them, and frankly, Damian had no problem with this arrangement. Eve provided him information, but didn't help him comprehend that information. Even though he could talk for ages, he couldn't actually provide insights or aid in a field he had no experience in, but if there was someone giving him detailed instructions about everything, he'd have no problem at all. The assistant role was perfect for the current Damian. A byproduct of constantly working together was constantly being together. During this time, Damian was able to get a basic grasp of Lynn Carter's character. Lynn Carter wasn't cold nor was she warm. In terms of personality, there wasn't much special about her. At least on the surface. She came off as an average researcher with an above-average brain, but Damian could see something hidden beneath that. Occasionally, she would make remarks that didn't fit her usual personality at all. And without fail, these remarks were said when complaining about Evotec. Despite her casual exterior, Damian's perception wasn't so weak. He understood the fox that hid within her body. In fact, converting her didn't seem to be necessary. It was more apt to say Damian needed to form a connection and cooperate with her. As for the pair's research, it was related to the Outer Wilds. Specifically, they were researching ways for humans to explore the desolate wasteland without being corroded by the ambient mana and air. Once again, Damian found a project that was pivotal in the survival of mankind. Yet, it was being done by a company that destroys planets at their whims. This kind of parallel made Damian feel uncomfortable. When faced with the world, he never had to consider right or wrong. Firstly, he was a firm believer in the strength is king dynamic. And secondly, he had complete belief in his own moral code, but in the same vein, he wasn't ever put in a situation that was truly gray. In the eyes of this world's denizens, perhaps he'd be a villain. Yet, in the eyes of the rest of humanity, he'd be a hero. Damien found himself hesitating. He found himself constantly asking himself a question he'd already answered in the past. What kind of person do I want to be? The meaning of this question changed in wartime. Ever since Damien left the primordial Undying Realm, the war had been the main priority in Damien's mind. Ever since he viewed Alaric's memories and witnessed the brutality of war firsthand, he'd never been able to rid himself of that sight. Millions, billions, an uncountable number of existences died like nothing. While Damien's morality didn't sway at these deaths, something else inside him did. It was this so-called concept of humanity. As he reintegrated with society, Damien returned to being a human. However, his moral code was created in the time when he was trapped in the dungeon. The time when he was a beast. Although his views changed over time, the core of his belief had never been tampered with. Everything else was simply built upon it. If there was one thing he knew, it was that he didn't want to be a hero. Heroes were pathetic. They were people whose spirit was built on the will of others. This kind of person was fated to carry an immense and fragile burden. If they made one misstep, the entire public would turn against them, and their spirit would directly collapse. A true hero wasn't a hero at all. True heroes were the ones Damien saw on the battlefield during the 10 years he spent there. The old dwarf, indomitable. It wasn't his given name, but the nickname he was given within the Alliance. Although it was domineering, he didn't fail to live up to it in the slightest. Old Man Indomitable was already tens of thousands of years old by then. His craft had been honed to the utmost, and he had reached the demigod realm through forging alone, and the weapons he made for the soldiers, those weapons that would never fail them even in the direst of situations, they saved innumerable lives. Old Man Indomitable was a true hero, but his name was never passed down to the following generations, his legacy going uninherited and unknown. There were countless others like him that Alaric met on the battlefield. Swift Flower, a woman who burned her own soul to save her comrades from the pursuit of a demigod. Atlas, a giant who used physical strength alone to hold a world together and prevent its collapse, staying stationary in this position for hundreds of years before reinforcements arrived. And even Alaric himself, these people were unsung heroes. If it wasn't for their contribution, the final result of the ancient war wouldn't have been nearly as optimistic as it was, but in the end, they all died. Damien didn't know how many sacrificed themselves or how many died with the passage of time, but it was true that at least Alaric died after giving everything he had for what he believed in. Could Damien do that? If he thought about it rationally, the answer was no. When his strength grew enough, he could expand the sanctuary so much that he could fit any and everyone into it. Perhaps, he could even send entire worlds to merge with it. Although that strength sounded far away, Damien knew that it wasn't. He knew how massive the difference between third and fourth class was, and if Damien was ever in a situation where everything he cared about was safely tucked away in the sanctuary, he would no longer have any reason to fight. This was the reality of his situation. However, no matter how unrighteous Damien's mind was, his heart always adored heroes. What young boy wouldn't? Especially to someone like Damien who submerged himself in fantasy before his life changed. Being the hero who saved everyone and took the spotlight was incredibly appealing. It was the kind of domineering appearance he'd always wanted, but Damien already grew out of those childish fantasies. The only thing left was a subconscious knot that he only realized when the issue presented itself. Damien smiled wryly. In the end, he couldn't decide at all what kind of person he'd be. Nevertheless, he was always a simple person. In a situation where he couldn't predict or plan for the future, the only thing left to do was act however he felt was right in the moment. Quietly, Damien stood up. It didn't feel like anything changed about him, but at the same time, he didn't feel the same as before. His thoughts had been insignificant, it was simply a random tangent he suddenly had. Yet, the effect this tangent had wasn't simple. His mind felt calmer. The threat of the war, the threat of dying so meaninglessly after expending so much effort, it terrified him. It was impossible for someone like him who hadn't experienced anything to easily accept such wide-scale death and destruction, but he was slowly accommodating it. He was attempting to grow into the clothes that were forced onto him. This way, perhaps he'd at least be somewhat prepared for what was to come, and it seemed he'd made a small bit of progress in the growth spurt he desperately hoped for. Chapter 524 Garden 2. Damien walked through the white hallways of Evitech. He decided to walk home today instead of using the teleportation devices. After all, something fun was going to happen. The last 2 months weren't spent idly. Chen slowly healed back to peak condition using both the boost of Damien's heal trait and a healing serum that General Stroman injected into his body. After that, he slowly acclimated to military life and began rapidly rising in position. Long Chen's sword talent was simply marvelous. Even when he entered a state of forgetfulness and began training from the beginning, his progress was rapid, using 2 months to reach a level many soldiers only dreamed of. With how the two of them were slowly gaining trust and reputation, Damian understood that it wouldn't take long for them to be introduced to Evatech as reality. As for Aisha, he didn't quite know what she was doing. That woman always acted perfectly in her role, so it would be assumed that she always stayed home, but Damian wasn't sure about that. Something about Aisha was off, and that was the main reason why he didn't include her into many of his plans, and the biggest variable in his plan was also the most unexpected one. The little girl masquerading as his daughter, Riva. Truthfully, she didn't do anything suspicious. But Damian's instinct was raging. It wasn't just a gut feeling, it was the same strange intuition that led him to find Zara and warned him before his fall. This intuition was ringing alarm bells constantly. As long as Riva was around, Damian's senses would subconsciously go on high alert. This little girl was too strange. The look in her eyes was dull and clear, as if there wasn't a single thing that escaped her breath. However, as long as she wasn't doing anything, Damian couldn't do anything either. Riva never talked to him in the first place. The only time she would act somewhat close to familial was when there were gazes on them. Regardless, none of that mattered at the moment. Damian was simply thinking idly as he waited for the event to start. His steps led him to a clear bridge roughly 15 feet off the ground. This was one of the connection points between different buildings in the complex. As he walked through it, he hummed lightly. Life had been good recently. Although he was tortured, he was compensated with an amazing promotion and pay raise. Even his wife was given a better position. How could he not be happy? The past 2 months were like proof that all the effort he put into his research was worth something. Even if that Lynn Carter didn't acknowledge him, Evatech headquarters had. As he reached the middle point of the bridge, for shadows appeared around him, concealed in the darkness of night. Their gazes switched between each other as they held a silent conversation. But, considering their current target, there was no need for excessive planning. White Shadow, there is no need for us to think so far. Even if Evatech knows our movements, they won't care for a small researcher like him. Even if he has a little regeneration talent, that only makes him slightly more important. The voice that sent the mental transmission was young, roughly 13 to 14 years old. However, this person was currently partaking in such a dangerous mission without any qualms. The one called White Shadow was their leader. Her reputation was spread far and wide, known even to those outside of their organization. She was one of the highest level members, which was especially surprising since the current mission was so simple. White Shadow shook her head. Fine. I also agree with you, but I have to approach the situation as a leader. I cannot recklessly act and endanger the lives of my subordinates. Her thoughts were true to her words. She didn't understand why she was sent on this mission, but since the executives believed it was worthy of her attention, she'd approach it with caution. The 4 shadows had already followed her cautious approach for many weeks. They'd been quietly observing their target and understanding his routines, and they found that every week on the 6th day, the researcher would take a specific path to the cafeteria. While this path was the most scenic route, it was also the most flawed. In particular, there was a newly constructed bridge that didn't have working surveillance yet. They surrounded their target the instant he stepped onto this bridge. After White Shadow gave a few more reminders to prioritize safety, they moved. One went for the head, covering Damian's mouth with a dark substance and silencing him. The little girl approached from the back, wrapping her arms around Damian's and tightly constraining them, for people were too many for such a simple task. While the 3 under her worked, White Shadow stood back and watched for any unforeseen changes. As her eyes panned the area, they suddenly landed on the man who was being restrained. His expression looked a bit off. White Shadow's eyes narrowed. Was this man actually smiling? She concentrated her awareness and pierced the material covering his face. When she saw his entire visage, she realized that he had an amused smile on his face as he watched the 3 around him. His eyes moved. They locked directly with hers. He smiled brightly at her, his eyes turning into crescents. White Shadow felt her heart skip a beat. He knew. From the moment they arrived, he knew. The reason he walked this route was so that they could easily capture him, but why? Did he understand the situation? But that was impossible. There wasn't a single person on the inside who'd leak their information. They'd made especially sure of this. but if he didn't know, why was he confident? Was it simple confidence in his strength? As White Shadow pondered, she noticed the man's lips began moving. As she carefully traced his words, "Don't mind me and just keep doing what you're doing," his voice arrived in her ear casually. She couldn't even sense his mana approaching, clearly delineating their difference. White Shadow shook her head furiously. She was an early fourth-class existence. Even within this rank, she was one of the strongest. Yet, she was being threatened by a mere third-class researcher. While her pride hurt, she knew her senses didn't deceive her. She'd been through too many life-or-death situations to console herself with nonsense. Instead, she stopped worrying about things that were above her caliber. Even if he can defeat us, that's only because we're in the younger generation. When he meets Master and the other elders, he won't be able to make a single move out of line. I'll just let Master handle this. The squad that had been sent this time was still in training. Even White Shadow, who had peerless strength and talent, was only 20. She hadn't graduated to becoming a true member of their organization yet. Regardless, the fact that their mission was completed successfully was true. The only order White Shadow received was to bring him back to their headquarters. The 3 juniors under her command wrapped up their work soon enough since Damien didn't try to resist at all. With him bound, the 4 melded into the shadows around them, disappearing from reality as they silently moved back to their rendezvous point. Chapter 525 Garden 3. To Damien, getting kidnapped was a really novel experience. After all, kidnapping a spatial expert was a joke. To even consider doing so, an insane amount of planning was needed. The timing, precision, and even equipment needed to restrict a spatial expert to were exorbitant. That was why Damien spent an entire 2 months letting them observe him. If they wanted to grab him properly, they should have at least set up a spatial lock, but he realized that the ones kidnapping him didn't know his identity at all. From the information they were given, he was just a normal researcher. You play too many games. He sighed to himself. Still, he was enjoying the chauffeur service these shadows turned into. White Shadow in particular was annoyed with his behavior, being the only one who noticed it. Nevertheless, she ignored him and simply did the mission she was assigned. It didn't take long for the group to reach a secluded area within Evitech headquarters. After doing so, each of the shadows pulled out a necklace with a small blue pendant, injecting mana into it. For miniature spatial arrays formed under their feet. The one under White Shadow encompassed Damian as well. And then, the group disappeared. Evitech's alarm system finally went off. With this, another researcher had been kidnapped. And once again, the only trace left was that of spatial mana. Looking at it this way, these assassins were quite smart. Using the same methods would hint at the same culprit, but this culprit was still unknown. It had to be said, during the 2 months that passed, Evitech didn't release their high security state. Even if their technique in kidnapping him was shoddy, Damien knew these shadows were extremely skilled to be able to walk freely in Evitech without fear. Regardless, Damien was no longer at Evitech. When the spatial fluctuations around him cleared up, he found himself in a large open space surrounded by flora and fauna. When compared to the hub cities and outer wilds of the unnamed world, the current location was like a completely different realm. There were lush green grasses lining the entire ground, foliage and beasts all over, and clear natural springs and rivers as well. Damien hummed as he looked around. It was an impressive sight in comparison, but in reality, it was quite modest and homey. Even after sensing our presences, you still don't greet us? You are quite the daring boy. An elderly voice came from behind him. Damien shrugged non-committally. You brought me to such a fun place, you should at least let me enjoy it a bit first. No? It's really as she said. This boy is cheeky enough to make your nerves itch. But does he have the strength to back up his attitude? Shut up, Albius. We don't have time to play your games, boy. Turn around and face us. We have called you here for a reason. The 3 voices who spoke were different from the first. It wasn't surprising, though, as Damien already sensed the 6 elders behind his back. They were sitting on such gaudy thrones that he almost didn't want to turn around and look at them with his eyes, but he didn't really have a choice. As he turned around, the aura of divinity clashed against his body in waves. Not just 1 or 2, but 3 of these elders were demigods. As for the other 3, they were essentially quasi-demigods, beings at the extreme peak of 4th class. Yes. It is my honor to meet your exalted selves. This humble one is Damien Void, and here is some unnecessary sophistry to whet your egos before we talk. Merry Christmas, Boy, you. The first voice fumed. He was a small old man seemingly of an imp or goblin-like race. His nose was crooked and he had a large pair of glasses on his eyes that enlarged them by many times. As for the other 6, there were 2 more men and 3 women, causing an even split. The Albius who spoke earlier was a large middle-aged man with an unholy amount of muscles. As for the 2 that rebuked him, they were a pair of twins on the female side. In reality, Albius was one of the 3 demigods among them, with the other 2 being the remaining man and woman who hadn't spoken yet. However, his personality was the simplest. The 2 twins were kids he viewed as nieces or daughters. And with them similarly seeing them as their uncle, they had no fear of rebuking him like a normal old man. As Damian appraised the dynamic between these 6, the feeling he got was far more real when compared to the atmospheres he felt from both Nivelhame and Asgard. It was something akin to their flow, but Damian didn't understand it well enough to accurately describe it yet. Whatever the case may be, he felt more comfortable around these 6 than he did with others. This was a natural feeling, and also the reason why he greeted them so rudely, because he decided to be reckless. He used his own body in a gamble to test the waters. If he lost, he'd get punished by a demigod. But if he won, he'd be able to pause the character he'd been playing recently. Damien was tired of Damian Gray. That guy was too much of a coward, too indecisive when it wasn't related to research, and he was too much of a slave to his research. Even if he was demoted to being a true slave, he wouldn't care as long as his hands were able to remain on a project. This kind of character went against Damian's character completely. Now that he was in a position where he could drop it, he'd gladly do so. How long did you know? A voice separate from the 6 spoke up. Walking out from a nearby section of foliage was the very woman who arranged his kidnapping. Wasn't it obvious from the beginning? Though, it took you around a week, and that was with all my constant prodding. I didn't imagine a researcher could be so dense. Did you forget that you're disguised right now? Even if you look similar, there's some strange magic that messes with my perception. Is that your way of telling me you're blind? Shut up. Right, the woman in front of Damian was none other than Lynn Carter herself. She was the main reason why this organization set its sights on him, not on Damian Gray, but Damian Void. As for the secondary reason, that was something that came later. For now, Damian turned his attention to Lynn and the 6 experts. I'm sure you've already been introduced to me by her. But my name is Damian Void. At the moment, my goal is the destruction of the 2 societies that are ruling this world. And you, Albius smiled. Perfect. I love straightforward people the most. My name is Albius, this kooky old man is Reynold, these twins are Alex and Alice, and the stuck-up pair over there is Oberon and Crystal. Our long-standing goal is the exact same one you've just mentioned. The destruction of Nivelhame and Asgard, Chapter 526 Garden 4, Damian nodded. This wasn't anything out of his expectation. After all, was there any other reason for a third group to exist if not to oppose the other 2? After Damian's suspicion of Asgard started growing, he also started to assume about the existence of this group. However, he didn't have any methods to confirm his thoughts. When he met Lynn, he came to realize that she wasn't some normal researcher. She was clearly someone who was involved in the rapidly changing undercurrents of this world. But this wasn't enough for Damian to suspect her. That only happened when he first sensed the group of shadows that came after him. Lynn was his only new interaction, and although his status was precarious enough for those shadows to be sent for anyone, reality was different. Asgard still had confidence in Eve, the AI implanted in his head. Meanwhile, Nivelhame had confidence in themselves. As he was a researcher at Evitech, he was already in their grasp. The only one who didn't have a connection point to contact him through was this organization. As for why they contacted him? In reality, his face hadn't been changed too much from his original appearance. Besides his hair and eyes turning back to their original color, his facial structure was only somewhat played with. It was enough to fool anyone who'd never interacted with Damian before. It was also enough to fool those who'd only seen him once or twice. However, it didn't fool Lynn Carter. Damian realized this not long after he understood Lynn's position. If his memory wasn't wrong, he'd remained concealed the entire time he first saw Lynn. But during the confusion of that time, she must have seen him at least once, though it was still strange for her to remember his face or even consider his use. If she saw him randomly, she wouldn't put any value in him. The moment I first saw you was when you were interacting with the World Core. The first sentence out of her mouth cleared all of Damian's suspicions. If it was that moment, then of course the image would be too startling for anyone to forget, a human actually interacting with a world core. This was the kind of thing Nivelhame dreamed of accomplishing, yet some unknown brat had beaten them to it. I want you to join me in the core extraction project, and Nivelhame has agreed after seeing your dedication these past few months. But before I take you there, I have to first understand your position. Are you siding with us, or are you siding with them? This was the question Lynn asked Damien. He had to pick a side. Nivelhame didn't need to be mentioned. As for Asgard, its corruption originated from Nivelhame as well, but our Shadow Garden is different. We were born from those on both sides, created from those who betrayed their original affiliations in the name of justice. Damien looked around. Currently, only the 6 experts and Lynn were present. Even White Shadow and her team had disappeared at some point, but from these 7 people alone, Damien could see the truth in Lynn's words. Lynn was originally a normal citizen in Nivelhame territory. If what Damien remembered wasn't wrong, then she had family being kept captive by Nivelhame. As for the short old man, he was also a member of Nivelhame. Many of his body parts weren't human but from beasts. He was evidently someone who suffered from chimera experimentation. As for the rest, the twin women Alex and Alice were actually members of the giant race. Although their forms were human-sized, not being taller than 5 feet 8 inches, this wasn't strange for giants. The giant race's name might have made it seem as if their entire race was filled with massive people, but that wasn't true. In reality, the smaller a giant was, the stronger they were. Giants were a race who were widely known for their physical strength. Even a third-class giant could crush mountains with a single punch, and because of how massive their physical strength was, they tended to have massive bodies. For a giant to have a smaller body meant they were adept enough at controlling and compressing their strength to lower their size. This wasn't a matter of shame, but one of pride. Naturally, not all giants sought to grow smaller. There were some who drew pride from their original size. These 2 factions of giants were both prevalent, but they didn't fight amongst themselves. Giants were, in Damien's opinion, the best race in existence. They were extremely strong and domineering, but they were simple as well. Giants didn't fight other giants. Infighting was something they despised from their cores. Not only that, but in general, giants were the most benevolent race. To those who treat them right and those who act righteously, they were the most trustworthy comrades. Against scum and villains, they were devils from the deepest depths of hell. One only needed to look at the giant named Atlas for proof of this fact. In the ancient war, he spent tens or even hundreds of years holding a world together without moving even a single inch. This world was just some random world that got caught as collateral damage. Even though it didn't have any personal value for Atlas, he still sacrificed himself to save it. Truthfully, the second he checked their status and realized that these 2 twins were giants. He trusted Shadow Garden. If it was before, he'd have to walk on eggshells with them until he came to know their true goals. But the instinct of a giant couldn't be fooled by even a demigod. It was as if the universe loved them too much to let them suffer. Giants were the greatest assurance of the character of those around them. Regardless, after Damien learned of these 6 people's identities, he also learned much about the organization named Shadow Garden. Except for him, all of its members were traitors from either Asgard or Nivelhame. Not only that, but they were also all people who bound themselves to the organization through mana oaths. By the time their conversation ended, Damien had a solid grasp on the type of organization this was. It had all the motivation to achieve its goal, but it didn't have the means. It didn't have a pillar that could lead it forward. The 6 experts of Shadow Garden couldn't move unless they wanted to provoke the peak experts of the other 2 organizations. The 3 acted and kept each other in check through this kind of checks and balances system, and what Shadow Garden needed right now was someone who looked weak but was actually strong, someone who could act freely and empower their troops, granting both hope and opportunity to the organization, and they wanted Damien to be this figurehead. Damien smiled wryly when he realized this. What they were telling him to do was act as usual, but with an entire organization backing him. But if he needed to think about the interests of an organization as he moved, could it truly be considered as usual? Damien sighed. For now, he didn't accept or reject their proposal. Instead, he put it to the side. Before he decided anything so important, first he'd experience Shadow Garden for himself. Chapter 527 Garden 5. If Damien had to use one word to describe Shadow Garden, he'd most likely call it contradictory, because despite its ominous name, the atmosphere within was quite warm. It had to be remembered. Shadow Garden was essentially a safe space created for refugees. Only the experts among them knew of their rebellious thoughts. The others were simply happy to have escaped their previous hells, and there were plenty of others. As Damien enjoyed the scenic view of the lush island he seemed to be on, these non-combatants were the first people his eyes landed on. He ended up conversing with a few of them out of curiosity, why they joined Shadow Garden, how life had been for them. The conversation wasn't intimidating, it just seemed like a local teaching a foreigner about their customs, and that was truly all it was. Perhaps the reason Damien was treated so well by the refugees might have been because his attitude was pure curiosity with no hidden intentions. Through these conversations, Damien learned that the refugees present were not only from Asgard and Nivelhame, but also stragglers who were forced to survive in the outer wilds and those who escaped the chaotic environment of the hub cities. More than anything else, Shadow Garden was a place to foster these people. Damien understood this truth. It's strange, he thought to himself. If I continue to desperately look for a reason why these people shouldn't be trusted, I'll be the one marked crazy. There was no longer any reason for him to suspect Shadow Garden to be like the other two forces. They were extremely open with him, allowing him to move freely as if he was already a member of their organization. Damien didn't understand how they could trust him so much within their territory, but he realized they might simply be assured of their own strength. As day and night interchanged, Damien spent more than just a few days in this vacation-like routine. He talked to the locals, explored the small island, and experienced the culture. He was also made aware that this patch of greenery was truly an island. Or rather, it was better to be called an oasis. This patch of land was a separate space located in the outer wilds. If one didn't have the strength to brave the dangers to arrive here, they'd never know it existed. Even from outside perception, it was invisible. For the location of a refugee camp, it was hidden enough. Damien's steps took him around. It was his fourth day in Shadow Garden, and today, he found himself somewhere closer to the central area. This place was usually blocked off from the public. It was where the experts of the organization took residence. But even then, Damien was allowed to peruse it. The guards at the entrance to this section of the island only told him that he was restricted from entering anyone's property without permission, but this was simply basic human decency. He had no plans to intrude on anyone. As he walked through this area, he admired the way the foliage and landscape had been altered to fit all the residences and facilities. At the same time, the arrangement of the buildings mirrored the records of a few ancient arrays Damien had seen in the past. Ting, his admiration of the landscape was cut short by a crisp sound. It was a clear melodic note that seemed to descend from the heavens, painting the core residences with splendor. Ting! 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 Damien's steps halted. He began walking in the direction of the music notes as if he was entranced. In this zombie-like state, his mind entered his spiritual world and could only watch his body move, but there was a strange profundity to this detachment. Damien felt like if he truly wanted to, he could sluggishly control his body, though his movements wouldn't be altered from their current path. He soon reached a covert hut that stood atop an overarching hill. Compared to the other residences, it was incredibly shabby, but the homey feel coming from it was far more welcoming. Ting! 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 The sound of music filled the air, causing the surrounding elements to dance in joy. Damien's body stood among these dancing elements, quietly appreciating the music. Ting! 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 It sounded like a string instrument that had far too many layers to be an ordinary string instrument. The sounds it produced had Asian influence, but Western patterns as well, making it hard to decipher its origins. But naturally, this wasn't a piece of music that originated from Earth. Perhaps what compelled Damien to find its source was how strange and novel it was compared to the music he was used to. With his body standing among the natural elements like so, Damien found himself regaining control. But he didn't move or walk away. Instead, he waved his hands in the air like a madman. His bodily movements became more fluid, his feet taking tentative steps without any specific pattern. His arms cut through the air roughly at first, but their movements also became far more graceful. Without realizing it, Damien began dancing across the flow of mana. His body followed the world's natural flow, the dancing elements and the atmosphere following his steps. The scene became even more beautiful. The elements were dancing previously, this much was true, but they were doing so without direction. Now that they had such a skilled guide showing them the way, things were no longer so simple. A vortex formed in front of the small hut. The sky above darkened, but this darkness wasn't ominous. Instead, it gave an inviting feel like what a mother's womb would feel like to a baby. The lightning that crackled through these clouds didn't give off the frightening stench of death, but instead, the comfortable scent of life. there was once a rumor that creation began with a lightning strike. Naturally, the laws surrounding the element weren't so simple and single-focused, but this didn't matter. This wasn't lightning called by Damian, but lightning naturally formed as the elements excitedly danced through the air. There were large flames streaking across the sky, waterfalls descending from the heavens, astral winds, and even rising earth monuments. Out of nowhere, this grand showing of natural elemental formation and destruction appeared for all to see, providing no small number of insights to the numerous experts in the surroundings. As for the causes of this phenomenon, Damien continued to mindlessly follow the world's flow. The elements followed him without missing a single step. And from the small hut, the strange music continued to play, exciting the world into action. Damien didn't know how he felt right now. He followed his instinct and the path it showed him, and somehow, he felt like he touched upon world force without needing to use his celestial status as a crutch. But that was all for another time. The music slowly faded away with time. It had already been playing for many hours already. Along with the music, Damien's actions in the field also halted, bringing the elements down from their high and allowing them to settle into the atmosphere once more. As the scene calmed, the door to the small hut opened, giving way to the jade-like figure of a certain girl. Chapter 528 Garden 6. Damien stared at this girl blankly, but before he was even able to get a proper impression of her, multiple auras converged on their location. Clarice, little Risa, what happened here? Who is the rat intruding upon our sanctuary? A slew of exclamations followed those auras, loud voices filled with mana attempting to break Damien's will before the bodies of these experts could arrive, but Damien simply stood and waited for them. These mere threats wouldn't make him budge at all. The mana contained in those voices brushes over him like a warm spring breeze. Whoosh, over the figures arrived within seconds, the group being a random collection of men and women. But without even acknowledging Damien's existence, this group rushed over to the girl's side and began hounding her. Clarice, are you okay? Lady Clarice, please tell us if you encounter any problems. Risa, what was all that energy? Don't tell me you went berserk again. The voices of concern were a mixture of those speaking for benefit and those speaking from the heart, but regardless of their reasoning, it was clear how much these experts valued the girl named Clarice, and as soon as they judged that she was fine, their attention turned on him. Boy, you actually dare to peep on our Risa? Do you have a death wish? A woman in front of the rest spoke menacingly. The aura of an early fourth-class existence weighed on Damien's shoulders, attempting to force him to kneel. Void essence circulated through his body and removed the invading aura. At the same time, Damien's bending back returned to its upright position, his eyes staring straight into the woman's eyes without fear. The showing naturally filled the woman with rage. With her status and strength, there wasn't a single person who dared to disrespect her. And now this brat was easily resisting her coercion? This was an immense slap to the face. She was initially going easy on him, but she no longer had the desire to do so. The strength of the aura weighing on Damien's body increased exponentially. Although this showing irked Damien, he didn't say anything or show anger. This woman's strength was already a step below him. Why should he needlessly fight with her? It was at this time that the girl named Clarice finally spoke up. Big sister, he didn't interrupt me at all. Why are you trying to hurt him? Her voice was clear and soft like the sound jingling of morning bells transmitted through dewdrops. It had a soothing effect that would calm one's soul without one even realizing it. Naturally, the woman was affected by this strange power. Her spirit was soothed and her aura melted away, freeing Damien from his not-so-confining confinement. After doing so, Clarice ignored her big sister and turned her eyes to Damien. Her eyes were large like an anime character, her pupils a tranquil black color that seemed capable of sucking one's soul. May I be so rude as to ask this sir's name? As sir is aware, this lowly one is named Clarice. Her tone was extremely humble, like a mortal talking to a supreme master. Damien felt strange hearing this kind of tone directed at him, but he responded naturally, giving her his name, Damien Void. Damien. What an interesting name. Damien cringed. If not anything else, the fact that she didn't repeat his last name embarrassed him. He didn't know whether or not it was on purpose, but it was a low blow nonetheless. Sir Damien, would you perhaps be interested in having a chat with me over some tea? Clarice asked suddenly, much to the chagrin of the surrounding experts, but Damien was too quick in agreeing. Before these experts could even comprehend the situation, the two young ones had already entered the hut together. Closing the door, the group had a mixture of expressions on their faces, but they were mostly wry smiles. As always, Theresa did whatever she wanted, let it be. Even I'm curious to see what becomes of this combination. It was only after the sound transmission arrived that the experts finally calmed down. Looking at the hut one last time, they retreated back to their own residences. As for the sound transmission they received, even Damien didn't notice its mana fluctuations. Currently, he was seated on the floor in front of a small table, Clarice sitting opposite from him. "Why did you call me here?" Damien asked curiously. His semi-conscious movements earlier were extremely beneficial to his comprehension of world force, and since this little girl was the one who allowed such a thing to happen, Damien naturally had a positive opinion of her. I was simply curious," Clarice responded, tilting her head. It seemed like even she didn't know why she invited him, but Damien didn't think so. Even if her aura was innocent and pure, Damien refused to believe anyone in this universe could maintain such purity as they grew. Even the most innocent person would have to walk a bloody path for strength. This was the singular law that governed the universe. People who radiated such innocent auras usually fell into two categories. There were the snakes who used their aura and atmosphere to lure in prey, and there were saints who had benevolent hearts and only killed in the name of justice. Regardless of the reasoning, it was true that a pure aura almost never truly meant purity, but there was an outlier. Damien shook off the thought. Even if what he assumed was the truth, it didn't have anything to do with him. "Sir Damien, if it isn't too presumptuous to ask, how did you do that?" Clarice got to the main point relatively fast. She didn't spend too much time trying to lead Damien around, and when Damien heard her question, he realized it. Right, this girl had been trying to use her music to move the elements into action before he even arrived. At that point, the only thing she could do was cause them to materialize and dance through the skies like an aurora borealis. But Damien was different. The instant Damien began his strange movements, the elements followed him and multiplied as if he was showing them their natural path. This wasn't something a human should have been able to do. As a matter of fact, even elves and spirits who were loved by nature might not be able to pull off what Damien did. But the problem was, how am I supposed to answer a question even I don't know the answer to? Damien smiled wryly as he thought. His movements were entirely instinctual. While he realized that he was following the flow of the world, he also had no idea what this meant. It was terminology that appeared in his head as if he'd always known it. This phenomenon was quite normal for people who experienced natural enlightenment. The will of the universe itself would bestow names and terminology that could be used, ingraining them in practitioners' minds before they exited their ethereal state. Nevertheless, Damien had no way of answering Clarice's question. First, he needed to find that answer for himself, but before their conversation could continue, boom, a massive explosion rocked the Shadow Garden's very foundation. Chapter 529 Egg 1, boom, it didn't end with a single explosion. Multiple massive blasts rang out from all sides. When the largest explosion rang out from above, cracks appeared in the sky, like a virtual game glitching out. The sky jittered and bugged. Slowly but surely, the sky itself shattered into pieces and disappeared. The image of peace and tranquility that the Shadow Garden held disappeared completely. When the sky finally stopped functioning, what was revealed to everyone's eyes was the desolate atmosphere of the outer wilds. With the artificial sky gone, the Shadow Garden really did look like an oasis in hell. Boom. 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 The explosions didn't stop after the sky caved. Large blasts rang out across the surface of the spatial walls, isolating Shadow Garden from the outer wilds. But just looking at these blasts wasn't enough for Damien to determine how they were created. The vicious beasts are back at it again. "Sir Damien, please rest here. We can continue our conversation at a later time." Clarice stood up gracefully and did something similar to a curtsy. Afterwards, she directly left the cabin, taking her instrument and flying into the air. Damien watched her go in silence. His attention was currently elsewhere. Turning his attention to the spatial walls, his figure flashed away, appearing on their periphery. This is. His thoughts moved slowly. Before, when he was touring the organization, he didn't see any signs of these spatial walls, nor did he perceive them. It was only due to the strange quality of the surrounding space that he could determine it was isolated, but now, these spatial walls were brought into reality by the explosions going on. How could Damien not be attracted to it? After training in the chaotic space on the journey to Nivelhame, Damien slowly began to understand what dimensional magic actually meant. His uses of it until this point had been far too superficial, but at the same time, he was missing a single thing that would allow him to bring out the full potential of his comprehension ability, the power of laws. When one entered 4th class, the most qualitative change one would undergo was in their mana. With the universe acknowledging one's qualifications and allowing one to manipulate its foundational elements, it wasn't something as simple as a mere power or purity boost. The mana in one's body would become an existence of a higher level. With this kind of mana along with the ability to deal with space on a much deeper level, Damian might finally be able to use dimensional magic as true dimensional magic. His thoughts followed this path as he gazed at the spatial wall. An application like it was something even he could do, and it could only be considered a basic prerequisite to using dimensional magic. Superimposing. This was the concept he focused on. Damian flashed outside the boundaries of the Shadow Garden, appearing in the midst of the chaotic outer wilds. Just a few kilometers away, he could see massive beasts lining the horizon. Boom, a beast opened its mouth and shot a large ball of black fire into the spatial wall above Damian's head. The fire spread rapidly, swallowing Damian's figure whole. This fire can corrode mana. Is this the product of these beasts evolving in the outer wilds? Damian revolved his void essence and purged the corroding flames in his body. As he thought about it more, this was a natural effect. His body turned into a blur and appeared among the crowd of beasts. An invisible ripple spread in all directions, causing space to shatter into countless pieces. The mirror domain had been activated. With the limited intelligence of these beasts, the disorienting effect of the domain alone was enough to drive them mad. Once they began to stampede and ran into the numerous spatial tears littering the air, they would simply kill themselves. Damian watched this happen passively. Although these beasts gained a corrosion attribute, their minds weren't able to survive their evolution. After all, they evolved in an environment destroyed by Nox mana. They did their best to adapt, but adaptation was never an option. Nox mana in particular was a breed of mana created so that no life could survive its advent. In essence, these beasts were like puppets. Their strength was superficial, their minds were hardly there, and they spent their lives wandering and randomly attacking anything they saw. Damian clicked his tongue. Feeling the experience from all the beasts he killed rushing into his body, he suddenly had an idea. Void essence revolved rapidly, capturing the formless and traceless essence known as experience without letting it merge into his body. While he did so, he sent a part of his consciousness into the sanctuary and pulled out a few people: Little Schwer, Elytra, Feng Chinger, and Lunaria Snow. The people in the sanctuary that he had true relationships with, although he also thought to call a few other people. He realized that what he was currently doing wouldn't benefit them, so he left them alone. Instead, he focused on the 4 girls in front of him. Alright. You're going to feel something entering your bodies, but don't resist. Damian cringed at his own words. Considering Feng Chinger's usual behavior, she would have teased him for it, but she didn't say anything. She was too shocked by the scene around her at the moment. Beasts lining the entire horizon, stampeding and killing each other within Damian's strange domain. It wasn't a scene one could simply adapt to, but Damian didn't give them any time to adapt. They didn't need to, after all. He gave them a few more warnings, making sure everyone was paying attention. Surprisingly, Little Schwer was the one who adapted the fastest. Regardless, once they were all on the same page, Damian moved his void essence. The entrapped formless essence within was dispersed and evenly spread among the 4 girls. Once it entered their bodies, it merged into their very being, completely assimilating without any problems. Lunaria was the first to cry out. Feeling as if she grew stronger, she took an offhanded look at her own status, and when she did, "I've already gained 3 levels." Hearing her exclamation, Feng Chinger and Elytra checked their statuses as well, seeing similar results. As for Little Schwer, she didn't care about any of that. Her body turned into a miniature comet. Rushing into Damian's embrace and wrapping around his torso like a koala, Damian smiled wryly and patted her on the head. For the other 3, he simply brought them to increase their strength so they could be of use in the future, but it was different for Schwer. Damian didn't think Schwer would ever meet a day where she'd have to use her strength for something gruesome. He didn't want that day to come, but if that day truly did come, he at least wanted her to be prepared to save herself. Nevertheless, those present were ignorant to his thoughts. Seeing their excitement, Damian continued to direct his experience into their bodies to power level them. A wide grin spread on his lips. As expected, things went smoothly. Chapter 530 Egg 2. The methodology was simple. Really, there was one advantage Damian always had over his peers: his void physique. The only skill that formed from the void physique's abilities was Devour. The Devour ability essentially took over the system's function. It converted the fallen enemy's corpse into experience and used that essence to modify Damien's body until it slowly became closer and closer to perfection. From this, Damien was also able to understand what kind of concept experience was. But that wasn't his main concern. What he realized was that his Devour ability was able to directly motivate his growth because it took over the system's task. Whenever the average person killed another, the experience from the corpse would be converted by the system and added to the experience bar. Damien could completely subvert this process. It was why he didn't level up when he devoured. Only his stats would increase, or sometimes he'd gain a trait, and so, if he could control what happened to the experience after he captured it with Devour, couldn't he test the system and power level his friends and family? It was only a thought until he put it into action. Seeing it work now made him smile wide, but regardless, this kind of process wasn't entirely healthy. Being force-fed experience would never have the same effect as personally earning it. Even if Damien raised troops this way, they'd be far worse than practitioners at the same level. They would barely be qualified as cannon fodder, but if it was just a few levels occasionally, Damien could naturally make that work. After the power leveling session came to an end, Damien conversed a bit more with the three ladies in Schwer before sending them back into the sanctuary. The battle was still ongoing. On all sides of Damien, where his mirror domain didn't cover, Shadow Garden's forces were fiercely battling against the beast horde. Considering how organized and calm they were, this wasn't their first time in a similar situation. Living in the Outer Wilds must be a struggle. Damien thought to himself as he watched them. The battle continued on for many minutes, and while Damien was watching it play out, he suddenly noticed something in the corner of his eye. His figure disappeared, reappearing at the far edges of the beast horde. By this point, he was more than just a few tens of kilometers away from the Shadow Garden. This beast horde is far larger than I expected. I don't think those Shadow Garden experts are prepared for a horde of this scale. With the way they were wantonly wasting mana on larger attacks as they fought, Damien knew they were just trying to get things done as fast as possible, but the number of beasts he counted was at least a few 100,000. Even a fourth-class expert would run out of mana trying to kill hundreds of thousands of second classes, but what caught Damien's attention wasn't the size of the horde. When a certain tentacled beast moved over a certain piece of land, its suction cups kicked up the dirt and exposed a shine unbefitting of the Outer Wilds' normal standards. What Damien teleported over to see was the source of that shine. His arms waved through the air, using spatial mana to cut through the ground. Slowly but surely, a glossy rainbow-colored rock around the size of a dinosaur egg appeared in his view. Damien didn't know what the device did, but it was exactly for situations like this that Eve existed. A string of information drifted into his head when he needed it. Let's see, Beast Incense Distribution Device. It was a bizarre name, but it was extremely direct. Damien didn't even need to glance at the rest of the information to know what it did. The BIDD series of weapons were created for the military to use during beast tides and other similar events. Its function was to release a pheromone that'd attract beasts to its location. This way, the defending force could make a more concentrated assault and bring the beast's attention where they wanted it. In wartime, it wasn't used the same way. It was only natural for a device that attracted beasts to be used nefariously. In this case, Damien was facing a BIDDE, the standing for egg in this case. There was also the BIDDT tank, an airborne version, and many more other members of the BIDD series. Seeing the list go on and on, Damien breathed a sigh of relief that he only had to deal with eggs. These were the simplest version and the easiest to destroy. There weren't any trap functions to prevent its destruction. Damien clutched his hand into a fist, distorting space and directly crushing the BIDDE. His awareness spread and permeated the ground as he searched for more. The beast incense eggs couldn't be used to affect larger areas. This was why other variants were created in the first place. If the people who incited this beast tide only had access to eggs, they'd surely use plenty of them to attract so many beasts, and Damien was sure that the tide was unnatural. After all, Shadow Garden was located in a pocket space. With the way the spatial walls were clear as day while the beasts attacked, one would assume that they acted as a physical defense, but that wasn't true. If its existence was known, it existed. If it wasn't, it didn't. This was the most basic principle. If there wasn't someone directing the beasts to attack specific locations along the spatial wall, even if the beasts walked through the space occupied by Shadow Garden, they wouldn't intermingle. This was the kind of superimposition that Damien wanted to learn. This was the path he found into dimensional magic, but everything was flawed. Now that the beasts were targeting the spatial walls perfectly, the superimposition effect lost all meaning. Damian rapidly flashed through the battlefield every time he found the location of a new BIDD. By the time he was done, he'd already destroyed over 20 of them, but at the same time, the beast tide that went on for hours on end also came to an end. Shadow Garden luckily had plenty of personnel, so when those original elders used up all their mana, they were able to switch out. This carousel style allowed the elders to resist the beast tide until Damian finished up with the BIDDS and returned to help them. Nevertheless, the small interlude presented by the beast tide slowly came to an end. Damian was left in the outer wilds with his awareness spread, searching for an indication about who was targeting Shadow Garden. Even the fact that its existence was exposed was a danger. The fact that the force behind the knowledge was also unknown. Damian's eyes turned a myriad of colors as the yin-yang symbols within them began to revolve. The world's mana became naked to his gaze. There it is, a trace of residual mana within the pit of the final BIDD he found. It wasn't a great deal of mana, nor was it enough to actually constitute a clue, but to Damian, this was enough, after all. The scent this mana gave off was incredibly familiar to him. Chapter 531 Shadow 1. Damian's body shook as the familiar scent entered his senses. This mana dot he knew exactly where it was from, the Eclipsing Shadow Sect. A memory was vividly recalled in his mind. At that time, he was young and just beginning the process of maturing. Back then, even the smallest loss was something he'd hold dearly in his heart while hoping for revenge. When Damian was forced into the 3000 Beast Mountain range after being chased by the assassins from the Eclipsing Shadow Sect, it was the first major loss he was ever forced to endure. Even if his spatial abilities were suppressed, it wasn't to the degree where he should have lost. At the same time, he wasn't someone limited to just the space element. What was really lacking back then was his mind and his will. Because of that, he'd been fooled by the myriad illusion veil into believing his abilities were further suppressed, causing him to eat a massive loss to the assassins. Perhaps this single loss wasn't a large enough altercation for Damian to hold a death grudge against the Eclipsing Shadow Sect, but that was completely wrong. To someone like Damian, his will and spirit were formed on two desires. One was the desire for survival, and the other was the desire for freedom. If he ever acted in a way that went against his conscience, it'd negatively impact his training. This was a concept Damian anyways referred to as heart demons, but in reality, heart demons were simply traumas. His first major loss took a big hit on Damian's juvenile psyche, so naturally it engraved itself as something that would turn into a trauma that hindered his path if he didn't take care of it, and in this situation, to take care of it meant to destroy it. Damian's body flashed into the protection of Shadow Garden's isolated space. Without hesitation, he moved back to where he met the 6 experts of the organization. When he arrived, the only one he found was Albius. Still, this was more than enough for him. I'd like to borrow a peak 4th class elder and a few of your disciples. He spoke bluntly, not bothering to hide his intentions. Albius quirked his brows in curiosity. Although this request could be considered absurd, as if breaking into someone's home and asking to borrow their kids, Albius somewhat understood Damian's personality after seeing how he carried himself these past few days. Damian could be said to have a trustable personality, especially in comparison to the others in this world. In this case, if his goals were agreeable, there was no reason for Shadow Garden to not lend help. What do you need our troops for? Albius asked. Damian nodded and quickly explained his encounter with the beast incense eggs. At the same time, he spoke about his connection to the Eclipsing Shadow Sect and their origin. I see, Albius commented after listening to it all. So this force is subordinated under Nivelhame. If the tide is truly their doing, helping you is helping ourselves as well. Very well, I shall have them put together a team for you to use. Albius took out his personal device and began sending some messages. While he did so, Damian excused himself from the area. The reason he came back to Shadow Garden first was so that troops would be ready to dispatch as soon as he returned. While the small unit was being put together, it was Damian's job to actually find the Eclipsing Shadow Sect, but if there was one thing Damian wasn't nervous about, it was tracking. Tracking was yet another function of his spatial abilities that Damian rarely used. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, he simply didn't have the opportunity to. After all, if he was searching for something, it usually meant he had no indication of it. To have a trace of residual mana was an incredible helper. Damian's senses linked with the surrounding space. His awareness remembered the scent of the residual mana from before, using it as a sort of filter as it spread tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction. Found it. It truly didn't take long. Judging from the appearance of the area he found, it was only a temporary residence, but it was still another trace. Damien's figure faded away, appearing a few tens of kilometers away from his desired target. It couldn't be helped. When he reached the edge of his teleportation range, his aim became much hazier, but that was fine. He could move the extra distance within an instant. And after doing exactly that, Damien used the same method to search once more. This routine continued for half an hour. Every time Damien found a new trace, it would lead him to yet another location. Judging from this alone, the Eclipsing Shadow sect had been quite busy. It was only after that entire half an hour of searching passed that Damien finally reached the end of the rat trail. There, what he saw was a secluded space not much different from Shadow Gardens. Well, it makes sense why they went unnoticed until now. Even if Shadow Garden had experts, they don't have anyone skilled enough in spatial abilities to see through dimensional walls with ease. Not to mention the distance. Damien shook his head. He still hadn't confirmed whether the ones inside were truly from the Eclipsing Shadow sect, but if the traces led here, it meant the group inside was at least related. The problem was that although Damien could pass through the dimensional walls, he couldn't do so covertly. If so, there was only one option left. It always ends up being brute force. Why do I even bother trying to use my head anymore? Damien mocked himself. Using warp, he returned to Shadow Garden and met the team put together for him. The one in charge was a beautiful middle-aged lady with a motherly aura. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Elder Trinity, she said upon seeing Damien. Damien nodded and cupped his fists in response. Shaking hands was an earthly tradition, so he became accustomed to a greeting without bodily contact. It wouldn't be good to accidentally offend anyone. Regardless, Elder Trinity was an amiable woman. Despite Damien's status as an outsider, she didn't look down on him or attempt to establish dominance. Since she was under his command during this time, she would act accordingly. Damien nodded after a small talk with Elder Trinity. During this time, he filled her in on the strength of the Eclipsing Shadow sect. Her job in this raid was to kill the Eclipsing Shadow sect leader. Everything else would be handled by Damien. Normally, people would wish to accomplish their revenge with their own hands. This was a kind of cathartic release that would free one's soul from the shackles of their trauma, but Damien wasn't the same. If there was a problem, he'd take care of it as soon as he found a solution. Even if he couldn't kill the Eclipsing Shadow Lord with his own power, he was the reason the latter died. This fact was enough for him. Nevertheless, the first thing he needed to do was invade the isolated space. Everything else came after. Chapter 532 Shadow 2, Within the Isolated Space. An emergency meeting was rapidly arranged. There was movement outside the dimensional walls today. This alone isn't anything to warrant concern, but this movement was accompanied by spatial fluctuations. Unless it was a strange natural phenomenon, our location had been discovered. The man who spoke was large and built like a tank. The aura coming from his body was at the peak of early 4th class. This man was Lu Shang, the vice master of the Eclipsing Shadow sect. As he spoke, his attention remained at the head of the meeting table where a cold and gloomy man sat. He was Luo Tian, Luo Shang's elder brother and the Eclipsing Shadow Lord himself. Have you determined which force is after us? Luo Tian asked. No, sir. However, earlier today, we launched an offensive against Shadow Garden as per Nivelhame's orders. The timing is too coincidental. Despite Luo Shang and Luo Tian being blood brothers, there was no such love between them. Luo Tian was cold-hearted and indifferent even as a child. Ever since Luo Shang was born, he'd considered himself more as Luo Tian's subordinate than his brother, but this mindset was also what made Luo Shang into Luo Tian's most loyal subordinate and the one he bestowed the position of vice master when he established the sect, and this status held even more weight at this time. The Eclipsing Shadow sect was falling. Even if the duo wanted to prevent it. Doing so was nigh impossible. To take the sect and flee to Nivelhame was easy to say, but not easy at all to accomplish. Because Luo Tian never acquired a Chaos rank flight artifact, he didn't have a vessel capable of sustaining itself in space for long periods of time. This led to many deaths. Any sect disciple under 3rd class was directly shredded by the chaotic space. As for the 3rd class disciples and 4th class elders, a large number of even them were killed during the journey by various dangers, whether it be space beasts, the chaotic space itself, spatial storms, spatial lightning, vortex spaces. The dangers of the chaotic space were numerous. Those remaining in the Eclipsing Shadow sect were those who survived those dangers. Although their sect was much smaller, its power was also concentrated, and now, after spending close to half a year receiving benefits from the Nox while acting like their dogs, their strength had been further consolidated. The current eclipsing shadow sect was a dog with only half its teeth. In the first place, the fact that they were told to attack Shadow Garden was Nivelhame proclaiming their deaths, even if it would have taken longer without Damian's abilities. Shadow Garden finding the eclipsing shadow sect remains was inevitable. At that time, the sect would be destroyed regardless, but Luo Tian and his group weren't aware of Shadow Garden's scale or power. They'd been settled in the outer wilds as soon as they entered the unnamed world. And they'd never been allowed outside of it. The eclipsing shadow sect was nothing more than a shell of its previous self. Even Luo Tian knew this, but who could he blame for this fate? Damian, who initiated the purge? There was no way for Luo Tian to comprehend this connection. Then, could he only blame himself for being tempted by the Nox? It had to be known, the other Wicked Path sects that didn't side with the Nox weren't annihilated. The Wicked Path was simply another facet of cultivation, but siding with the Nox was betraying existence itself. Luo Tian's thoughts were chaotic even though his face was stoic. Hearing that a force would come to attack them, he realized that the battle wouldn't be favorable to them at all. But that was all. Even if the conditions were unfavorable, even in a situation where death was inevitable, he, Luo Tian, would never back down, to fight even after his last breath left his lips. This was the resolve that Luo Tian built in his thousands of years of life. The most bothersome part of a raid like this would usually be travel rather than the actual battle. The trek to merely arrive at the intended location would whittle away at mental strength and drop one's guard, but with Damian, this troublesome process was directly skipped. Using warp, he could easily transport a large group of people, therefore, the group arrived in front of the isolated space in a mere instant. Their senses remained heightened to the max. Each and every one of them knew that their current mission wasn't a joking matter. People like Damien and Albius could look at something like this causally, but for these normal disciples, raiding a group that was headed by a peak 4th class being was immensely dangerous. They didn't have the opportunity to take things simply. Before the normal disciples could get in their heads too much about the upcoming raid, Damien walked up to the dimensional wall ahead of them and placed his hand on it. Passing through it isn't a problem, but I can't shatter it yet. What a shame. Rather, Damien could shatter the dimensional wall if he had a few days to slowly do so. But that wasn't an option in a true combat situation. All he could do was resign himself and wrap his mana around his squad members. Afterward, he flew directly into the spatial wall and passed through it. The spatial mana surrounding the squad pulled them through the wall as well, and when the group arrived on the other side, halt! Who dares intrude in my eclipsing shadow sect's territory? A booming voice resounded through the entire isolated world. Standing in the sky was Lu Shang with his twin daggers already in his hands. On the ground below him, all of the eclipsing shadow sect's remaining disciples stood armed and ready for battle as well. Damian's eyes narrowed when he looked at this group. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they were all late or peak 3rd class beings. There were even a few early 4th classes among them. Naturally, the strongest one was Luo Shang. While Damian faced this crowd, Elder Trinity spread her awareness past them. To her, this group was just a bunch of headless chickens running around wildly without knowing the meaning of death. She deigned to deal with them. Instead, her awareness concentrated on a certain location. Her body turned into a streak of light and arrived there in an instant, seemingly confronting Luo Tian. Damian let her do her thing. His attention remained focused on the battle ahead. Looking at the disciples behind him, he realized that none of them had cultivation in the 4th class. Since they're all at the late or peak 3rd class themselves, those at the same level will be practice partners and stepping stones for them. Instead of taking out the small fries, Damien flicked his wrist and clenched his fist. Seal, when the word came out of his mouth, space compressed until it physically manifested. Within the crowd of enemies, the 7 early 4th class beings were each confined in their own small isolated space. This space was constantly compressing, taking them along with it. And with their strength, there was no way for them to break out of it. This technique was like a miniaturized version of his domain. Damien learned it exactly through attempting to shrink and expand his domain. It was essentially a pocket space that he could alter at will, and more than that, it was his first true step into manipulating dimensions. With his comprehension reaching such a level, combined with his monstrous stats after exiting the primordial undying realm and binding both the Pyron and the cloud plane, a small early 4th class being couldn't hold a candle to him. As for his current strength, Even Damian was curious to find out. And to help him with this task, Damian's attention fell on Lu Shang. Right, that guy would be the perfect practice dummy. Chapter 533 Shadow 3, So you are Lu Shang? Damian commented as he flew up into the sky to meet his opponent. The question was rhetorical, of course. Ever since the list of purge targets was compiled, Damian had done a fair amount of research on the eclipsing shadow sect. Whether it be their strength, numbers, or even secrets known to none but themselves, Damian knew it all. It couldn't be helped. He had a genuine world core providing him information, so in what world would he be uneducated, Lu Shang and Lu Tian? Damian had long been aware of this duo, but seeing Lu Shang in person, he was once again forced to realize that the fourth-class barrier wasn't something to laugh at. Even if he could compete with Lu Shang, it wouldn't be an easy battle, and you are? Lu Shang questioned in response to Damian's rhetoric. What, you don't remember me? Damian quipped back. Lu Shang furrowed his brows. In the first place, entertaining a small third-class boy who dared to face him was a joke, but Lu Shang couldn't stop himself from subconsciously taking Damian seriously. After all, the latter was easily withstanding his aura suppression. Not to mention, he'd clearly seen how Damian entrapped the remaining early fourth-class existences without giving them a chance to escape, but Lu Shang truly didn't know who Damian was. In the time when the Death Seed struggle took place, he remained at the main sect to take care of matters while Lu Tian was gone. As such, he could only shake his head in response. I do not know you, nor do I care what your story is. If you have come to eliminate us, the only option left for us is to fight. Lu Shang moved without waiting for Damian's answer. Arriving in front of his opponent, he charged mana into his twin daggers and sprung forth with two diagonal slashes that crossed into an X shape. Damian ducked down to avoid the strike. Although Lu Shang was moving at incredible speeds, it was still a level Damian could keep up with. Whoosh, the twin daggers crossed above his head, letting out a dagger light that sliced apart the air. At the same time that this impact occurred, Damian sprung up, his fist flying perpendicular to the ground as he sent a fierce uppercut into Lu Shang's jaw. Bang, the fist rang true. Lu Shang's body was flung back. Seeing an opportunity arise so early in the game, Damian naturally didn't wish to waste it. His body flashed, appearing next to Lu Shang. His hand chopped down at his opponent's neck, aiming to fell him in a single blow. Boom, but the results weren't as expected. When Damian's hand hit Lu Shang's skin, it felt like he hit a block of iron. A dull throb appeared in his hand at the impact point while Lu Shang was able to use Damian's momentum as a counterbalance to steady himself. The two separated rapidly and stared at each other from afar. The previous exchange didn't utilize a great deal of mana, but they were able to realize that they were up against formidable opponents. A layman who couldn't read their auras would assume they were at the same level. Damian had no plans to miss the initiative again. Since Lu Shang was able to take the first hit, he'd make sure he took first blood. His arm moved through the air as if he was a conductor, space itself acting as his orchestra. His body flew through the air following the guidance of the wind, always remaining somewhat incorporeal and elusive. At the same time, space twisted and bent according to his movements. Encroaching upon Lu Shang's face turned serious for the first time. He knew his opponent had spatial powers from the beginning, but facing them head-on was different from simply witnessing them. Space around him twisted strangely, the concept of distance losing meaning. These distortions attempted to twist both his perception and physical body into oblivion, but Lu Shang was an exalted fourth-class existence. How could he let himself be beaten so easily? Shio! Tens of space blades appeared from thin air and rapidly shot at Lu Shang. These crescent-shaped spatial tears held the ability to tear the world itself asunder. Lu Shang realized the danger these space blades possessed. But he also saw his chance. When the tens of blades converged on his location, his body turned into a shadow and slipped away. Damian's eyes narrowed. Although his vision was blocked by the large amount of mana and spatial distortions around Lu Shang, his perception was just fine. Losing track of Lu Shang meant the latter either escaped or died, and Damian wasn't stupid enough to believe the first option. Whoosh, he teleported away rapidly, appearing 10 meters away. Behind where he once stood, Lu Shang's figure emerged from the void, his twin daggers mid-swing. Lu Shang already knew he'd miss when he started the attack, so he wasn't put off by Damian's teleportation. In fact, This was exactly what he wanted. Eclipsing Shadow Domain, one of the main inheritances of the Eclipsing Shadow sect. The Eclipsing Shadow Domain was a truly terrifying entity. When Lu Shang summoned it, tens of kilometers of space were immediately colored in blackness. As Damian moved through this space, he realized that heavy restrictions were being cast onto his body. His movements were sluggish, his perception range was restrained, and there was even a spatial lock somewhat hindering his elemental ability. This fellow was quite prepared. Damien commented inwardly as he felt his way through the domain. Bang! All of a sudden, a dagger appeared at Damien's side and pierced him through. Blood spurted from the gash that opened. But before this blood could even permeate, Damien was stabbed again, this time in his chest area. The shadow daggers quite literally appeared out of nowhere. Damien wasn't able to sense or perceive them at all. And they didn't stop after a mere 2. The daggers stabbing into his body grew in number with time. The worst part was that the strikes were always random without pattern. Damien had no way of discovering where the next attack would be. Therefore, he was forced to endure the pain and wait for transcendent regeneration to get him out of his predicament. In the meantime, he spread his awareness to its restricted limits so that at least he wouldn't get attacked by Lu Shang's main body. Even if these daggers popped out consistently, they couldn't do real damage to Damien. Lu Shang, however, was a different story altogether. Damien's eyes hardened. Mirage appeared in his hand. If it wasn't for the sheen the blade gave off after coming in contact with mana, it would have been completely invisible in the darkness. Void Sword Art Fourth Form, Spatial Collapse. His blade swung down with an unholy amount of gravity and momentum pulling it towards the earth. The second Spatial Collapse was enacted. Damien was sure this domain would shatter, and if Damien was aware of it, Lu Shang was aware as well. Knowing that he was facing his last opportunity to hold an absolute advantage over Damien and deal some damage. Lu Shang moved with untold precision, his body melded into the blackness. His twin daggers were covered in an inky light that seemed to corrupt everything around them. Once he got within 10 meters of Damien, the mana concentration around him jumped exponentially. Eclipsing Shadow Art, Twilight Moon. His right hand moved down in a vertical slash while his left hand snaked and moved in a more unpredictable pattern. The inky coating on the blades intermingled and reacted to his mana, becoming large projections that shot out at Damien, who was currently mid-swing. The Eclipsing Shadow sect wasn't named as such just for the sake of being domineering. Their sect was built on an ancient inheritance that the Luo brothers stumbled upon when they were still in their first 100 years of life. And this inheritance wasn't a joke, it was an inheritance to a darkness that encapsulated everything. Even light wasn't safe from this darkness, and Twilight Moon. Was a technique that mirrored this desire for darkness to encompass the heavens. Chapter 534 Shadow 4. Because they were currently within the Eclipsing Shadow domain, Damien wasn't able to see the grandeur of Twilight Moon. He could only feel the terrifying energy approaching his back as his sword swung downward, but for those outside the domain, their entire worlds had just flipped upside down. The sun in the sky was covered in a black veil in an instant. Dark clouds blotted out the skies and shadow crows flew wantonly through the air. The ground within many kilometers was directly corroded and melted, creating a pit that enveloped the surrounding practitioners and even directly killed a few. As for those who died, they could only blame themselves for treading too close to a battle between people with fourth-class power levels. The scene within the Eclipsing Shadow domain wasn't nearly as grandiose as the one outside of it, but the concentration of all the rampant mana that caused the environmental changes outside was currently striking towards Damien's back. At the same time, Damien's own blade carried a terrifying collision force that could raise the surrounding tens or even hundreds of kilometers with ease. Boom. Both of these strikes struck true at the same time. Damien's blade created a massive crater in the ground with impact force alone, and those two daggers accurately dug into his back and clawed into his body. Cook. Damien coughed out a mouthful and flew forward. Behind him, a massive black hole formed in the air, cracking the Eclipsing Shadow domain and consuming it whole. Because the domain was connected to Lu Shang, the man was injured by its destruction. He could feel his blood rolling in his body, threatening to make its way up his throat, but he wasn't nearly as injured as Damien. The effects of Twilight Moon weren't simple at all. The first dagger was straight and honest. The gash it left ran parallel to Damien's spine, shattering his bones and slicing apart his muscles. This strike alone was enough to inhibit his movement ability, but the true killer was the second dagger. This dagger snaked through the air fiendishly. When it found its target in Damien's back, it didn't simply aim to slash him apart. 3 fierce jabs were let out first. These jabs were aimed straight at the 3 nodes that rested along the spinal cord. The dagger went on to cause a few more flesh wounds and gashes after these stabs, but they weren't nearly as harmful. What Lu Shang aimed to do was directly cripple Damian. And if Damian was a resident of this unnamed world, he truly would have been finished with that single move. Unfortunately, Lu Shang was an eclipsing shadow sect member who didn't know Damian. If he did, he would have aimed to cause far more substantial damage, but the damage he caused wasn't light. Even if Damian's Ananta matrix was still functioning properly, his body was a different story. Until transcendent regeneration fixed his mangled spine, he wouldn't be able to move properly, thus, using Mirage became impossible. Good thing I picked these up. I guess it'll also be my first time trying them in combat. Damian ignored his injuries. Even if they were serious, they could still be healed. Besides, his nerves were cleanly cut so he couldn't even properly register the pain. The twin moons appeared in his hand upon his summoning. Along with this, 2 black gems surfaced on his wrists, shining as they recognized the weapon they connected to. Damien grinned. "This is our first battle together, so you better not disappoint me." Bang! Freya let loose a bolt of silver spatial mana. When it appeared near Lu Shang, who was already midway through beginning his next attack, it directly exploded. A compressed burst of spatial mana wasn't a joke. The explosion tore space asunder, almost forcing Lu Shang into the chaotic void. His mana revolved rapidly as he prevented this outcome. But inevitably, he was distracted by his life or death predicament. Hell fired this time. Matching the black gun, a black ball of mana shot from the barrel. Its trajectory to the left of Lu Shang's head. Fuck. Lu Shang exclaimed when he noticed the incoming attack, but he couldn't move at all. If he stopped resisting the pull of the chaotic void, he'd be shredded without even bones remaining. This was the true terror in fighting a spatial practitioner. Even if they didn't personally possess enough ability, if their talent was good enough, they could borrow space itself as a knife to kill their enemies. After all, there were varying levels of space. The chaotic void that appeared when Damien shattered space was the 3rd level, but even this was enough to kill an early 4th class like Lu Shang. Perhaps only a middle 4th class being could directly resist the chaotic void. Nevertheless, Lu Shang's fierce mana revolution was able to prevent him from being consumed. Yet, he'd used up far more mana than he should have at this juncture, and it was exactly at that moment that the black ball of mana arrived near his body. Lu Shang gritted his teeth and shot a bolt of shadow mana into Damian's attack. Even if he couldn't dodge, Lu Shang wouldn't let a convoluted mass of compressed spatial mana explode next to his head. That was simply asking for death. Boom, the black bullet imploded, causing space to wobble and ripple. It was like a single-target version of the massive black hole Damien conjured earlier. Once again, the chaotic void was torn open. Once again, Lu Shang was forced to deplete his mana to resist it, giving Damien a massive upper hand. And once again, Damien fired a slew of bullets from Hell and Freya, forcing Lu Shang into a corner. From the start of this battle, Lu Shang had been dominated. Even when he was able to give Damien fatal injuries, it didn't matter. In the time Damien spent harassing him with the twin moons, his spinal injury had already begun its healing process. Damn unkillable zombie. Lu Shang spat inwardly. He was truly perplexed to have this kind of opponent. The man in front of him didn't even look 30. How could such a genius exist in this world? They hadn't fought for long, but at their level, drawn-out fights weren't necessary anymore. A true drawn-out fight would only take place if the opponents were truly matched, but Damien and Lu Shang? Even Lu Shang wasn't shameless enough to say he was Damien's match. After all, even if their power levels were the same, his actual level was far above Damien's. Still, Lu Shang was someone who grew up following his older brother around like a slave. To him, the memories of their lives when they were young and adventurous were his most precious. Lu Tian's resolve was simple: to fight on even after drawing his last breath. And as his staunchest supporter and most loyal subordinate, Lu Shang naturally imitated this ideology. Even if Damien was a genius, even if he held an advantage in elements, even if he held every advantage in the world, Lu Shang wouldn't run away from the battle. Besides, his opponent seemed to have a grudge against the eclipsing shadow sect, so even if he ran, he wouldn't necessarily be sage. Tui, Lu Shang spat out a bullet of bad blood. At the same time, the blood remaining in his body began to stir and boil. His blood essence had been combusted. To defeat Damien, he used his own life as collateral. Lu Shang's daggers flashed as he returned to his stance. His eyes became serene, the rampant emotions clouding his thoughts clearing all at once. From this point on, he'd make no more mistakes. Eclipsing Shadow Art, Entwining Shadows, Chapter 535 Shadow, 5. The attack titled Entwining Shadows held many similarities to Damien's Dance of the Void. When Lu Shang's mana moved to execute the movement, his body turned into a flurry of afterimages as he went into a fierce offensive. Hundreds of moves were exchanged every second. Space around the duo was being forced to the extremes as the duo passed through it, raising everything around them to the ground. If they weren't tens of kilometers in the air at the moment, the battle of third classes taking place below them would have turned into a graveyard. The twin moons had already been returned to Damien's subspace. With the current range of combat, they wouldn't be able to show their full power. At this distance, it was Mirage's turn to shine, but Damien actually didn't choose this option. Instead, his arms moved rapidly and parried every strike Lu Shang put out. Bang! 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 The impacts weren't anything simple. Every time the pair of twin daggers clashed against Damien's forearms, he felt his entire skeleton vibrate. Obviously, his current method wasn't sustainable at all, but he didn't choose this route without reason. The Ananta matrix raced at full power, circulating and amplifying Damien's mana to its fullest potential. The built-up mana was directly transferred into his arms to increase their defense. Boom! Damien's body went through an immense change. His height grew. His skin paled, his hair turned white, his scara turned black, and his irises were like glimmering red blood diamonds. Across his skin, mysterious runic tattoos surfaced and began to squirm. Strength. Damien didn't waste any time. He commanded the enhancement runes, causing them to swirl into specific patterns. Damien felt his striking power increase exponentially. When Lu Shang's daggers met his arms again, he no longer felt the pain of his bones rattling. His arm swept to the side with unknown vigor, forcing Lu Shang's blades away. At the same time, his other arm swung at his opponent's head, aiming to cleave it off. Lu Shang's eyes widened in alarm. He forcibly cancelled his momentum and pushed his mana to backpedal away. This way, he was able to avoid the harrowing claw of death that was hurling towards him. Ha! The sound of rough breathing filled the sky. The two opponents occupying it found themselves in sync as they attempted to recuperate as much as they could before clashing. Unknowingly, a crowd had formed below them to watch their battle. Both sides put down their arms to watch their commanders fight, but this didn't cause many issues. After all, the scuffles of these small third-class characters wouldn't change the tide of the overall battle. Instead, it was the fierce life-or-death match in the air that would determine their fates. Therefore, they ceased fighting in order to watch. And currently, the overarching emotion coloring these disciples was awe. Awe and reverence for these powerful figures who they could only look up to. And more than that, awe and reverence towards Damien himself. Lu Shang's situation didn't need to be mentioned. He was many thousands of years old already, but his power level was capped at the peak of early 4th class. This kind of character might have been rare in a world like Apiron, but in Nivelhame or even the Cloud Plane, Lu Shang was just a single drop of water in a vast ocean, but Damien was different. Although nothing could be said about his age, since even someone of Lu Shang's age still looked in his mid-30s, if his aura was any indication. He was still plenty young, and not only that, but he was also a third-class fighter just like them. There were many among the disciples on the ground who had been stuck at the peak of third class for tens or hundreds of years, but even with all the accumulation they did in that time, they couldn't even reach Damien's toes. The main barrier to entry for 4th class was exactly comprehension. For many, even after reaching level 199 and filling their experience bar to the maximum, their lacking talent or ability made it so they could never receive their baptism. In the end, baptisms were rituals bestowed by the universe. If it deemed someone unfit to even attempt to cross its trial, there was nothing else they could do. If anything, they could bitterly struggle in order to obtain the universe's approval, but not many were willing to put in the necessary effort. Damien's case was exactly opposite of the majority. His comprehension far surpassed the requirements, but he was intentionally suppressing his level to the peak of 3rd class. Even when he received experience from his kills, he'd use the Devour ability to either redistribute this essence to his close ones or return it to the atmosphere. Nevertheless, it was this very comprehension ability, his abnormal physical stats accumulated through Devour, and the fact that he continuously consolidated and firmed his power that he was able to achieve feats that these smaller practitioners could never imagine. Naturally, those on the ground would never know these facts. They could only assume that the next era of geniuses was truly filled with those blessed by the heavens while they wallowed in mediocrity. In the sky, Damien and Lu Shang watched each other vigilantly as they fought a silent war. Instead of combat, this duel was more spiritual. They were both taking time to heal. As people who had no good feelings towards each other, this chance naturally wasn't something they wished to allow each other, but at the moment, it couldn't be helped. For Damien to fight effectively, he needed to heal the holes in his back and spine. As for Lu Shang, even after combusting his blood essence, he wasn't able to match up to Damien. The after effects of his sacrifice were slowly beginning to surface. His mana was rapidly being drained due to him spending it so wantonly. And this wasn't even mentioning his injuries. If one had to decide who was warier at the moment, it was without a doubt Lu Shang. He didn't have nearly enough time. Before he knew it, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, but to Lu Shang, this figure was practically the devil. With transcendent regeneration, Damien finally reached a point where he could fight normally again. If so, he wouldn't waste this opening. When his body appeared in front of Lu Shang, there was no weapon in his hand. However, the mana coating his fist was a terror in itself. Damien's fist sat alit like a shining moon. Surrounding it were 7 stars created from volatile lightning and fire, 7 stars encircling the moon. Lu Shang only managed to move his body back a few inches before the fist reached him. Although he avoided a direct collision, his fate wasn't great regardless. Boom, the 7 stars crashed into each other and created a volatile chain reaction of mana. When this reaction multiplied to its peak and interacted with the moon around Damien's fist, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out, space shattered, giving way to the chaotic void. Reality twisted as stellar beams of light rained down upon the ground, turning many random plots of land and stray combatants into ash, and from the center of this explosion, a charred body shot out at insane speeds. This was naturally the body of Lu Shang. Damien stood and placidly watched Lu Shang as he was thrown away. For a second, he thought about letting out a sigh of relief and then leaving to observe Elder Trinity's battle, but before he could even think about it, a thin, nearly two-dimensional needle of shadow appeared directly in front of his forehead. Damien's eyes widened alertly. Vector control was spurred into action, canceling the shadow needle's momentum and velocity, forcing it to halt mere millimeters before it pierced Damien's forehead. Standing nearly 10 kilometers away, his body charred and disgusting, was Lu Shang. His eyes burned in fury and hate. His mouth widened as he let out a guttural roar. His fingers traced his spatial ring, withdrawing a Chapter 536 Shadow 6. This is, in front of Damien's eyes. Lu Shang pulled a strange object out of his spatial ring. It looked similar to a whip, but at the same time looked like a rope with a sack attached to the end. Overall, it was a strange weapon, but even more curious was Lu Shang, who whipped his wrist, causing the line to revolve around him. Most likely, you are the last opponent I will face before my death. If it is so, then I shall use every card I possess. Mana raged like a mad hurricane flooding into the strange weapon. Lu Shang's arm waved through the air strongly, and his body heavily whipped to the side. Bang! A massive bang rang out as space directly collapsed. The sound wave alone was enough to kill the weaker practitioners nearby, but more than that, Damien vomited a mouthful of blood. His awareness immediately spread to his side. There, he found that a large chunk of his body was no longer present. Luckily, the damage stopped at his ribs. If the impact was just slightly fiercer, Damien would have directly died. His mind went into high alert. The threat of death that he hadn't felt in so long, he felt it from that strange weapon. Bang! Lu Shang's body furiously whipped to the side once more, and space shattered with the momentum of his weapon. The bulbous end of the weapon moved as if it was teleporting, arriving at Damien's chest, wanting to pierce directly through. Damien's eyes widened in focus. This time, since he specifically looked for it, he was able to somewhat track its movements. His body moved to the side, disappearing as he melded into the spatial layers. When the sack whipped to impact, it was met with empty air, but Damien wasn't going to let things go so easily. Before anything else, he needed to make sure Lu Shang could no longer use that strange weapon. Even if he understood how it worked, he couldn't afford to concentrate his attention on such a small object in the midst of a large battle. If Lu Shang's sneak attacked him while his focus was elsewhere, it'd be fatal, especially in the few minutes before transcendent regeneration healed his side. He appeared back in his original position in an instant. His arm whipped forward and grabbed the head of the strange weapon before Lu Shang could recall it. mana twisted around his hand violently as he clutched his fist, attempting to directly crush the weapon, but this didn't work at all. No matter how much force Damian put into his grip, the seemingly weak body of the weapon turned into something on par with the most heavenly metals. Ha ha ha. Lu Shang laughed at his attempts. My phantom mace mine is a treasure birthed by the heavens themselves. A weak child like you doesn't have the right to put your hands on it, right? Damien thought to himself. He had almost forgotten the existence of heavenly treasures, these agglomerations of mana and miracle created by the universe itself. In actuality, Damien had never come across a true supreme treasure. The primordial undying tree was assumed to be exactly that by the White Dragon King and the other sovereigns of the 3000 Beast Mountain range, but in fact, they were dead wrong. The primordial undying tree was a natural evolution of the world tree after Alaric began actively interfering in its development. Its existence can be wholly attributed to him, though a great amount of luck was no doubt involved in the process. Regardless, the point still stood. Damien knew that the universe could birth treasures on its own, but he'd never seen an example in reality, but now, one was right in front of his eyes. Although it was most likely the trashiest of trash when compared to other supreme treasures, the fact that this treasure was a weapon alone was enough to give it immense value. Is the universe being influenced by human hands? Or were these inventions thought to be human ingenuity actually bestowed upon us by the universe itself? It was a curious thing he could ponder in his free time. But that wasn't now. Damien ignored Lu Shang's earlier shout and continued to pour more mana into his grip, though he wasn't stupid enough to assume he could still destroy the treasure. His goal had changed completely. In terms of defense, he trumps me, but if it's physical strength, Damien grinned. His muscles bulged as if they would burst, thick veins pulsating under his skin. His mana flared out with such vigor that it somewhat distorted reality with its presence. Within his body, void essence circulated fiercely. Damien was using the Devour ability in a far less showy fashion, activating it internally rather than manifesting it, but its effects weren't diminished. Droves of mana rushed into Damien's body, attracted by Devour's suction force. Even as he wantonly used his mana, his reserves weren't anywhere near running low. As for where his mana was going? From his fists, his mana transferred into the so-called phantom mace vine. There were two effects he intended with this action. The first was to attempt to overload or disorient the mana flowing inside the treasure. This way, Lu Shang's control would collapse or at least weaken. As for the second reason, it was more of a stretch. Despite the fact that he didn't believe it was possible, Damien still attempted to claim ownership of the treasure by having it accept his mana. Treasures of this level were often sentient and able to choose their owners. The possibility of the treasure choosing him was minuscule, but still present. Nonetheless, only a portion of Damien's mana was being directed into this task. Lu Shang naturally wouldn't stand by and allow Damien to act as he pleased. While the two played a game of life or death tug-of-war on one side, they constantly barraged each other with attacks on the other. Shadow manifestations rushed at Damien with speed like spatial transportation. The mana protection covering Damien's body was pierced multiple times, riddling him with injuries. His grievous side injury hadn't even been fully healed yet, so this kind of accumulation wasn't something he could easily take, but Lu Shang wasn't in better shape at all. All the while, he had also been attempting to defend against Damien's attacks. Random spatial collapses and compressions, distance being tampered with on a whim. Although Damien's attacks were less direct, they caused far more damage. The pair completely forewent defense in this moment. Their goals aligned in that all they wished for at the moment was to kill their enemy. Bang! A sudden muffled explosion rang out in the space between the pair. Without warning, the phantom mace vine burst from the control of both Damien and Lu Shang, borrowing their colliding mana to launch itself away. The two watched silently. Their battle seemed to pause as they attempted to comprehend what just happened. Off in the distance, the visage of a strange-looking whip flying through the air could be seen. Boom! Explosions from the battlefield below covered the scene. At the same time, it returned Damien and Lu Shang to their current situation. For now, neither of them had the capacity to chase after the phantom mace vine. Besides, even if they caught it, they were sure it wouldn't have any use. Since the sentient treasure decided to flee from them, it meant it wouldn't obey them. It would take a long process of wearing it down and associating with it before they could draw out its strength. If so, there was a far more important matter for them to attend to. Mirage appeared in Damien's hand once more. Lu Shang's twin daggers appeared to accompany it for a dance. This time, they would truly decide life or death between them. Chapter 537 Shadow 7. Damian's arm moved in a clean vertical slash. Mirage cleaved through the air, but with its night-translucent appearance, it almost looked as if Damian was attempting to sever Lu Shang with his bare hand. However, Mirage's delicate appearance said nothing of its strength. When the sword came down, Lu Shang moved rapidly to parry, crossing his daggers into an X to prevent Mirage from escaping their cage. His body twisted, his right hand sliding Mirage away while his left shot a quick stab into Damian's face. Damian ducked immediately and pivoted his waist. His arm switched positions as if ignoring the laws of physics, escaping Lu Shang's grasp and sending Mirage slashing diagonally across Lu Shang's chest. Ha! Lu Shang let out a war cry and gritted his teeth, pushing out both of his daggers to block. This was the only way he could offset Damian's fierce momentum. His eyes shifted rapidly as he observed the scene. Before the collision of blades even occurred, Lu Shang's foot lifted off the ground and snapped at Damian's ribcage. I need to end this quick, he thought in panic. He couldn't afford to waste any more mana. Knowing his enemy's situation, Damian grinned and followed through on his strike. Along with the sound of clashing metal, a large boom rang out from Lu Shang's mana-infused kick impacting Damian's side, but the result wasn't as he hoped at all. Lu Shang felt pain like bolts of electricity traveling up his leg from the point of impact. Just from the wild reaction of his nerves alone, he knew that the bones in his leg were shattered. Is this guy made of steel? He panicked inwardly. His condition already wasn't good. 7 stars encircling the moon left his body charred and flaking, and now that his leg was also shattered, his mobility had fiercely dropped. Even a single lapse in concentration would cost him his life. The battle didn't pause to give Lu Shang time to think. The entire time he did so, he was forced to fend off Damian's fierce barrage of sword strikes. It was truly odd to have an enemy like this. Although his sword was brutish and lacking any sort of fundamentals or order, it was still a sword that struck true. When it came to swordplay, this was Damian's advantage. His sword style was solely created for survival, and even after he left the dungeon, he never bothered to truly work on the fundamentals of his swordplay or its style. The only thing he improved upon was the void sword art, but this was an entirely different concept. If the void sword art was subtracted from the equation, Damian would be left with scraps, but these scraps were what he worked so hard in the dungeon to claw up. Even after reaching his current level, these scraps earned him many victories. Damian's sword began to vibrate. While Lu Shang attempted to recover from his barrage, he angled his sword parallel to the ground and stabbed out. Lu Shang's eyes widened as he sensed danger. His gaze hurriedly moved to see Damian preparing to unleash a skill. In that split second of time, he could no longer dodge. The only thing he could do was rapidly push his mana to move his body, hoping he could change the attack trajectory to something less fatal. Void sword art second form, horizon break, bang, cook. Lu Shang coughed out a mouthful of blood. A hole roughly the size of a tennis ball appeared in his stomach. TCH. Damian clicked his tongue. Although he aimed for the heart, Lu Shang barely realized what he was doing and moved his body. Otherwise, he would have directly won. Phew. Damian let out a heavy breath. Putting away Mirage. It'd be nice if I could take your sect master, but I don't have that kind of power yet. A vice master's head should be enough to sate my hunger. The battle thus far was truly intense. Although he didn't have to use his full strength, Damian certainly was pushed to the edge quite a few times. But even though Lu Shang was at the peak of early 4th class, he wasn't at a level that could kill Damian. It might not have been obvious, but the further Damian went to consolidate his strength, the more of his power he could truly utilize. Even though what he used was just the regular horizon break that he'd long gotten used to, its power was enough to directly pierce a hole through the powerful body of a true 4th class. This was far different than piercing through a pseudo 4th class like the 11th Elder of the Shui clan, while the Void Sword Art merely got strengthened because Damian's comprehension of space was further consolidated. Space hadn't even been his main priority in these past months. He'd already reached the peak of what he could do with space at his current power level. After he established his domain and understood the concepts related to it, he approached this step. Of course, there was still plenty Damian didn't know about space. If he truly wanted to, he could go on and attempt to comprehend dozens or even hundreds of other concepts, but that would make him similar to a jack of all trades, master of none. As he went further down the path of specialization, this kind of variety would become a hindrance rather than an asset. Therefore, Damian only focused on the spatial concepts he was best at and the ones pertaining to dimensional magic. In this vein, The only way for him to continue was to pass his baptism and gain access to the power of laws. Luckily for him, though, the starry sky wasn't just a chaotic void of space laws. There was another law that was just as prominent, being two sides of the same coin with space, and this was where his time was mainly spent. Freeze. The world obeyed his command. Within a 10-meter area that encompassed both Damien and Lu Shang, everything froze. The carnivorous plants growing out of the soil of the outer wilds were frozen mid-movement. One could even make out air currents that were forced to freeze by Damien's mana. The only things that moved in this space were Damien and Lu Shang. Although Damien's skill in utilizing his time affinity was growing, it wasn't quite all-powerful yet. With Lu Shang being a fourth-class existence, he could still use brute force to move in the frozen space, but that didn't mean his movements weren't hindered. Compared to when they fought in the real plane, Lu Shang's speed was reduced by roughly 30%. He strained to move his mouth. What is this madness? If there was ever a time in his life when Lu Shang was truly frightened, it'd have to be this very moment. His previous injuries already spelled out his death, but now he'd been shackled further. Even as he tried to be hopeful, he realized that the only path he had remaining was death. The worst part was, he didn't even know his opponent. He didn't know what kind of existence Luo Tian had managed to offend. Over the years, the pair of brothers had their fair share of adventures. Offending others was par for course when one competed for resources and lucky chances. But from all these perilous situations, the brothers rose and became stronger than they were before. Never did Luo Shang think that his tenacious life would one day be taken by a mere brat. Chapter 538 Shadow 8. Luo Shang's eyes hardened, his scara turning red from madness. Fine. If you wish to kill me, I'll bring you down along with me. All of his mana returned to his body and condensed at his very core. Because he was only a fourth class, he didn't have any clear connection to his soul, but he could at least sense its presence. If his purpose was self-destruction, this was enough. His mana condensed rapidly into a revolving core near his soul. The core expanded and compressed chaotically as it hovered on the verge of implosion. A force containing the power of over 150,000 units of mana was on the verge of materializing, but at that moment, Damien moved. Accelerate. His body glitched. Slowly, it melded into the air and faded away. Behind Luo Shang, he rematerialized. What? Luo Shang struggled to get the words out, but his voice no longer worked. As his eyes widened incredulously, his body dropped to the floor. A second later, his head fell along with it, his consciousness exterminated. With nobody to guide the mana in Luo Shang's body, the core that almost began imploding directly dispersed. The mana had been primed, but since it wasn't activated, there was no risk of it chaotically exploding even after Luo Shang died. Damien breathed out a sigh and withdrew his mana, allowing the surrounding time to return to its normal flow. Although it was short, this was the first fight where Damien properly used his time element. He smiled knowing his efforts weren't in vain, his comprehension was increasing by the day, and his imagination was limitless. The only thing he hadn't done was put his thoughts into reality. The main advantage my time element has now is that it's unknown and unexpected. Even if spatial practitioners can be seen occasionally, it isn't the same for time. Even people like Tian Yang who have time affinities usually use it supportively. It's simply too hard to comprehend. The only reason Damien was able to comprehend time so rapidly, aside from his natural talent, was due to the fact that he experienced those 100,000 years that Alaric showed him. After 10 years spent in real time, the speed at which events moved exponentially increased every few decades. But even then, Damien was able to perfectly understand what took place during that time. This kind of impossible miracle could only be accomplished by a divinity, and even including the primordial undying fruit in the sanctuary, these 100,000 years were most likely Damien's biggest boon from his time in the primordial undying realm. With this kind of once-in-a-lifetime experience, how could Damien's perception of time be low? If he couldn't achieve outstanding accomplishments in his usage of time, he'd be disappointing his own potential. Regardless, Damien was aware of this point and thus put his utmost into comprehending time and learning how to apply it. Although this comprehension couldn't compare to his spatial comprehension at all, it was still substantial. Damien turned his attention to the surroundings. The ongoing battle was fierce, but the eclipsing Shadow Sect never had a chance from the beginning. The Shadow Garden's forces were simply too fierce, and the eclipsing Shadow Sect had already faced massive losses in fleeing to Nivelhame. The early fourth-class existences that Damien trapped earlier had already been killed by him. Along with them, plenty of the eclipsing shadow sex forces were turned to ash as collateral in Damien and Lu Shang's collision. As for the leftovers, they were being cleaned up by the few disciples that were brought along. Now, the only important battle was, boom, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out in the sky. Half the world was painted red, while the other half was pitch black. Damien couldn't hide his awe as he watched the scene. This level of power was far beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps he could barely match it using the Cloud Plane's world force, but even then he'd be hard-pressed. As he watched, Damien noticed that the attacks these powerhouses used weren't flashy at all. Whether it be the eclipsing Shadow Lord or Elder Trinity from Shadow Garden, their moves were somewhat crude and lacking flair. But this was only to the average observer. To someone like Damien who'd glimpsed upon laws and received a partial awakening, the scene in the sky was an eye-opener. Each attack, each movement that these two powerhouses made was infused with the power of laws. At their level, rather than borrowing the power of laws, they were embodying it. Amazing. Damien couldn't help but mutter. He never thought that it would be at this stage in his life when he first witnessed a fight between powerhouses that truly amazed him. Sure, he'd seen plenty of harrowing battles while he lived Alaric's 100,000 years, but that wasn't the same. No matter how real the experience was, it would never be the same as witnessing something with his own eyes. Besides, these flashes of laws couldn't be seen through a projection. Alaric could only show Damien laws that he personally had an understanding of, fire laws on one side and darkness laws on the other. These two forces that opposed each other like yin and yang decorated the sky as the experts who wielded them fought. The impact of their clash made it feel like the world was going to explode, and that wasn't much of an exaggeration. With the fierceness of the clash ever increasing, the environment was no longer able to stand the rampant mana. Despite the fact that the two were battling tens or even hundreds of kilometers in the air, the shockwaves still blasted apart the earth like it was paper. Large craters formed every second. The ground rumbled and quaked so much that it directly killed some weaker combatants. This mayhem was taking place so far away, so what was it like at the center of that collision? Even though the two experts weren't using flashy moves, the laws imbued in their existences alone caused such intense grandeur. So then not what would happen if these two fought with techniques, perhaps they were aware of how apocalyptic that scene would be, and that was why they chose to fight in such a way. After all, if they alerted or disturbed a demigod, both of them would die, regardless. Just because they weren't fighting at full strength didn't mean they weren't fighting a battle of life and death. The two experts were covered in wounds caused by the other party, whether it be the flames ever burning on the eclipsing Shadow Lord's skin or the darkness ever corroding Elder Trinity's body. The wounds weren't light at all. This battle will end soon. Damien thought to himself as he looked at them. Even if they looked even, Damien could see who had the advantage. The eclipsing Shadow Lord gave up his personal achievements and used the Nox's resources, slowly converting his mana into their kind. As for Elder Trinity, she spent thousands of years specifically cultivating a special power created to counter the Nox, even if their strength and comprehensive ability were similar. This single difference was enough to tip the scale. As if to prove Damien right, only half an hour later, Elder Trinity suddenly stabbed her arm out. The eclipsing Shadow Lord moved to block, but his movements had become far too slow after Elder Trinity's mana invaded his body. Elder Trinity's hand directly pierced through the eclipsing Shadow Lord's mana barriers and entered his chest. Grabbing his heart tightly, she directly crushed it without hesitation. Just like that, the eclipsing Shadow Lord's body went limp, hanging off Elder Trinity's arm like a rag doll. Chapter 539 Wrath 1. Phew, Elder Trinity let out a breath of relief as she saw the eclipsing Shadow Lord's life force fade away. And as soon as she felt his experience enter her body, she removed her hand from his corpse and allowed it to fall to the ground. The battle had not been easy for her, not in the slightest. Even though her boundary was at the peak of 4th class and the eclipsing Shadow Lord was still at the late 4th class, he clearly had more talent and comprehension than her, allowing him to fight well beyond his level. Once one entered the 4th class, they'd become an emperor of sorts. As such, the ability to fight across levels was far more difficult to attain. Especially because such power would usually be based on comprehensive ability. Just being able to fight at his level 350 against Elder Trinity's level 387 made her look at him in appreciation. "Are you okay?" Damien's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. When she looked up, she saw his figure approaching casually. A glint flashed through the air as he passed an object to her. When Elder Trinity caught it, she found a strange jade flask, within being a small marble-like pill. "This is a top-grade healing pill from the Cloud Plane." It should be able to properly bring you back to your peak condition. He stated without being asked, even if she didn't tell him. Damian understood the condition of Elder Trinity's body. After such a harrowing battle where the power of laws infiltrated her body, it was impossible for her to remain healthy. Looking at the pill bottle, Elder Trinity hesitantly nodded her head and popped the cap, directly taking the pill into her mouth. As the warm energy currents stored within were released, Elder Trinity let out another sigh, this time of comfort. Afterwards, she sat silently. Although Damien was standing right beside her, she couldn't think of a topic of conversation to start with him. Instead of enduring the awkward air that began to rise between them, she turned her attention to the eclipsing Shadow Lord's corpse. From his finger, she pulled off a spatial ring covered in blood and bound it. "Ah!" she unknowingly exclaimed. "The expedition you've dragged us into has actually reaped such a big harvest." There were various top-grade pills, manuals and skills from the eclipsing Shadow sect, mountains of spirit stones, and more. From the looks of it, Luotian had stuffed all of the eclipsing Shadow sect's wealth into his spatial ring before fleeing. Elder Trinity's harvest could not be considered light, and by association, Shadow Garden would have gained a great deal as well. The rewards from this spatial ring alone were so unimaginable. So what kind of wealth would one accumulate after decades or even centuries of following the Nox? Elder Trinity couldn't say she wasn't tempted, but this was a level of temptation she could easily stave off. Compared to the family that Shadow Garden built, wealth and treasures were nothing. However, not everyone thought the same. As Damien watched Elder Trinity intermittently exclaim in joy, his face was sour. "Fucked, I lost another one," Damien warily sighed internally. In truth, there was a problem he'd been having since the very early days of his life, but never addressed since he didn't mind it too much. That was, almost every time Damien went into battle, his enemy's spatial ring would be destroyed. Damien had a love-slash-hate relationship with spatial rings. They were extremely convenient and useful, not to mention the high-level application of spatial laws necessary to create them. From this standpoint, Damien couldn't help but admire the artistry and craft, but at the same time, the creation aspect of space within the spatial rings that allowed them to sustain themselves didn't agree too well with the destruction aspect of his own spatial element. It wasn't strange for a spatial ring to combust in on itself when it came into contact with his mana, not that this kind of situation occurred often. Instead, the most prevalent cause of destruction was elsewhere. Whenever Damien fought, he had a tendency of dragging his opponents into the void to give himself a territorial advantage. And naturally, a rogue spatial ring would never be able to survive the chaotic spatial fluctuations in the void. The inner world within would directly collapse. Luckily, Damien wasn't materialistic at all. There wasn't a single heavenly treasure or herb that could compare to his void physique and its benefits. And even if there were herbs that trumped this card, Damien wouldn't be capable of using them. Therefore, he didn't mourn the lost spatial rings of the past. He only sighed at the fact that he wasn't able to celebrate his harvest in the same way Elder Trinity could. After all, not only did he not gain any treasure, he wasn't even allowing himself to level up. Damien had essentially fought this harrowing battle for nothing, but that wasn't true at all. His gaze panned over the destroyed dimensional realm they stood within. The only ones remaining were disciples of Shadow Garden. Damien had already helped these lesser disciples herd the weak eclipsing Shadow sect members and kill them, so that problem was also solved. "I guess it's time to go." Damien asked nobody in particular, but as he got ready to depart, his eyes caught a sudden glint to the side. "Not good, watch out," Elder Trinity and Damien yelled out at the same time, but they were already too late. Boom! A massive explosion rang out from their side. The dust cloud that spawned from it rose into the heavens and blotted out the sky. A fierce shockwave spread, causing many weaker disciples to cough up blood and collapse onto the ground. A shadowy figure shot out from the mushroom cloud, utilizing the smoke's concealment to slip away. Its speed was incredible, crossing hundreds of kilometers every few seconds. But how could this kind of meager skill fool Damien's eyes? "Take care of the disciples." After leaving the order to Elder Trinity, his figure flashed away in chase of the one running. Although Elder Trinity wanted to take his place since she was much stronger, her words got caught in her mouth. By the time she started formulating them, Damien was already thousands of kilometers away. When it came to long-distance speed, he wouldn't lose to anyone. Elder Trinity frowned deeply as she watched the two receding figures. Her brows creased and a dangerous aura leaked from her body. Something wasn't right. She knew that aura. She clearly killed him, didn't she? Not only did his life force vanish, but even his experience had also been transferred to her. Their battle was incredibly fierce. Even if they didn't use skills or techniques, they poured the entirety of their law comprehension into their attacks. This wasn't something anyone could casually escape from. Even Elder Trinity herself was still in the process of recovering, though she'd rather die than admit it. All the facts lined up. No matter what perspective one looked at it from, the situation simply didn't make sense. Just how in the world did Luo Tian manage to survive while still having enough power to escape so desperately? Chapter 540 Wrath 2. The isolated space in which the eclipsing shadow sect once resided faded into the distance. The surrounding winds rustled fiercely as if sensing impending doom. Boom, space shattered along with everything that existed within it. The one who caused this harrowing scene was a middle-aged man covered in his own blood. As for why he caused such a scene? It was simply a byproduct of the immense speed at which he was moving. Shio! Ha! The sound of projectiles cutting through the wind rang out from behind him. The man let out a spirited shout as he watched the approaching weapons. He grabbed his own left arm and directly crushed it into meat paste. The blood from his arm mixed with his mana, disgustingly twisting and reintegrating into his body, providing him with a bout of explosive strength. Ha! Another shout rang out. The man's body twisted in a way that completely ignored the laws of physics. Pivoting at a right angle and continuing his fleeing after dodging the projectiles, boom! 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 3 massive explosions rang out as the projectiles impacted the ground below. Space-shattering explosions lined the outer wilds, dragging everything into the chaotic void. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The figure inwardly cursed as he witnessed this scene. Naturally, the fleeing man was none other than Luo Tian. This brat. Who the hell is this brat? Luo Tian had always been a calm person. Or rather, he had always been indifferent. Whether it was his sect, his treasures, his cultivation, or even his own brother, none of these things mattered to him. The only thing he cared for was his own life. The only reason he cultivated was to extend his life. Lording over those weaker than him was just a positive side effect of his efforts, and roughly 2 years ago, he came across an underground auction held by followers of the demonic race invading the world. He heard that the main treasure of this auction was something that could directly increase his physical qualities and replenish his life force. With this kind of offer, it was guaranteed that he would attend. Of course, there was a plot behind the entire auction and underground event, but Luo Tian didn't care about that. Since the ones partaking in this plot didn't want to offend him, he wouldn't needlessly cause trouble either. Not unless they stole what was rightfully his, but in the end, it wasn't them who stole his property, it was some random boy who barely had any strength. That boy was cornered with just a few third-class shadows and forced to enter the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. At that time, Luo Tian assumed Damian died. Any normal person would have done the same, especially after so many months passed without word of him. After that, Luo Tian slowly forgot about Damian. Although losing the Death Seed hurt his pride, it was just a small loss at the end of the day. After all, Luo Tian's fires of life weren't anywhere near extinguishing. The only reason for him to desire the Death Seed was his convoluted obsession with life. Therefore, when news spread of Damian's antics at the Empyrean Dragon realm, Luo Tian didn't care much. He simply sent out a few more powerful shadows to deal with him, but at that same time, the purge began. It was an odd set of circumstances. Luo Tian and Damian had only met once, and even then they'd only spoken a few words. To Luo Tian, this matter meant nothing, but to Damian, it was a death feud he'd never forget. Now that Luo Tian was forced to flee with everything he had, he finally understood who Damian was. He finally understood the reason behind his sect's downfall. So it was you. You are the reason I've ended up in this state. Luo Tian's eyes reddened maddeningly. Even if he was indifferent to everything else, life was an obsession that consumes all emotion he could possibly have. But his cultivation was gone, and his body was crippled. Even if he was able to survive this ordeal, what kind of life would he live? Once the final burst of strength he received from the sacrificial technique he used to escape Elder Trinity wore off, he'd be no better than a common mortal servant. In fact, he'd be even worse. Luo Tian gritted his teeth in rage. Fuck. With my current injuries, I am even weaker than that useless Lu Shang. This brat will kill me if I face him directly. Luo Tian's mind raced. He needed to think of a strategy to save his life. And there was only one viable option he could formulate in this moment of crisis. Bang! From his left knee down to his foot, the only thing remaining was a mangled bag of flesh. All the blood within that flesh was sucked out and used to empower Luo Tian's escape instead. Swoosh, his direction switched abruptly. Until now, he'd been randomly fleeing through the outer wilds, but now he had a destination in mind. He was too far to see the finish line, but he already understood that if he was able to make it there, he'd survive and Damien might even die. Luo Tian's speed increased exponentially. Just the thought of Damien's miserable face lifted his spirit and allowed him to continue again. To fight even after the last breath, this was Luo Tian's code. And this was exactly what he would do. The chase continued, but not nearly in as disorderly of a manner as before. As for the final destination, Evatech headquarters, thousands of kilometers flew by, turning into tens of thousands of kilometers. Throughout this entire time, Luo Tian rushed at top speed, sacrificing his own body to guarantee his survival. Behind him, Damien annoyedly followed. Actually, capturing Luo Tian was only secondary to him. At this point, Luo Tian was already a dead dog who was desperately clawing for his master. However, his master was, if there is someone capable of providing that technique to even dogs. They are not an enemy I can take lightly. The technique Luo Tian used to escape Elder Trinity might have seemed straightforward, yet it was anything but. Judging whether someone was dead or not, using their life force was never a viable method. Even Damien had an ability to restore his life force and save him from the brink of death. However, experience was absolute. The process of transferring experience was done by the system itself, which meant it couldn't be done until the kill was confirmed by the system. Perhaps this didn't mean much without context, but it was a matter of immense importance. After all, if the system confirmed the kill of someone who remained alive, just what kind of being is capable of fooling the system? Damien's mind was plagued by this harrowing thought. Though, he'd never get answers through mere speculation, so he kept his distance. With his teleportation range, even moving 10,000 kilometers at a time wasn't a problem. If Luo Tian was at his peak, he could naturally match the speed, but that wasn't the case at all. The current Luo Tian was a kite at the end of its string. His speed was so slow even little Schwer could probably catch him, but Damien allowed him to continue fleeing. When it came to pigs and tigers, there were two main ways people emulated them. The first was to play the pig to eat the tiger. Even a layman understood this concept. As for the second, Luo Tian the pig rushed desperately into the tiger's den to avoid the dragon tailing him from behind. As for that dragon, he was simply using the pig to lure the tiger. Chapter 541 Wrath 3. The chase continued for many minutes. Luo Tian worked as hard as he possibly could to escape from Damien's clutches, but no matter how hard he tried, the latter always seemed to be on his tail. By this point, it didn't take a genius to know that Damien was allowing Luo Tian to continue running. If he used his current speed from the start, Luo Tian wouldn't have even made it a few thousand kilometers before being caught. Shit. Luo Tian exclaimed inwardly. It was already too late to regret or lament. The only option Luo Tian had for salvation was Evatech. His body was a mess. One arm, both legs, small portions of his torso, many parts of him were missing as he sacrificed them to increase his speed. On the horizon, the skyline of Evatech's city complex finally appeared. Almost there, bang, another portion of Luo Tian's side collapsed and his full potential burst forth. The structures on the skyline came into the foreground of his vision soon enough, but he didn't stop simply when entering the complex. Ignoring the guards, he shot to the west wing, taking out a communication device and contacting his backer. Sir, please save me. His throat was barely functioning anymore, and those were the only words he could muster. Still, with his target location already reached, he felt a modicum of safety envelop him. Here, security was impenetrable. The only reason he was able to fly freely was because he'd been given the required authority to move unhindered. If it wasn't for that, he would have died 100 times over before he even reached the West Wing. That brat was with the forces of that Shadow Garden organization. If they have spies in Evatech, he might be able to sneak in. I have to meet the Lord quickly before he catches up to me. Luo Tian set foot on the ground in front of the main office of the West Wing, sighing a breath of relief as he went to open the door. However, so it's nothing fun. You've led me back to Evatech, but that's not anything new to me. Ha, I should have never tried to act smart. That's just not my style. A casual voice came from behind him. Luo Tian froze. He didn't even have to turn around to know who was there. Howdy, freeze. Time came to a halt around Luo Tian. With his current wounds, he couldn't give the slightest resistance. His body no longer listened to his commands. Compress, another word compelled space into action, matching its counterpart. Space distorted and folded in on itself, trapping and isolating Lu Tian into a death trap that would slowly crush him into meat paste. But just as Damian went in for the kill, a harrowing aura wrapped around his body. Now this is no fun. There's a seed I can't wait to see bloom, or a fully grown rose that I've been cultivating for many years. Which should I choose? A man appeared in the air above. His jawline was incredibly sharp. His face looking like perfection chiseled directly by the heavens themselves. His body was wreathed in a suave business suit that didn't match the war godlike aura coming from his body. His piercing red eyes looked down at Damian smilingly. It seemed the hypothetical that he posed was meant for him. Damian's eyes narrowed. Judging from aura alone, he was no match for this man. He couldn't even estimate his power level, but at that moment, alert! Host has come into contact with a high-level assassination target. Please retreat immediately. Host's chance of escape calculated to be 0%. Implanting necessary data pertaining to the target, green holographic warning boxes appeared in his mind. Eve, the AI chip, was sending droves of information into his brain. Damian immediately came to understand the situation. In fact, his plan worked flawlessly. The pig he used had indeed lured the tiger. Except this particular tiger was a demigod-level existence. Target name, Wrath. Target estimated strength, unknown. Stable divinity. Target temperament, unknown. Constantly shifting, playful, cunning. Suggested course of action if target is encountered, flee. The tiger Damian caught was in fact the biggest tiger in the entire world. He was Wrath, the CEO of Evitech and the demigod stationed by the Nox to watch over Nivelhame. Why the hell is he here? Damian exclaimed inwardly. According to the mission information, Wrath never personally visited Evitech headquarters. He simply didn't care enough to do so. Then, why was Wrath here? Why was he interfering in a matter between mortals? As far as Damian knew, there was no way a mere dog like Lu Tian would actually matter to Wrath. If so, he came for me. Damian's eyes shifted, catching Wrath's upturned eyes. From the start of their interaction until now, the man never looked away from Damian. A choking sound interrupted the building tension. Wrath looked over, finally noticing Lu Tian, who was being tortured off to the side. His smile wavered slightly. Now. Although my dogs might make mistakes here and there, it isn't any reason to kill them, no? Why don't you save me some face and let him go? Wrath's words were polite, but the threat in his eyes was clear. His aura was still flared, bearing down on Damian with incredible pressure. Damian gritted his teeth. He understood. An existence like Wrath no longer needed to care for such things as face, and he sure as hell didn't care about his dogs. If so, the only reason he was forcing Lu Tian's release was to humiliate Damian. Damian's pupils shrank in disgust. Humiliation, this wasn't a good feeling at all. Being forced to bend to the will of others, he hated it, but did his hate matter? Wrath was a demigod. It'd only take a single breath to kill him. What choice did Damian have other than to comply? He knew that. He understood this truth and understood that biding his time and gaining the strength to challenge Wrath was the smartest course of action. This way, he could avoid any situations where his life was constantly in danger. He knew that. So why was his hand balling into a fist? Why was space following his movements? The compression taking place around Lu Tian's body increased exponentially. His remaining arm and torso were compacted endlessly until they became a bloody red sludge. Lu Tian screamed in agony. It was hard to believe that a human could make such noises. Wrath watched the scene curiously, not moving to stop it. The faint playful smile that constantly colored his face didn't waver in the slightest. In fact, there was a small glint in his eye instead. Finding a lower existence that's willing to defy me is a really rare thing. Wrath casually commented, his eyes shifting back onto Damian. I'm finding that I quite enjoy this feeling. Damian frowned. And what feeling is that? Wrath laughed. His laugh was oddly feminine, resembling the jingling of distorted wind chimes. His smile widened. His eyes opened wide, his breath becoming slightly labored. The way he looked at Damian was close to obsession. The feeling it gives me when you resist me. I love it. Chapter 542 Wrath 4. Damian's body cringed in disgust. At the same time, he wondered whether he should regret his impulsive action or not. Killing Luo Tian was a move to provoke wrath in the same way he provoked Damien. There wasn't much else to it. But in fact, the difference in their power levels made this a feat unheard of. Damien understood that he could die at any moment, but he simply couldn't stop himself from acting as he wished, because that was his end goal, to stand at the top unfettered by anyone or anything. If he wished to reach that point one day, he needed to embody his beliefs at every step of the way until he arrived there. Otherwise, his resolve would be far too flimsy to see the peak. And in the same vein, he had to kill Luo Tian. Because if, at this juncture, Damien finally bent to power and authority, he'd cut off his future development. Malcolm, Tian Yang, Bai Sharon, Albius, and even Tiamat, these characters were all people with immense power. But not once had Damien acted deferential to any of them. Perhaps he was just slightly deferential to Malcolm and Tian Yang, but they were his teachers, so this was only natural. But even then, he was cheeky and arrogant. This was his personality, and he didn't change it for anyone. But today, he was in front of someone who wasn't nearly as amiable as the other demigods and powerful existences he'd met. If Damien pushed the limits too much this time, he'd truly die. So when he saw the disgusting smile on Wrath's face, he was already in the process of teleporting away to make some distance between them. This move didn't have any tactical advantages, but it at least gave Damien the illusion of safety. Watching his antics, Wrath smiled. The scent he smelled previously was truly coming from this boy. Although it was muted and not nearly as powerful, it was still the same scent that he'd been chasing for a very long time, and it was for this reason that he suddenly appeared in front of Damien. If it was anyone else who arrived with Luo Tian, they wouldn't have been able to even see a single hair on his head, but Damien was special. I do not know who he is, but if the seed he left behind is truly as miraculous as I've heard, Wrath calmed his growing excitement. If Damien was related to the seed he was searching for, he had already done too much. Altering the seed's course of growth wasn't something he had the qualifications to do. Besides, if he did too much, then, rumble, the ground quaked as if to affirm Wrath's thoughts. All right, calm down. I'll leave things alone. He muttered with a smile. Looking at Damien, he sighed. The interaction between the two was really too short. They'd only spoken a few sentences before he was forced to leave, but that was fine too. Wrath was certain that he'd already imprinted himself into Damien's memory. And that was enough for now. Grow well, little seedling. His voice was projected into Damien's ear as if he was whispering from a centimeter away. Following this, he vanished. Damien stood silently outside the main headquarters of the West Wing, unknowing of what to do. The strange interaction he just had didn't mean anything, but Damien had a strange feeling as if it meant a great deal more than he'd ever expected. Regardless, about the antics of a demigod, Damien couldn't speculate at all. That level was too far out of reach. He could faintly feel it as someone who was on the cusp of achieving 4th class. If the gap between 3rd class and 4th class was a vast ocean, then the gap between 4th class and 5th class was like the starry sky. Impossible to estimate, Damien sighed. Demigods would move to their whims and those below them had no choice but to follow. In this universe where gods didn't exist, a demigod's will was absolute. Giving one last look at the West Wing around him, Damien flashed away, disappearing from Evotech headquarters. Damien returned to Shadow Garden rapidly. Now that he'd barged into Evotech, it was impossible for him to return to his Damien Gray identity. After all, even if Evotech's security seemed flimsy with how Damien bypassed it, that was only because he had the necessary access. Now, though, that access was likely revoked. Not to mention, Wrath himself was lusting after the void physique. Returning to Evotech was suicide. Once he arrived at Shadow Garden, the first thing he did was make a brief report to Albius about everything that happened. Over the course of the few days that Damien stayed in Shadow Garden, he'd formed somewhat of a friendship with the old man. Reporting to him was a matter of courtesy. Since he was gracious enough to lend Damien his troops, Damien wouldn't skimp on showing respect either. Nevertheless, after conversing with Albius about future plans, he immediately went to the small hut that had been prepared for him and sat down on the bed. A sigh of relief and indignation leaked from his lips. The previous event was too odd. The way things chained together seemed without order. And many of his interactions were cut off before they could bear fruit. Damien almost wished he could bring Luo Tian back to life, but he knew that was worthless. By this point, revenge had lost meaning to Damien. Seeing Luo Tian pathetically plead for help while running from him, Damien suddenly lost interest. His revenge target turned out to be so weak but the big fish that was introduced in return wasn't something Damian knew whether he should be excited or concerned about. I can't even say that it was a close one this time. If he didn't choose to let me go, I would have died. As for why he chose to do so, Damian frowned and shook his head. The emotion on Wrath's face wasn't something that could be cultivated over a single meeting. It was an emotion that had festered and bred for years to reach its current magnitude. That kind of obsession wasn't simple. And for a demigod to be the one feeling it, the object of obsession couldn't be simple at all. Damian wasn't conceited enough to think he was the one Wrath wanted. But, at the same time, he understood that he was, it wasn't long ago that he learned about the Nox and their connection with the void physique. Now, he'd met someone on that side who was actively chasing it. Things are going to get troublesome. But, the only one I have to fear is Wrath. Even if I expose my abilities to those peak 4th class beings, they don't have the status or ability to take anything from me. If so, why did he have to continue hiding the void physique? The one he was trying to hide it from already knew anyway. This thought rushed into his head and took root, tempting him, but he shook it off immediately. With the void physique's concealment ability, Wrath shouldn't have been able to confirm whether it was truly present in Damian's body or not. Showing it off so blatantly was simply seeking death, but even then, Damian smiled. He smiled because he knew that although things weren't going according to plan, his plan was proceeding perfectly. Chaos was slowly enveloping the unnamed world. Chapter 543 Core Extraction 1. Another month passed, unexpectedly, after Damian's encounter with Wrath. The situation came to a grinding halt. News about Damian's position didn't spread through Evatech, and they even withdrew the forces that had been harassing Shadow Garden in the past. As for Asgard, they were also oddly quiet. The only thing Damian understood about that side was that the Moon Squadron's elites had already infiltrated Evatech. As for the movements of Asgard itself, they were unclear, always hidden behind the Cloud Plane forces. Like this, the three main forces that Damian was aware of began a small standoff. The atmosphere between them continued to intensify, but none took action. The second one of them did, a war would start. Meanwhile, Damian found himself out of the spotlight. His own role in the happenings of the world became minute, and he mainly kept updated on the situation through the connection between his and Long Chen's AI assistants. In this way, he came to know of Evatech's general status. In the 3 or so months that he was in the military, Long Chen showed exemplary growth and talent. After joining his brothers in life-or-death battles many times, he proved himself and slowly rose through the ranks. Although he wasn't abnormally powerful, he had the support and absolute trust of the General Stroman, whom the duo met in the armament hall. Like this, gathering information wasn't much of a problem, but after Damian met Wrath, he realized that any information he received this way was iffy. With Wrath's personality, changing his entire organization on a whim wasn't out of the question. Not to mention, the core extraction research. The leading figure in the core extraction project was none other than Lynn Carter, who brought him into Shadow Garden. Perhaps in a better scenario, he'd have been able to use this connection to view the research site. But now, entering Evatech was seeking death. Damian realized this in the first few days after his encounter with Wrath. But he had no desire to stay uninvolved in this world's disputes. His original plan was to take it slow and steady, using the entire 6 months of free reign he was provided to collapse Evatech. But this didn't work out in the slightest. He vastly overestimated the capabilities of his intelligence, which only recently began growing. His previous plan, filled with infiltration and carefully planned, precise movements, didn't fit his character at all. From the beginning, it was bound to fail. Aisha's plan was a bit better than his. For Damian and Long Chen to work their way up in the system before taking it over, this could have worked with the proper patience and timing, but Wrath was the key obstacle that stopped everything from proceeding forward. His presence alone made almost all viable plans inviable. There are already many demigods in this world. Albius, the other two experts of Shadow Garden, Wrath thought, I've already met 3 demigods in this world. But I'm sure this isn't the last of them. Asgard needed to have at least a demigod to stave off Nivelhame for so long. And judging by the fact that everyone from Shadow Garden was a refugee from the 2 aforementioned organizations, the number of demigods wasn't small. There were at least 2 or 3 in both organizations, maybe as many as 4. This number was unheard of. If the total population of demigods in the unnamed world was truly somewhere around 12, that was enough firepower to instantly raise a harrowing amount of land. That must be the reason for the initial stalemate that persisted before I arrived. If too many demigods move, the world is destroyed. If the world is destroyed, many conveniences are ruined and many plans are foiled. They can't allow this to happen, Damian smiled. This meant that he could move with at least some assurance that he wouldn't be randomly targeted by a demigod. Another encounter like Wrath's was the only thing making Damian wary. After he came to this realization, Damian left Shadow Garden. For the next month, he practically disappeared off the face of the earth. He didn't enter any hub cities and only explored the outer wilds, making it impossible to estimate his location, but news of his adventures did indeed spread. His name simply wasn't attached to these reports. A death god appeared in the outer wilds. A single swing of his sword would turn thousands of kilometers into an abyssal hellscape. Slaughtering all his enemies, nobody had seen this death god. Even the ones who spoke of it only did so after seeing the destruction left in his wake. Many small organizations and influences in the outer wilds disappeared under his blade. While these slaughters seemed random to the common eye, it wasn't the same for those who understood the ongoing situation. Each targeted force was a subsidiary of Asgard. There were hundreds or even thousands of these subsidiaries spread through the outer wilds for various reasons, but none of them could hide from the death god who ran amok. As their cries reached their peak, a new rumor began to spread. The death god was no longer one, but two. A new Reaper appeared after the first Reaper's advent. This Reaper's methods were far more cruel and bloodthirsty than the first. His enemies were always found torn to shreds, burned, and sundered by flames and lightning, and soon after his actions began, people began drawing a connection. This Reaper only targeted those subsidiaries of Nivelhame. This was clearly a silent war between the two forces. This was the speculation many had, but it remained true that neither of these death gods were ever caught. The fourth classes that moved from both organizations couldn't seem to find them. As for the demigods, they couldn't be bothered to move for something so minuscule. A month had already passed since the two death gods began their advent. And currently, both of them could be seen sitting together on a cliff overlooking an underground forest in the outer wilds, but there was only a single person there. Naturally, both death gods were Damien. Against Asgard, he used a convoluted spatial power that looked more similar to Shadow to match the Nox's methods. When his demon transformation was activated, this was especially easy. As for Nivelhame, he used his void flames and lightning. At first, he simply wanted to target Nivelhame and instigate them into action. He had no plans about Asgard as he still didn't understand their intentions, but that viewpoint was forced to change. If there was one thing Eve was useful for, it was information. And because Damien broke his AI chip away from Asgard's control, there was no filter on said information. Finding Asgard's subsidiaries wasn't hard. In reality, these smaller companies and businesses were clean on the surface. Anyone who went without the intention to find fault wouldn't see anything, but Damien was exactly the opposite of these normal people. The only thing he wanted to do was find fault. Of course, his view could be considered biased, but Damien didn't care about such small matters. As long as he was right, there were no problems, and soon enough, he found that he was more than just right. Chapter 544 Core Extraction 2. Asgard had fallen deep. Damien realized this as he fell deeper into the rabbit hole that was the outer wilds. Perhaps the organization was truly just at one point, and perhaps their goal was to destroy Nivelhame, but that was no longer true. After generations of oppression and bitter struggle, someone at the top finally caved. What Asgard was now was essentially a mere subordinate power to Nivelhame. However, because of their immense strength, they were able to maintain a modicum of free reign. Perhaps this free reign was what called the Cloud Plane forces over, or perhaps it was a trap from the start. Nevertheless, after searching through and destroying hundreds of subsidiaries, Damien was finally able to learn all this. After all, a select few of these facilities were being used for chimera research. Of the hundreds that he searched, no more than 10 were used as such, but even this was a considerable amount. It made Damien hopeful. If he kept searching and looting these subsidiary companies, he might even be able to acquire clues about the core extraction project. This was the best piece of news he'd understood since stepping into this world, and following the rampant excitement that surfaced with this news, Damien's assault on the subsidiary companies became fiercer and fiercer. He drew closer and closer to his goal, until finally, found it. He muttered under his breath. Damien's gaze rested on a small room no bigger than a closet. Inside there was a single holographic computer-like device, the rest of the room being filled with junk. The owner of this room was a classic shut-in just like those from Earth. But his true job was far more dangerous. Damien sat down at the computer. His eyes shook slightly as they skimmed through the reports on the screen. This is insane. It was the very core extraction research he was searching for. Damien's current location was within a transfer point where information was forced to pass through before arriving in Hub City Avalon due to the strange corrosion effect of the Outer Wilds. As for this closet-like room and the computer within, this was where the transfer took place. Naturally, this facility was massive. There were plenty of third-class guards and even some fourth classes stationed to protect the transfer point. But the transfer point they protected was a fake. The true transfer point was the closet room, a place where none would ever suspect. Even Damien was only able to find it because he sensed the aura of a fourth class guarding the room in concealment, but now, that fourth class was trapped in a cocoon of void essence. His body was slowly corroding, merging into the nothingness. This feat wouldn't have been possible if the fourth class was at a slightly higher level, but fourth classes weren't just cabbages on the side of the street. Raising them was incredibly difficult. And even if larger organizations like Nivelhame had many fourth classes, not many of them surpassed the early stages of early fourth class. The first 50 levels, the ones that were raised past this level, were talents the organization invested heavily in. The rest would be assigned to their duties and then left alone. If they wished to grow further, they could only do so through effort. Regardless, this disparity was the reason Damien was able to smoothly enter this place. Though, he still questioned why they didn't position a stronger guard at the transfer point. These idle thoughts passed through Damien's head rapidly, but he didn't have any attention to spare them. His entire mind was focused on the information in front of him. The core extraction project is so simple, yet so insane. This plan is one that came directly from the Nox, unlike other projects. Even the Chimera research was merely an attempt by humans to recreate third-class and below Nox beings, the ones who lacked spiritual intelligence. There was nothing to be said about the goal behind the core extraction project. And even if the motive was in question, knowing it wouldn't be of any help at the moment, Damien's focus was on the gritty details in the report that outlined progress and experiment notes. Actually, this report was extremely comprehensive and easy to understand, almost to the point that it made Damien suspicious, but it only took until Damien reached the end of the report for his suspicion to be confirmed. Signed there was the single name of the one who wrote the report, Lynn Carter. Damien's eyes narrowed. The way this report was written was more like Lynn attempting to explain the core extraction project to a layman rather than someone who'd been working on it for ages. With how coincidental it was that Damien found Lynn's report at this moment, he suspected whether or not she planned it this way, but for something like that, she would need an ability similar to foresight. Damien shook his head to clear away his thoughts. Before he speculated about Lynn, he needed to confirm his suspicions first. And to do that, his body flashed away, moving in the direction of Hub City Avalon. Damien's movements were brash and arrogant, perfectly mirroring his personality. There was no hesitation in his step, and his unplanned movements made it difficult for those tracking him to truly find him. The two death gods of the Outer Wilds became living legends while Damien continued his work. The forces of both Nivelhame and Asgard were becoming warier and more hesitant to enter the Outer Wilds. Damien didn't realize the kind of effects his actions had on society. Once he stopped caring about these things, he never considered them again. Tensions between Nivelhame and Asgard rose exponentially. The two organizations had already had many minor scuffles in recent days. It wouldn't be long before things evolved into a full-blown war. The powder keg was already filled and just waiting to be lit, and the two death gods in the Outer Wilds served as the match. With the arrogance of these two organizations, even if they knew that the current war was being instigated, they had no desire to stop it. This instigation was giving them probable cause, and in fact, when another month passed by, Nivelhame and Asgard began a full frontal war. Fourth classes clashed above important facilities, ground troops slaughtered until no man was left standing. According to Damien's understanding of Asgard, they'd never move so blatantly. Being half subordinated to Nivelhame, they wouldn't dare to kill off the other side's experts, but this war clearly showed that he was mistaken in his view. The relationship between the two behemoths was far more twisted than he could have ever expected. Unfortunately, Damien didn't receive any information about the war as he had cut off contact with the world. Even the many communication devices he had were dumped in the sanctuary so their signals wouldn't be transmitted. At the moment, Damien stood idly in the streets of Avalon. His mouth moved as he munched on a delectable fried meat snack and walked around. Even if he knew of the chaos he started, he wouldn't have changed his plans. Currently, his main priority was core extraction, and depending on what he found in Avalon, the trajectory of coming events would drastically change. Chapter 545 Reactor 1. The Hub City Avalon was different from Hub City Evil-Lion. Evil-Lion was the home of Eviteka's headquarters, which also made it the technological capital of the world. As for Avalon, it had an equally domineering title. It was the world's industrial capital. Anyone with talent in creation or construction-related fields, as well as researchers who preferred more mechanical experiments, would flock to Avalon, creating an environment of constant productivity and growth that allowed the city to pump out products at a frightening pace. Of course, not everything in Avalon was moving fast. There were some projects far too large or complicated to match the flow of the rest of the city. But even a single percentage of growth in these projects was related to tens of hundreds of completed smaller products. Their values couldn't be prepared. Currently, Damian stood in the streets of Avalon, casually wasting his time. He'd already been in the city for a few days already, and he was almost infected by the atmosphere. When compared to Evil-Lion, which gave him a vibe similar to drug addicts itching for their next dose, Avalon was far better. The only problem was, hey, brat. If you aren't going to do anything productive, then get out of the street. An old dwarf scoffed as he bumped into Damien. The old dwarf didn't even look up as he spoke, concentrating his entire attention on the trinket in his hands. Damien smiled wryly and moved out of the way. This wasn't the first time he encountered a similar situation. The residents of Avalon were working almost to the extent of insanity, but, when Damien scoured their bodies with his awareness, he didn't notice anything altering their minds or bodies. This atmosphere was entirely natural, which was the strangest part. What kind of person can cultivate this kind of place? For everyone present here to be united in their craft, it's truly an amazing sight to see. Avalon wasn't an attractive city. It had a somewhat steampunk aesthetic due to all the random inventions and metals littering the streets. But this made the city feel homey, which Damien enjoyed. Regardless, I need to start searching for leads. From what he's said, there aren't any demigods in Avalon, and the peak 4th class masters are mostly occupational rather than combative. I should be able to move freely most of the way. Damien's awareness spread to cover a large portion of the city, but it wasn't as helpful as he expected. With the mechanical ingenuity of Avalon inhabitants, creating workshops that blocked awareness wasn't hard at all. In fact, it was necessary. If someone's awareness penetrated a workshop at a critical point and disturbed the craftsman inside, it'd be calamitous. Thus, awareness-blocking buildings were customary. Nevertheless, Damien wasn't attempting to peek into anyone's business. He simply wanted to locate the workshop mentioned in Lin's report, and with the detailed description he had of the place, it didn't take long for him to find the small workshop on the outer edge of the city. Compared to some of the other buildings, it was tiny and insignificant, but that was only for those who didn't know the secrets hiding within. Damien's body flashed, appearing outside the workshop in an instant. He opened the door and walked in, immediately being assaulted with a rancid odor like rotting food, but this odor actually originated from a man who sat at a counter in the middle of the workshop. Other than the man and the counter, there was nothing else present at all. "What can I help you with?" The man asked non-committally, obviously disregarding Damien's presence. "I was told to come here by a certain woman." "Perhaps you know her." Damien cut straight to the point. Word games and trickery weren't his style, and he was tired of having to play with people. If his brazen attitude caused problems, he'd deal with them as they came. The rancid man's eyes finally opened somewhat as he glanced at Damien. "I don't know any woman." "Women don't come near me." Damien rolled his eyes. "Of course they won't come near you if you stink like shit. What did you expect?" He thought inwardly. But he maintained at least a minimum level of courtesy on the outside. She should be going by the name Ashley Ruth when she visits this place. In reality, she's an Evitech researcher who, alright. The man sighed in defeat, erecting a soundproofing barrier around them before Damien could continue spouting confidential information like common bullshit. "You're an annoying one. Has anyone ever told you that?" Damien smiled. "Of course not. Why would anyone find my charming self annoying?" The rancid man rolled his eyes, not bothering to entertain Damien anymore. "What you seek is down below. TCH, if she told me the one she was sending would be like you, I would have asked for a replacement." Damien's eyes widened, his mouth opening to question the rancid man's words. But it was already too late. In the next instant, the rancid man's body dispersed into a smoke cloud that floated around the workshop, penetrating into the walls and floor. When the process was finally finished, the floor opened downward, revealing an elevator shaft that would take Damien to his destination. There were no more words exchanged at all. Since the rancid man clearly wouldn't answer his questions, Damien didn't bother asking. Instead, he calmly descended the elevator shaft, but in his mind, anticipation was budding. How could he not be curious? The machine he was currently heading to view. If it could truly do as Lin said, it would become an integral piece of Damien's plans. Only, he didn't know if he had the qualifications to claim it. Damien soon reached the bottom of the elevator shaft and entered the massive underground research and development workshop. All around him, scientists and craftsmen moved busily in work. To the left and right, many different smaller inventions were being built and tested. Damien even saw something similar to a gravity gun on one of the tables. But his main focus was in the direct center of the workshop. Even with the workshop's enormous size, the central area was visible regardless of where one was. There, floating peacefully in the air, was a glowing red cube roughly the size of a head. On its surface, strange runic patterns twisted and agglomerated, creating a profound scene that sucked one's soul from their body. Damien fiercely bit his lip. Even in that brief instant of looking at the cube, he found himself falling into a trance. If he wasn't able to extricate himself, he might have turned brain dead on the spot. Hiss, Damien sucked in a cold breath. Reading about it in a report and seeing it in person were two completely different things. With this, it might be possible, Damien thought. There was something he wanted to achieve, something so insane that anyone who heard his plan would call it suicide, but Damien had confidence that he'd be able to pull it off. Especially if this cube landed in his hands, he'd be able to do so flawlessly. After all, this wasn't any ordinary cube. The red cube floated in a large seemingly glass tube separated from the rest of the workshop. And on this tube sat a plaque that grandly proclaimed the cube's identity: World Core Fusion Reactor, Chapter 546 Reactor, 2, World Core Fusion Reactor. The machine's name was straightforward, but its use wasn't as much. To most, a device like this would have no uses whatsoever. After all, to use a machine that essentially fused world cores together, wouldn't one need multiple world cores on hand? But Lin's idea was different. In fact, it was only because she understood the machine so perfectly that she was able to think of something so ingenious. The World Core Fusion Reactor had two main abilities. The first was to consume world cores, and the second was to fuse them together. As for the purpose of this fusion, even Damien didn't know. Actually, the World Core Fusion Reactor was something akin to a half-heavenly treasure. Lin Carter's people found the ominous red cube in the outer wilds during an expedition, and at that time, it didn't have the aura of a heavenly treasure yet. At most, it could be considered an embryo, but to a researcher, a heavenly treasure embryo was actually far more valuable than its fully formed counterpart. After all, it wasn't every day one was able to research the creation of natural treasures spawned by the universe itself. However, understanding the cube was a far more daunting task than they ever imagined. It was only after Lin personally took several months to experiment with it did she understand its qualities. To consume world force, this was the ability the cube had when it was still in embryo form. If it was given time to grow, perhaps it truly would have become a world devourer, but Lin's team caught it before it developed a consciousness, turning it into a piece of machinery instead of a treasure. It took many years to say the least. Lin didn't mention exactly how long, but Damien could imagine the grueling process it was to turn a heavenly treasure embryo into its complete form using human hands. And even enhancing it, as he gazed at the mysterious red cube for longer and longer, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind: just who was Lin Carter? The World Core Fusion Reactor already surpassed the bounds of what Nivelhame could do. Even if they had powerful strength and minds, they simply didn't have wide enough perspectives to invent machines like this one. It was their fate for being trapped in this unnamed world, and the greater Sector 3, for their whole lives. But Lin was different. She'd left Nivelhame multiple times, though under strict surveillance, and she'd experienced far more. It wasn't strange for her to have obtained a fortuitous encounter on one of her journeys, allowing her to create something like this. But even then, why did she lead him here? Obviously, the World Core Fusion Reactor would be far more useful to Damien than to anyone else. To use the machine with Lin's method was to destroy worlds and steal their world cores. Even disregarding the inhumanity of such actions, they were entirely impractical. But Damien was different. He was a celestial. If he used his intrinsic connection with the world cores simultaneously with the machine, he'd be able to fuse the world cores without truly fusing them. Essentially, it was like having one mind but multiple bodies. This would increase the efficiency and utility of his power as a celestial exponentially. But how did Lynn know? And if she didn't know, why did she lead him here? The character known as Lynn Carter was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Her personality was cold and blunt, but her eyes carried an infinite amount of wisdom that didn't match her being. In the 2 months Damian spent with Lynn before he went to Shadow Garden, he already understood that this woman wasn't simple, but he didn't realize just how deep her depths were. After all, this entire massive facility belonged solely to Lynn. Everyone working within was working for her. And more than that, from what Damian could infer, she had a relatively tight grasp on Avalon as a whole. But even if she's dangerous, at the moment, we're using each other. This kind of relationship is actually the most trustworthy, at least until our goals begin to conflict. He could only assume Lynn's goals, but if she showed him something as important as the world core fusion reactor, she naturally viewed him as an ally for now. Only, I hope you don't regret underestimating me in the future. Damian grinned wildly. His body flashed, appearing in the tube next to the floating red cube. And in the next instant, he grabbed it and pushed it into his chest. The red cube turned into a liquid-like substance that sunk into Damian's chest, entering his heart and circulating through his blood. Everywhere the red liquid passed, Damian's body was lit on fire both literally and figuratively. He was forced to endure an unimaginable level of pain. Was his current action idiotic? Absolutely. But Damian felt like he could do it. It wasn't just confidence in himself, but confidence in his status as a celestial. Besides, Lynn Carter clearly showed him the magic cube to tempt him, thinking that with his current ability, he wouldn't be able to claim it. It was impossible for her to give him such a treasure as a mere down payment, therefore, he would consume it. He would make the world core fusion reactor a part of his strength and grow to a level where he could walk unhindered. But before that, alarms blared through the underground workshop. A plethora of scientists and craftsmen panicked as they saw Damian's figure in the central tube, submerged in eerie red liquid. But what were they supposed to do? They were already weak in combat because they focused on secondary professions and only leveled up on the side. How were they supposed to contend with someone like Damian? However, before their panic could become too prevalent, the alarms stopped blaring. A deep voice echoed through the large workshop, "Leave him. This is all by the will of our master." Those words were magical. The budding panic was suppressed just as quickly as it appeared, those researchers and craftsmen returning to their jobs as if nothing happened. Their master was absolute. They didn't know who she was, but anything she planned was far out of their ability to comprehend. Instead of trying, it was better to simply focus on what they were best at, and so, Damian was able to put his entire focus into absorbing the world core fusion reactor. He could already tell from just the initial phases, this process would not be a short one at all. Somewhere else in the unnamed world, a woman sat calmly at a small glass table overlooking the entire world. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this place was an immortal abode. As she sat in silence, an old man approached from behind. The woman didn't acknowledge his presence even when he sat down next to her. "Are things going as you wished for them to?" the old man asked with a smile. The woman remained expressionless as she answered. "Not in the slightest, ha ha ha." The old man laughed rambunctiously. "This is why I enjoy watching these adventures. It's always fun to see these unexpected events play out." The woman finally looked over at the old man. "Are you mocking my hard work?" Her aura didn't waver, flaring out immensely even though she knew she couldn't harm a hair on this old man's head, but the old man simply brushed off her aura and shook his head. "Isn't my presence enough of an answer?" Regardless, fate is truly a strange thing. The woman looked down upon the world. For some reason, she felt oddly lonely in that moment. Fate truly is a strange thing. With her words falling, the strange duo descended into silence. It was unknown when they'd finally speak again. Chapter 547 Escalating. 1. Time passed rapidly for Damien as he fully immersed himself in absorbing the world core fusion reactor and understanding its mysteries. But to many others, this period of time slowed to a crawl. Within Evotech headquarters North Wing, a man covered in blood dragged his heavy feet through the halls. The copious amounts of blood drenching his body pooled on the floor, creating a small stream that followed his steps. This man continued to walk despite his condition until finally reaching a large barracks. At this juncture, he finally felt secure enough to close his eyes. "Lieutenant General," a panicked voice rang out as the Barak guards noticed the falling figure. They rapidly rushed to his falling body, catching him before he could hit the ground. "Somebody call General Stroman." "The Lieutenant General is..." "Stop." "No need," the Lieutenant General interrupted the guard mid-sentence. After taking a few seconds to stabilize himself, he stood back up on his own 2 feet and shrugged off the aid of the 2 guards. After thanking them for their help, he trudged further into the barracks, past the living quarters of ordinary soldiers, and towards the private room of the general himself. This was the privilege granted to him not only by his rank, but by his close connection with the general. Although he'd only been a part of the military for a few months, he'd formed a bond stronger than blood with the general. This was the result of fighting countless battles side by side. As he reached the general's quarters, he pushed open the door lightly. A current of mana enveloped his body, immediately cleansing all the blood and grime that covered him. "Sheesh," a troubled voice came from the side. "Haven't I told you to take it easy? These small scuffles shouldn't involve figures of your status." The one who talked was naturally General Stroman himself. But unlike the stern countenance he usually put on, his expression was closer to that of a worried elder brother at the moment. "Ha," the Lieutenant General scoffed. "Unlike you, I'm still stuck in 3rd class. I need all the combat and experience I can get so I can finally cross that boundary. Regardless, overworking yourself is far worse than even not working at all. Long Chen, you must learn to pace yourself." Surprisingly enough, the Lieutenant General was actually Long Chen. Not to mention his achievement in rising to such a rank in this short period of time, what was even more startling was the fact that General Stroman actually knew his true name. "Brother Ethan, your worries are unfounded. I know my limits more than anyone else. And these small scuffles with people at a similar level as me constantly help me test them. If I didn't know the importance of rest, would I have returned here today?" General Stroman, or Ethan as Long Chen called him, shook his head wryly. "If it wasn't for me threatening you 2 months ago, would you have ever bothered?" Long Chen smiled, but didn't respond. Joining the military and spending these past few months on the battlefield was truly the best method of training for him. Even without the overarching plan that required him to do so, he still would have done it without hesitation, especially after learning the truth. This General Stroman who casually sat in front of him was actually a spy from Asgard. His status in the organization wasn't low at all either. And he was constantly updated on the general situation of the world. If it wasn't for General Stroman, no, Inquisitor Ethan Strom, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to achieve nearly as much as he had. Over time, especially after bearing themselves to each other, the duo became as close as blood brothers. "How is everything going?" Long Chen suddenly asked. He washed himself with mana once more, clearing his cracked skin and giving way to a new layer of pristine, unblemished skin. Of the blood that stained his body moments prior, barely any was his. Hearing Long Chen's question, Ethan's brow furrowed. "It's not looking too good. Asgard and Nivelhame are edging closer and closer to full-blown warfare. The 2 death gods in the Outer Wilds aren't helping the situation at all." Long Chen nodded in agreement. "It feels as if these 2 death gods appeared at the perfect time to stir up the already volatile situation. Whoever planned their advent is a true mastermind." Long Chen was frowning as well. He understood that the storm caused by these death gods would accelerate the situation and further envelop the world in chaos. Naturally, this result would make it far easier for people like Long Chen or Ethan to move, but Long Chen didn't know how to feel about it. He had always been a righteous person. Even his sword aura held traces of his indomitable will to follow the righteous path, manifesting as a holy radiance. To someone like him, starting a war just for the sake of achieving one's goals was far across his bottom line, but, in this situation, he could only endure his internal crisis. If he acted based on his heart alone, he'd only end up ruining himself. Enduring is not a problem. And when the chaos begins, I must make sure the collateral damage isn't too great. The goal of this mission is to eliminate the Nox's influence on both this world and Sector 3 in general. This way, we won't have to worry about internal strife when the Great War begins in the future. There was no reason for the innocents in this world to die because of the sins of others. Evatech might have been scum? But what about everyone else? What about the craftsmen of Avalon, the doctors of Caduceus, and all others in the world who were genuinely promoting humanity's growth? was the destruction of the Nox worth the sacrifice of so many talents? Long Chen sighed to himself. It had been roughly 5 months since the mission in Nivelhame began, and it'd only be another month or so before the Celestial and Star Squadrons appeared in the world to begin their full frontal assault. Time was running out. If Long Chen wanted to follow his righteous heart and guarantee the people's safety, he needed both strength and backing to do so. Strength was one thing. It couldn't be gained easily, and even if Long Chen tried his hardest, he didn't have the ability to promote to 4th class anytime soon. However, he had plenty of backing. Evoteka's military was closer to a mercenary group in their mindset. Rather than loyalty to Evotek, they had loyalty to one another. Only those who earned their respect on the battlefield were qualified to receive their loyalty and reverence. As for Long Chen, he'd achieved this dozens of times over. Even if he told the military to rebel against Evotek at this very moment, at least 3/4 THS of them would follow his command without hesitation, not to mention, Athen would support him as well. With their combined momentum, even if they began a hopeless assault without any prior planning, they'd at least be able to bring down 2 wings of Evotek headquarters before faltering, but the military wasn't enough. What Long Chen wanted to do went against the wills of Nivelhame, Asgard, and even the Cloud Plains forces. The path he wished to follow was entirely of his own design, and the determination he had to follow this path was a blazing inferno that could easily encompass the entire world. Chapter 548 Escalating. 2. With so many months passing, the Moon Squadron's forces had all but solidified their positions in Evotek. The plans created by those at the top were running smoothly. Of course, Wrath's presence was still an unknown variable, but Wrath had no interest in Evotek at all. These inventions, no matter how heaven-defying some of them may be, held no benefit for him. The only thing he cared about was the seed. Therefore, he didn't interfere even while understanding that Evotek was being corrupted from the inside and turned into something else. Even this was a war between humans that was instigated by the Nox's intervention. Regardless of what he did, his goals were being achieved, but it wasn't simply the Moon Squadron and Long Chen within Evotek. There were also Asgard and Shadow Garden's forces as well, namely, Aisha and Lin. Currently, these 2 women stood together in a personal lab, half-heartedly conducting experiments on nodal technology. This kind of research was likely the most valuable to the common populace of the unnamed world. Nodal technology was the reason why weapons like the twin moons existed, though those specific weapons developed entirely on their own. The unnamed world's mana utilization system was inherently flawed in that it didn't allow people who practiced it to freely manipulate the mana in their bodies to produce external phenomena. Something like Damian's spatial distortion could be done, but anything more difficult than that was impossible. If they attempted to guide their mana externally for too long, it'd easily fizzle out and disperse. Even the old witch who tortured Damien had a large portion of her body replaced with mechanical parts to circumvent this weakness. This was because the nodal system was specifically tailored to be used with weaponry. The internal system was only half the completed product. For the people to show the true extent of their power, they needed weapons of high enough caliber to accommodate them. This was a major flaw that could easily lead to one's death on a chaotic battlefield, but naturally, humans would adapt. Since the nodal system was already too deeply entrenched into the unnamed world's society to completely rewrite it, another solution was presented. That was, the introduction of armor suits that complemented the nodal system. These mechanical suits ranged anywhere from personal body armor that sleekly clung to the skin, to massive machines that blotted out the sky. The possibilities were limitless, and these limitless possibilities were what the 2 women were exploring at the moment. But they didn't seem too happy even while knowing that, if you design the mana connection points like that, it'll disrupt the flow between the superior node in the nape and the subnodes in the wrists. I didn't think a seasoned researcher like you would make such a fatal mistake. Lin mocked as she looked over at Aisha's progress. Aisha scoffed in response. And I didn't expect someone as quiet and headstrong as you to be so annoyingly involved in my business when I never asked for your opinion. The 2 women glared at each other fiercely. The enmity between them had been formed long before the Cloud Plains mission began. This was an enmity that spanned over many years. At first, it was just minor conflicts of interest, but as time went on, things became more serious. Especially when Aisha began reporting directly to the board of executives, her arrogance shot through the roof. Lin could only sit back and stomach her anger. Although the core extraction project gave her immense status in Evotek, she hadn't actually accomplished much in this regard, leading her position to be precarious, but it wasn't her fault. The duty assigned to her was quite literally the most daunting task to ask of someone like her. How could she be expected to produce results like candy? The reason she was able to maintain her position was that every breakthrough she had in the project was a major one. Over time, Evotech slowly gained enough confidence in her work to give her the time she needed. Of course, this was only because they were completely in the dark about her side endeavors. If her control over Avalon was ever revealed, who knew how Evotech would react? Nevertheless, Lin continued working on the mechanical armor in front of her. After Damien's disappearance, Evotech had stuck her with Aisha. It was her own fault that she ended up in this situation, so she had no choice but to bear it. As for the disappearance itself, it strangely didn't cause a stir in Evotech at all. It was as if the researcher Damien Gray never existed in the first place. This level of thorough erasure had to be the work of someone extremely powerful. Just the fact that this person took the time to personally erase any trace of Damien's presence made Lin infinitely wary. She wouldn't tolerate any unknown variables, unless that man possesses some treasure of untold proportions. I can't imagine why anyone with such status would care about him. It's either that or he's a spy, but it can't be the latter since he doesn't even originate from this world. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. As expected, involving a variable like Damien was both a blessing and a curse at the same time. While his erratic actions would accelerate her plans dramatically while also making it far easier to achieve her goal, his presence alone would bring along trouble. This was the curse of immense talent and fortune. It could be said that Damien was extremely lucky in his journey so far, not encountering anyone with enough greed or knowledge to pursue him seriously, but this could also be attributed to the fact that he was born in Sector 3. The human domain was heavily impacted in the previous war and often looked down upon by the other sectors, leading to a situation where geniuses were valued far more highly. Those with the potential to reach the peak of fourth class or even the demigod realm were usually given an easier time than others, especially if they showed off their capabilities. As for what would happen when he left Sector 3, only time would tell. Lin shook her head. Why was she thinking so far into the future when the problems in Nivelhame hadn't even been solved yet? Being able to see so much was just as much of a curse as it was a blessing. By now, he should have already seen the world core fusion reactor. It's impossible for a celestial to resist the temptation of that device, so bringing him over to my side shouldn't be a problem. Only, she had no desire to bring Damien under her. A subordinate she couldn't control didn't interest her at all, but she wasn't the kind of person to rely on something as flimsy as allies either. A business relationship where they used each other for their own purposes, this was her favorite kind of interaction. There was no useless sophistry or morality, only pure benefits. In Lin's mind, this was the purest type of relationship. Trust was ethereal, but benefits were tangible. BZZT. Lin pushed a small tool similar to a soldering iron into the center of the mechanical armor suit and began welding. Sparks flew and lights flashed as the armor neared completion. To her, this armor was a representation of her hard work. She was already closing in on the final steps of her plans for this world, and when she was done, she'd finally be able to branch out into the wider universe. But before she added wings to the armor suit, she needed to make sure all the foundational mechanics worked properly first. Slow and steady won the race. All she needed to do now was lead her little outlier on the correct path and patiently wait for her years of planning and scheming to bear fruit. Chapter 549 Escalating 3. TCH. Aisha set down the materials in her hands and leaned on the workbench in front of her. A heavy sigh leaked from her lips. Looking at the machine in front of her, she couldn't tell whether she was relieved or disappointed. The machine itself was a mechanical armor suit, a technology that had long become integrated into society. However, she wasn't treating it as an armor suit at all. Even Lin had scolded her around a week prior for her placement of mana connection points. While Lin's criticism would have been true in any other case, it wasn't quite this time. This was specifically because Aisha wasn't following the script for a normal mechanical armor suit. Only, she did most of the in-depth work outside of Lin's supervision, leaving her in the dark about the project's true worth. Of course, being forced to swallow Lin's mockery wasn't a good feeling. Aisha's strength far surpassed Lin's. It'd only take a few slaps to kill her. Knowing this only made it harder to endure, because she also knew that Lin wasn't a character Nivelhame would let go. But as long as the end product was worth the effort, Aisha didn't mind stomaching these insults. Aisha brushed her hand against the armor suit's cold metal exterior. As her mana intertwined with the suit's systems, thin blue vein-like lines began to spread across its body. Flash, its eyes lit up. Its head raised as if it were alive. Its gaze landed on Aisha, and it immediately kneeled down on one knee, its head lowered once more. "Rise," Aisha commanded softly. After spending so much grueling time and effort on this project, after failing so many times that she almost destroyed it entirely, her feeling after completing it was no longer joy, it was pure relief at having finished. The mech suit stood up following Aisha's command. Watching it, Aisha continued her testing. First came basic motor responses, followed by more in-depth fine control tests. To check every system this way was inconvenient, but she at least had to personally check the main systems for any bugs. When her arm waved, the mech suit would follow her action. When her body flashed across the room past the speed of sound, the suit would do the same. However, if she wished to, Aisha pointed at the wall and spoke. "Kill," boom, a concentrated ball of mana flew from the mech suit's palm and reached a nearby wall in an instant, drilling a hole roughly a foot in depth. Considering the fact that the material constituting this wall was one of the strongest alloys in the entire world, a foot-deep hole was a substantial achievement. Aisha breathed another sigh of relief. She put her hand on the mech suit's shoulder, withdrawing the strings of mana she inserted moments prior. With this, the suit powered down and entered an inanimate state once more. In essence, what she created was puppet technology. For denizens who would become headless chickens on the battlefield without custom armor and weapons, this new approach to battle would surely be extremely popular. A metal known as polar star iron was the most important ingredient in her innovation. This metal seemed to possess some sort of mysterious polarity with mana, being able to attract and contain it within. This was incredibly important. Even when mana was infused into the ground or any foreign object, it'd naturally dissipate over time. A practitioner's control over this mana would wane at an even faster speed, making remotely controlling one's mana a nigh impossible feat. For normal puppet techniques, this wasn't a problem. The puppet and caster would be connected by mana strings or similar methods, and this connection was the very weakness that made puppets irrelevant in today's society. But with polar star iron, Aisha was able to develop a mechanism to hold the caster's mana and maintain their connection within a certain radius. Although this radius was currently only around 30 feet, it was something that could surely be improved with time. This was why, behind all of Aisha's sighs, was a smile she could barely contain. Her goals in life were few: vengeance and justice. For vengeance, she would destroy the Nox from their very roots. And for justice, she'd protect this world and its people to her last breath. From the beginning, this was her creed, this was Asgard's creed. Puppet mechs would only be one of her many contributions, but they would inevitably become one of the most important, because if every citizen was given the ability to fight their oppressors, what kind of beautiful scene would that be? Aisha smiled naively as she imagined it. The world outside Nivelhame, outside Asgard, what was it like? Even though she'd lived over 10,000 years, she'd done so while being sheltered heavily in Asgard. Her status as the final Valkyrie made her one of the most important persons in the organization. When she went into the outer wilds to train, she'd always been given fourth-class protectors. Whenever she wished to interact with strangers, Asgard would vet them first and decide whether they were safe or not. The response was almost always a resounding no, but Aisha knew it couldn't be helped. The outside world was a dangerous place that far surpassed her imagination. If she even wanted the qualifications to properly explore it, she'd have to first complete her primary objective: I should report to Lord Odin soon. News of this joyous occasion cannot be delayed. Aisha wiped the sweat off her brow and rapidly prepared to leave her laboratory. She tapped a small cube against the puppet mech prototype, causing it to rapidly compress and reside within said cube. However, just as she was planning to leave, unholy sanctum, an abyssal voice called out from behind her. The lab was enveloped in a poison-green domain that painted the air in its hue. Aisha's eyes went dull. Her arms loosely fell to her sides. Show me the progress. The voice demanded. Aisha absent-mindedly withdrew the cube in which the puppet mech resided, resummoning it into the world. However, it wasn't the same as before. When her mana entered the mech, it followed a specific pattern, revolving through the polar star iron like a counterflow. The mech suit powered up. Its aura flared wildly, filled with bloodthirst and madness. It began thrashing around like a living creature, but the owner of the abyssal voice restrained it with a single thought. The mech attempted to wrangle out of the thick greenish-black chains that bound it, but that wasn't possible. Even if it had strength, it was still only a prototype. It is not satisfactory yet, but it is infinitely close. Good, the master will be pleased. The abyssal voice nodded. And what of Asgard? It asked once more. Aisha's lips quivered for a brief instant, her eyes beginning to clear. But at that moment, a shrill sound traveled through the air. Upon hearing this sound, Aisha's eyes dulled immediately. Her mouth opened and she began casually retelling secrets that had never left Asgard's upper echelon. The abyssal figure smiled as it listened. Just as it had always been, and just as it always would be, Asgard was a mere dog under their control, the Cloud Plane? Even Odin himself wouldn't dare move against us. Which little faction from Asgard actually dared to conspire? Jaja Jaja, it seems we must once again teach our dogs to behave. The abyssal voice faded from the lab, the unholy sanctum vanishing without a trace. Even the puppet mech returned to Aisha's storage box. Aisha's eyes suddenly cleared. A puzzled look appeared on her face. For some reason, she felt as if she was missing something. A faint memory popped into her head, but what Asgard? Aisha gripped her head in pain. Her mana shot through her nodal points and entered her brain, allowing her to rapidly rid herself of her splitting headache, but along with her headache vanished her suspicions about the events prior. And perhaps, even the headache itself would be forgotten soon as well. Aisha soon picked up her items and left the lab, returning home so she could finally relax. After creating something with the potential to greatly benefit humanity, she could at least be allowed this much, right? Chapter 550 Escalating. 4. Following that day, the passive approach Nivelhame had taken in the growing conflict enveloping the world vanished. But their actions didn't leave the confines of their own territory. In the depths of night, a shadow swept across the horizon. In the next instant, it vanished into thin air. The only thing left behind in its wake was a corpse. The owner of this corpse was an old man. His eyes, which used to hold a light of childlike curiosity, were now dull and forever frozen in an expression of terror. This old man was a member of the Moon Squadron that Damian had seen during Sharon's speech. His death wasn't the first, and it wouldn't be the last among those who dared to act against Nivelhame. In the coming days, spies from the Moon Squadron were constantly uprooted and slain. It was as if Nivelhame had completely accurate information on their identities. And in fact, they did. Naturally, Aisha didn't have such a massive swathe of information in her mind. This information had been provided by a hidden group managed by Nivelhame and Asgard together. They were the true shadows of the world. To this point, the group was unnamed. Their members were unnamed, their fingerprints and even mana signatures burned away using self-sacrificial methods. The only purpose of these individuals' existence was to serve the cause they were given, and a few months ago, they were ordered by Asgard's executives to keep note of some suspicious personnel who would be landing in the world. Even Damian and Chen had run into an agent from this group. But due to Damian's decision to enter Nivelhame before the Moon Squadron, they were saved from suspicion, especially Chen. While Damian was missing and assumed dead by those who cared, and unknown to those who didn't, Chen was a rising hero in the military with plenty of fame and merit. If his status as an otherworlder was revealed, it was unknown how the people around him would react, but even being spared from the slaughter wasn't something that made Chen happy. What he wished desperately was to end this slaughter once and for all. However, he would only be a fool if he moved alone. Nevertheless, Chen wasn't alone from the start. At the edge of Asgard territory, Sharon stood with a heavy frown on her face. If she didn't realize there was a problem even by this juncture, she was unqualified to be a leader. In fact, Sharon understood from the beginning that there was likely a trap involved in this plan. It was simply far too convenient of an opportunity to strike the Nox. From her years of experience, she was well aware of how tricky the Nox could be, but she still decided to move forward with the operation, as did Tian Yang and the rest of the Cloud Plains experts. In their long lives, had they ever encountered rewards that weren't accompanied by risks? This was merely reality. Faltering because of something so intangible as risk was the mentality of a practitioner who would never achieve anything. Yet, her forces were being destroyed faster than she could cope with. The information they'd received and the fears they'd achieved weren't nearly satisfactory yet. Sharon breathed out a wisp of chaotic air as she steadied herself. If the Cloud Plains forces were truly going to be targeted by the two largest organizations in this world, they didn't have a chance. Even if they brought a large number of people, their comprehensive strength was only roughly equal to Nivelhame at most. Adding Asgard's forces on top of that, they didn't stand a single chance, but there was no going back now. Before the Celestial and Star Squadrons arrived in a few weeks' time, she needed to set the stage in such a way that victory was a viable path. And to do so, receiving input, error, deciphering encrypted data, error. The core processor has sustained a substantial impact. Please evacuate while the system reboots itself, by Sharon commanded her mana, turning it into an incandescent white light that showered her body. As it seeped into her skin and came into contact with her bloodstream, the AI voice in her head began erratically sending messages, but she didn't stop. The ongoing purge in Nivelhame was already enough to be considered a betrayal by Asgard. There was no need for her to keep up false pretenses and allow them to control her. The nanomachines from the AI chip were rapidly destroyed. A powerful stream of light even entered by Sharon's brain, encasing it in an inescapable cocoon, requesting aid from the administrator, contacting the administrator, contact failed, reattempting communication, failed, reattempting, failed, the administrator is unavailable. Setting temporary administrator as by Sharon. Only when she finally heard this message did she stop her assault. Unexpectedly, the AI processor and its nanomachines were quite stubborn. It took nearly an hour before it finally accepted her as the administrator, and while having administrator permissions without access to the control rooms was mostly useless, it had one main benefit: Hidden Dragon Group, prepare to move. A message was sent to a few select individuals, only ever to be viewed by them. Because it was sent by an administrator, it was both heavily encrypted and untraceable. After the first message, many more were sent off in rapid succession. From the missions given to the Hidden Dragon Group members to orders for the regular Moon Squadron members, by Sharon gave as much instruction as she could within a few minutes, because that was all the time she had. Connection re-established. With a light ding sound, the AI processor rebooted itself, returning to its original chain of command. Seeing this, by Sharon actually sighed in relief. Even if the time was short, she'd done all she could. Now all there was left to do was wait and hope that her people could bring her a miracle. As for those miracle workers, 5 individuals in vastly different parts of the world received 5 different messages with extremely similar goals: to kill, and then kill some more. It wasn't a simple mission anymore, it was an order they were given extreme incentives to carry out. To kill a researcher was to gain a bit of wealth, but to kill an executive was to gain a fortune. The disparity of rewards naturally corresponded to the difficulty of the targets, but it didn't change the fact that many hefty prizes were being offered to them on a silver platter. Whether it was Li Xiu, Jiang Hualing, Hebe, or even Long Chen, they were all tempted by these offers. As for the final member of the Hidden Dragon Group, he was a bit preoccupied and missed the message entirely. As such, 4 individuals silently made up their minds that night. They'd already heard about or personally seen what was happening in Evatech. Wouldn't the Cloud Plains people lose face if they took such an insult sitting down? From today onward, Nivelhame would understand. They would understand why that tiny faction in Asgard actually dared to oppose them.